Silent Order Wasp Hand. Jonathan Moeller. Description: the galaxy is at war, and an ancient enemy has returned from the darkness of interstellar space. When Jack March is attacked by an unknown alien vessel, he soon realizes that the alien warship is just the vanguard of a far more powerful invading force. All that stands between the alien fleet and the kingdom of Kalaskar is the daring plan of a mercurial Lord Admiral. And unless March can carry out that plan, all of human civilization might be devoured by the alien force. 1. Something new. Jack March blinked awake and confusion gripped him. He was on the Tiger, and the ship was in hyperspace. The familiar hum filled his ears, and he would have recognized the sounds of his ship anywhere. But he wasn't in his bunk on the Tiger. The mattress of a standard starship bunk was beneath him, the blanket tangled around his legs, but this wasn't his cabin. He was in one of the Tiger's guest cabins, that was it. For that matter, he was naked, and he never slept naked. The practical reason was that if an emergency struck the ship, having to dress would waste valuable seconds. The deeper reason was that he didn't like to wake up and see his scars. March turned his head. The bunk had been pulled away from the wall of the cabin to form a double bed, and his memory snapped back into focus. Adelaide Tarrant lay on her side next to him, her black hair pooled around her head, her eyes closed. She had kissed him in the galley, and he had tried to push her away. Then she had pointed out that the real reason he never let anyone too close to him was that the machinists had torn him apart, and that they had done the same thing to her. She had been the first one to understand. A few moments after that, they were in her guest cabin and out of their clothes. March had awakened a few hours after to find Adelaide curled up against him in the dark, and his desire stirred once more. She had proven most responsive. Now he found his eyes wandering over her body. The blanket had pulled away from her, and his eyes traced the line of her toned leg, the swell of her hip, the curves of her chest, and the delicate curve of her neck. The gray eyes were open when he looked at her face, and she smiled. "Jack," she whispered. He put his arms around her. March expected her to flinch as his arm of metal touched the skin of her back, but she didn't. He pulled her against him and kissed her, and her arms coiled around him. When they had finished, March lay on his back, trying to get his breath back. It was later. Truth be told, he was somewhat pleased by how much later it was. He exercised a great deal to remain ready for his missions, but that turned out to have other benefits. Certainly, Adelaide seemed quite satisfied. But he looked at her as she smiled at him, and wondered if he had made a mistake. She had been his mission. His task was to get her safely to Kalaskar. Then he had discovered that she had unearthed several artifacts of the Great Elder Ones. Things had gotten complicated, and he had almost been stabbed to death. But they had won in the end, and were en route to the Antioch system and then to Kalaskar, the artifact safe in the Tiger's strong room, and Adelaide Tarrant safe on the Tiger. Or safe in March's bed. Had this been a mistake? March didn't know. But as she smiled at him, if this had been a mistake, he couldn't bring himself to regret it. "I had forgotten," said Adelaide in a quiet voice. "Forgotten what?" said March. "How nice it is to wake up next to someone," said Adelaide. "After." "Yes," said March. He couldn't think of anything to say, so he kissed her. "I thought this part of my life was over," said Adelaide. "Did you?" said March. "That's surprising." "Why is that?" said Adelaide. "You're an attractive woman," said March, and she smiled, "and you're honest enough with yourself to realize that. You must have had attention." "I did," Adelaide admitted. "But none of them understood. I wasn't lying when I said I had only been with one man since my husband died. She thought for a moment. He wanted me to move on. To let go. To stop working for the Silent Order. I almost did, I admit. But no. I couldn't. She shook her head, her sweaty hair sticking to her neck and shoulders. Maybe I could move on. Maybe I could forgive it. But I can't forget it. I can't let it happen to other people the way it happened to me. Yes, said March. He understood. The final consciousness had torn him apart and rebuilt him into an Iron Hand, one of its elite commandos and assassins. The final consciousness had killed Adelaide's husband and her unborn child, leaving her trapped in the wrecked car with their corpses until the emergency crews dug her out. The machinists had torn her apart, just as they had torn March apart. You were the first man I met who understood that, said Adelaide. She smiled and kissed him. And you yanked me out of the way of a speeding lift car. If that doesn't win a girl's heart, then nothing does. Your heart then, said March. Her smile faded. Jack. If this is too fast for you, if you've changed your mind, that's fine. I understand. We don't have to do anything. No, said March. Some things shouldn't be done casually or lightly. This is one of them. You're right, said Adelaide. Then, you don't regret it. You don't think this was a mistake. No, said March. Her smile returned. And not just because you enjoyed yourself thoroughly. He smiled back. He couldn't help it. And not just because I enjoyed myself thoroughly. March sighed. I'm not very good at this. Adelaide raised an eyebrow. Really? That's false modesty, Jack. If the first time I finished didn't convince you, then I think the second and the third times should have. That's not what I meant, said March. The first morning, and we're already talking about death and regret. She shrugged. Why not? Some of the most honest conversations of my life have been after. She hesitated. Not that I've had many chances for a long time. You're only the third man I've been with, Jack. The first was my husband. The second, well, he was a mistake. It was 3 years after the bombing. I felt like a scarred and used-up old crone. You're not, said March. Adelaide grinned for a moment. Thank you, but that's what I felt at the time. He made me feel young and pretty and desirable again, but he was a cad. The kind of man who actually does have a girl in every port, and I broke it off with him. That was 12 years ago. There was no one else until I met you. 8 years, said March. That's how long it's been since I've had this kind of conversation. He didn't like to talk about his past, but she had, so it seemed only fair. When I was an Iron Hand, you know how the final consciousness rewards them. She nodded. After I was freed from the final consciousness, I went wild for a while. The idea that I could seduce a woman, that she would sleep with me because she wanted to, rather than because she was ordered to, it was intoxicating. So I've heard, said Adelaide. But I tired of it, said March. I hated for them to see my scars. The experience left me feeling cold and hollow, I suppose. The last time was 8 years ago. And now there's you. And now there's me, said Adelaide. She stretched and then pressed herself against him, her head resting on his chest. March lay against the bed, feeling the warmth of her skin against him. Yes, he said at last. He considered the situation coldly, logically, as an alpha operative of the Silent Order should do. The practical course of action would be to leave her on Kalaskar, depart, and never see her again. Once he reached Kalaskar, Sensor would have another mission for him, and another, and then another. An alpha operative shouldn't have personal entanglements. The sensible thing to do would be to simply disappear from her life. March didn't like that thought. He didn't like it at all. Did he want to work as an alpha operative of the Silent Order forever? A month ago, March would have said he would do the work of the Order to the end of his life, which would likely be swift and violent. Alpha operatives, by and large, did not tend to last long. March had been one for 10 years, which, while not a record for the order, was nonetheless unusually high. Did he want to fight the final consciousness for the rest of his life? Like Adelaide, he couldn't turn away from the fight. But neither did Adelaide spend her days flying from system to system in search of the enemy. There were other ways to fight the final consciousness, ways that would be compatible with having a woman in his life for the long term. Not everyone in the Silent Order was an alpha operative. March was surprised that he was already thinking that way. Maybe he shouldn't have been. Adelaide Tarrant was so different from him, but in many ways she was not. March thought. He thought he had some things to consider. "What are you thinking?" murmured Adelaide. "I can hear you thinking, you know." "I think there is something I should tell you," said March. "Oh," said Adelaide. She levered back up on her elbow, her expression guarded, as if she expected a blow. "I don't want to do this casually," said March. "I don't think you do either." "No," said Adelaide. "Jack, you're the first man I've been with in 12 years. This isn't something I do lightly." "I don't know what I'm trying to say," said March. "I don't know what will happen tomorrow, or even in 5 minutes. But I do know I want you with me. However I can manage it." "Oh, Jack," she said, resting against him again. "That's one of the sweetest things I've ever heard." "Is it?" "I was just being honest." He felt her smile. "That's what makes it sweet." "If you say so." "I do," said Adelaide. She hesitated. "Do you want to have some breakfast? I mean, I did make dinner before we got distracted. I would just have to heat it up. But if you're ready again." March laughed a little. "No. I know I'm in good shape, but 3 times in 12 hours might be my limit." Adelaide grinned. "Then I did wear you out. It's just as well. I'm ravenous. Want to have breakfast with me?" "Yes," said March. "I do." She smiled, got to her feet, and stretched. Now that was a compelling sight. March looked long enough that she saw him looking, and she gave him a pleased smile. Then he sat up and started collecting his clothes. She said. "Do you remember where my clothes ended up?" "I think we left them in the galley," said March. "Along with your coat." "Ah," said Adelaide, as she pulled on her underwear. "We did get carried away, I think. As I recall, you literally carried me in here." March felt himself smile. It was a strange feeling, and he wasn't accustomed to it. "You weren't complaining." "No, I most certainly wasn't," said Adelaide. March stood, and she kissed him once more. "Breakfast?" The next 3 days were some of the most pleasant of Jack March's life. He did not have a lot of happy memories. There had been a few pleasant moments with his mother in the labor camps of Calixtus. Some, but not many. There was the satisfaction of a mission completed, which, while not quite pleasant, was nonetheless a good feeling. There had been the day he had awakened from surgery with his hive implant removed, the thunderous chorus of the final consciousness no longer filling his thoughts. March had not, however, ever had an experience quite like this before. He had been concerned that Adelaide would follow him around the ship all day, but she had her work, just as he had his. She shut herself up in her cabin or in the galley for hours at a time, working on the book about her expedition to Xenostas. Or she exercised in the gym while listening to Kalascaran rural music. March was unfamiliar with that genre, but it seemed to involve a lot of guitars and bass beats, and the singer was either a woman lamenting how her husband had died in the service of the Royal Kalascaran Armed Forces, or a man singing about how he wanted to retire to rural Kalaskar with his faithful dog, buy a pickup truck, and start a farm. March did not see the music's appeal, but Adelaide enjoyed it, and sometimes even sang along, albeit breathlessly, while exercising. He saw her at meals when they ate together in the galley, and they talked about the planets that March had visited, or Adelaide's family and life on Kalaskar. At night they slept together, though little actual sleep was involved at times. March had never done anything quite like this, and he had never met a woman he liked as much as Adelaide Tarrant. The feeling did not blind him. She was not an angel descended into his life. March had spent a lifetime assessing people as targets, and he knew Adelaide was not perfect. She was fastidious about her appearance to the point of vanity. Her immense self-confidence sometimes bled over into arrogance. Not as badly as the late and unlamented Professor Patrick Orson had claimed, but it was there. She tended to explain things to him that he already knew. March supposed another man would have found that annoying, but he was just pleased it took the burden of conversation from him. Speaking was not his strength. But that was all right. He wasn't perfect either. And Adelaide was smart. When she put her mind to something, she worked with the energy of an entire hive of bees on amphetamines. March found laziness intolerable in himself and others, and he wouldn't have been able to tolerate it in his lover, his girlfriend. He didn't know. March didn't know what would happen when they returned to Kalaskar with the relics locked in the hold. Maybe she would change her mind. Maybe he would never see her again. But he would always remember these 3 days fondly. "Where are we going today?" said Adelaide on the morning of the 4th day. They sat together in the Tiger's cramped galley, eating breakfast. Adelaide shared his preferences for breakfast: egg or bacon-flavored protein powder, a fruit-flavored nutrient bar, and 2 or 3 cups of coffee to wash it all down. March would have preferred vat-grown eggs, but the powdered stuff was cheaper and easier to store on a starship. Given how much physical exertion he and Adelaide had enjoyed over the last 3 days, it was probably a good idea to eat a lot of protein. "Vesper's World," said March. "Glass system before Antioch." She took a drink of coffee. "Have you ever stopped there?" "No," he said. "I've passed through it often on my way to the outer colonies and some of the neutral powers. I've stopped a few times at Vesper Station, but I've never landed on the planet." "It's a beautiful planet," said Adelaide. "At least from orbit. But the colony is beautiful too. I think there's only 15 million people living on the planet." March nodded. "I stopped there a few times on trips for the university and the order both. Vesper City is a lovely place. You can see the mesas of the western desert from there. Nothing like it on Kalaskar." "I wish we could stop," said March, "but we shouldn't. If they stopped, any machinist sympathizers or agents on Vesper Station might try to kill her." March also had 20 quantum inducers and an unknown alien artifact of the Great Elder Ones locked in his ship's strong room. The final consciousness might make some efforts to kill him or Adelaide, but only if it happened to be convenient. To get the alien relics in the strong room, the machinists would destroy worlds. "I know," said Adelaide. She took a sip of coffee. A resigned feeling settled over March. He would have liked to have stopped on Vesper's World with Adelaide, to have walked the streets of the city with her, to have seen the mesas and the canyons. But they had to get the relics back to Kalaskar and to the Ministry of Defense. Censor would have a new task for March. Perhaps he would have a new task for Adelaide. Perhaps that would split them apart. He hadn't intended that, but the universe did not give a damn about intentions. "I would have liked to have seen it with you," said March. "Well," Adelaide grinned. "Never say never, right? And I did promise to show you the Malborix woods on Kalaskar. I bet Censor would give you a few days before your next assignment." She leaned over the table and took his hand of flesh. "If we have to wait a few weeks before we see each other, I'm willing to give that a try if you are." Yes, said March, and she squeezed his hand. I'd better finish up. Vigil, how long before we reach Vesper's world? The tiger's computer pseudo-intelligence responded with a cool female voice. We will reach the terminus of our hyperspace tunnel in the Vesper system in 57 minutes, Captain March. March nodded. I had better get started on the checklist. Think we'll have any trouble in the Vesper system? Said Adelaide. I doubt it, said March. But I've been wrong before, and I've never regretted being prepared and careful. That's a good attitude, said Adelaide as March stood. I'll be in here working on my book. March frowned. Why not do it in your cabin? Sound system's better in here, said Adelaide. A girl can't write without music. I'll take your word for it, said March, getting to his feet. He couldn't imagine writing a book. It sounded as enjoyable as cleaning every toilet and sanitizer booth on the Tiger by hand. And at least if March did that, he would have clean toilets and sanitizer booths at the end of the process. Hey, said Adelaide. Wait a minute. March stopped and looked at her. Yeah. She jumped to her feet, gave him a quick kiss, and sat back down. That's all. As you were, Captain March. March smiled and left the galley, heading for the flight cabin at the bow end of the dorsal corridor. The flight cabin was a small, narrow room with 4 stations: the pilot, the co-pilot, the engineer, and the tactical officer, though in an emergency all ship functions could be controlled from any station. March took his usual place at the pilot station, his body sinking a little into the foam and acceleration gel that cushioned the chair. The displays came to life, charts and text scrolling across the displays, while holograms of blue light shimmered into existence. Vigil, said March. Let's get going on the hyperspace exit checklist. Acknowledged, said the pseudo-intelligence, and March worked through the standard checklist for exiting hyperspace. He made sure that the fusion drive and ion thrusters were ready to operate, that the inertial absorbers and the gravitics were fully functional, that the radiation and kinetic shields were ready. March also made sure that the Tiger's armament was ready to be charged: the 4 forward-facing plasma cannons, the railgun, the dorsal and ventral laser turrets, and the stern-mounted flak launchers. He didn't anticipate trouble at the Vesper system. It was well within the boundaries of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. The colony had a space station with several starfighter squadrons, and the Royal Kalaskaran Navy regularly sent patrols through the system. Nonetheless, March had never once in his life regretted preparations. He had done this checklist 1,000 times before, with Vigil running diagnostics to double-check his results, and March found his mind wandering back to Adelaide. God, he really was infatuated, wasn't he? Almost certainly Sensor would have another task for March as soon as he brought Adelaide and the relics back to Kalaskar. He thought about what Adelaide had said, how she would wait for him to return between missions. Would such a relationship work? March wanted it to work, but bitter experience had taught him that one rarely received what one wanted. His life had not prepared him for this. He had no living family, and his longest previous relationship with a woman had only lasted a few months, and that had been 8 years ago. That fact had never troubled him, but it bothered him now. It bothered him because March realized that he wanted Adelaide in his life, and he wasn't sure he had the skills to do that. Well, he would just have to improvise. It was almost a relief when Vigil began the final countdown. It was a welcome distraction from his doubts. The hyperspace tunnel would deposit them at the outer edge of the Vesper system, beyond the orbit of the system's second gas giant. From there it was a 5-hour flight to their next hyperjump point, which would take them to the Antioch system and the core systems of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. March toyed with the idea of stopping at Vesper Station, but he quashed the idea at once. The Tiger had sufficient supplies and spare parts for the rest of the trip. If there were any machinist agents or sympathizers on the station, they would not hesitate to kill Adelaide and try to steal the relics in the strong room. The mission had to take priority. Maybe he could come back with Adelaide someday, and they could visit the colony and see the maces together. Or maybe he was just fooling himself. March listened to Vigil count off the last seconds of the hyperspace transit, and when they reached the terminus point, he grasped the hyperdrive levers and cut power. The Tiger exited its hyperspace tunnel and returned to normal space. March triggered a sensor sweep, reaching for the navigational controls to start Vigil on calculating the next hyperspace jump. Red text flashed across a half-dozen displays. "What the hell?" said March. "Proximity warning," said Vigil. "Multiple craft detected, configuration unknown." "What the hell?" said March again, staring at the sensor displays. He did not know what to make of the readings that appeared on his screens. March was familiar with hundreds of different starship configurations, both human and alien, and he had never seen ships like the ones that appeared on his screens. For that matter, Vigil's databases contained information on every class of starship currently known, and thousands of different models of starships going back all the way to the first colony ships to leave the solar system of primeval Earth. In the years that March had been flying the Tiger, the ship's pseudo-intelligence had never once been unable to instantly identify a class or type of starship. "Accessing archival records," said Vigil. "Search underway. Stand by." March stared at the images on his screen, and disturbing facts pushed through his surprise. The ships were not actually ships. They were registering on the sensors as life forms. He had fought and destroyed machinist starfighters, and he always thought that the fighter craft of the final consciousness looked like ugly cybernetic insects. The 6 ships the Tiger's sensors now picked up looked like actual insects, albeit alien and misshapen. The largest of the ships was the size of a corvette of the Royal Kalaskuran Navy, and the 5 smaller ones were a little larger than a heavy fighter. All 6 ships looked a bit like wasps, their hulls greenish-gray and adorned with strange patterns of red lights. Something about their appearance made March's skin crawl. He realized it was an instinctual reaction, like the revulsion at seeing a decaying corpse or a carrion feeder. It was also a reaction to the unknown, and the readings on the insect-like ships were bizarre. Most starships, whether human or alien, use defensive energy shields to screen out debris and radiation. The Tiger didn't detect any shielding on the insect-like ships, but it registered a powerful gravitic distortion around each vessel. It was so strong and so specific, in fact, that it ought to serve as a defensive shield. To judge from the radiation levels, some of the strange bumps along the organic starships were weapon emplacements, probably some sort of plasma-based weapons. What the hell were unknown alien ships doing in the Vesper system? No, not unknown. March had seen them somewhere before. Not that he had ever encountered them, but he had seen ships like that. Something historical, that was it. March did not have much interest in history, but he had seen ships of that type in a video or a book about ancient history. "Database search completed," announced Vigil. "Vessels identified. 1 Humanity scout ship and 5 Humanity Interceptor Starfighter-class organic vessels. Extremely dangerous. Defensive measures recommended." "Humanity," said March. While Vigil had been searching, he had been preparing the ship for battle, activating the kinetic and radiation shields, and powering up the weapons. He did recognize the name, Humanity. An alien race called the Humanity had waged a terrible war against one of the ancient human civilizations, either the Third Terran Empire or the Fourth. March could not remember which. The door to the dorsal corridor hissed open, and Adelaide stepped into the flight cabin. "Jack," she said. "I saw the weapons power up." "What?" She froze as she saw the sensor displays, and fear went over her face. "Oh my God," she said. "The Wasps. That's a Humanity scout ship." "Wasp," said March. Adelaide filled in the history for him. "It was the Fourth Terran Empire," she said, seating herself in the co-pilot's acceleration chair. The displays powered up as her fingers flew over the controls. The biggest, most powerful, and most technologically advanced interstellar empire that humanity ever built, and the Wasps destroyed it. The humanity came out of nowhere and destroyed it. Their nest ships conquered thousands of worlds and killed decillions of people. The Fourth Terran Empire fell, and the last Imperial Admiral rallied the fleets and destroyed the Wasps, burning the worlds they had conquered to ashes. He became the first emperor of the Fifth Terran Empire. But there hasn't been a Wasp ship seen in human space for thousands of years. There has never been a Wasp ship seen in Kalaskran space. "What are you doing?" said March, glancing at her fingers as they danced over the controls. Said Adelaide, taking over as tactical officer and co-pilot. "Jack, if those humanity figure out we're here, they'll try to kill us." His first impulse was to order her out of the chair and back to the galley. But she knew what she was doing, didn't she? The records that Sensor had given him said that Adelaide was a qualified starship pilot, and she had piloted the shuttle to Xenostas and back to Rust Belt Station. Given that she had traveled to Xenostas with a crew of graduate students, professors, and video producers, she had likely done the bulk of the piloting work. And she had handled the shuttle well during the battle at Rust Belt Station, though the big freighter had been overmatched by the heavy starfighters the Grey Wolves had sent after her. March made up his mind in a split second. "Right," he said. "Start working on firing solutions for the weapons. Focus on the fighter-sized craft." "On it," said Adelaide. Her voice had returned to the cool, controlled tone he had heard during the firefights at Rust Belt Station. "Vigil," said March. "Start calculating an emergency hyperjump out of here." He set the dark matter reactor to cycle at once, charging the hyperdrive with dark energy. 1 light minute in any direction away from the Vesper system. It wouldn't take much dark energy to manage a hyperjump over such a relatively short distance, and they would be close enough to the Vesper system star to minimize the risk of navigational error. "Acknowledged," said Vigil. "The hyperdrive will be ready for an emergency jump in 2 minutes and 29 seconds. That was longer than he wanted. The humanity ships hadn't noticed the Tiger yet, but that wasn't going to last. "Jack," said Adelaide, "what are we going to do?" That was a good question. He started to tell her to do a tactical scan on the alien ships, but she had already started it. She really did know what she was doing. "I'm going to do a full dark energy scan of the system," said March, keying in the scan. "The Wasps, they use dark energy to travel through hyperspace." "I think so," said Adelaide. "That will give us a complete number of humanity's starships in the Vesper system," said March. "With that and the tactical scan data, we'll head for the Antioch system and tell them what's happening. The Royal Navy can send a task force to deal with the Wasps." "It might be too late for that," said Adelaide. "If there's a scout ship here, they might have a nest ship heading for Vesper's world. If a nest ship gets to the planet, it's too late. The Royal Navy will have to burn the planet from orbit." Tactical alerts flashed across March's displays. "They've changed vectors," said March. The 5 starfighter-sized ships were turning towards the Tiger. The sensors picked up gravitic fluctuations around the ships, along with radiation levels consistent with plasma weaponry. "Get the targeting solutions up. Switch the laser turrets to point defense and target the plasma cannons and the railgun at the fighters." March swung the Tiger to face the incoming fighters, feeding power to the fusion drive and the ion thrusters. "You know what kind of weapons these things have?" "Plasma weapons," said Adelaide, tapping at her controls as she fed him firing solutions. "Missiles. Except they're not really missiles. All their technology is organic, and here they come." Each alien fighter fired a pair of missiles, the projectiles homing towards the Tiger. At least they seemed to accelerate and function like missiles. The Tiger's sensors registered them as organic material. March didn't know what they would actually do if they hit the ship, and he didn't want to find out. Starting attack run, he said, spinning the Tiger towards the incoming fighters. The Wasp craft had stayed in a loose chevron formation. Lasers and the flak launchers on point defense. I want firing solutions for the fighters on the starboard side of their formation. Acknowledged, said Adelaide, voice cool and calm. March found himself admiring her cool under fire. But then, he had known that about her already, hadn't he? Coolness under fire was something that could only be learned the hard way. And she had learned it the hard way. The missiles hurtled towards the Tiger, and March banked the ship hard to port, going into an evasive pattern that sent the blockade runner spiraling towards the incoming fighters. Adelaide activated the laser turrets, and they drew power, sending their invisible beams towards the missiles. It proved more effective than March had hoped. Whatever strange organic material comprised the missiles partially reflected the lasers, but not enough to stop their cutting power. The turrets disabled 3 missiles in rapid succession, and then 2 more. By then the remaining missiles were close enough that Adelaide triggered the flak launchers, and a cloud of reflective particles blasted out of the Tiger. More missiles slammed into the cloud, detonating prematurely, and other missiles scattered, their targeting thrown off. By then the Tiger was close to the incoming fighters. An enhanced visual appeared on one of the displays, and March thought they did indeed look like giant twisted wasps, albeit wasps highlighted with a strange red glow. He wondered if the organic ships had pilots, or if the entire ship was a living creature that controlled its own flight. His other displays lit up as Adelaide fed firing solutions to the pilot station, and March adjusted the ship's vector and squeezed the triggers. The Tiger's 4 plasma cannons opened up. The Wasp ships broke formation, dodging around the plasma bolts, and one of the fighters darted right into the path of the railgun. The ship shuddered as the railgun spat a tungsten rod into one of the Wasp fighters. The gravitic distortion threw off the vector of the tungsten round, but that only made it more destructive, like a ricocheting bullet opening a larger wound. The shot ripped open the side of the fighter, and the Wasp ship tore apart in a spray of gas and a thick greenish liquid that froze at once in the vacuum. The remaining 4 fighters scattered and began firing their plasma cannons at the Tiger. At least, March thought the weapon was a plasma cannon. The energy discharge crackled up the fighter's entire hull, and then it burst from the nose of the vessel towards the Tiger. He put the ship into another evasive pattern, and he dodged most of the plasma bolts, but 3 of them hit the ship, draining away 1/5 of the radiation shield's charge. Those fighters might have only 2 plasma cannons each, but the bolts hit hard. Too much, and the radiation shield would collapse, and the plasma bolts would rip through the ship. The best way to avoid that, of course, was to destroy the enemy fighters before they could collapse the Tiger's radiation shield. The ship came out of its spin, and Adelaide sent him a firing solution for the plasma cannons. March squeezed the triggers, and all 4 plasma cannons spat bolts into the void. This time, his aim was accurate, and the bolts hammered into the nearest Wasp starfighter. The strange gravitic distortion around the fighter scattered the energy of the blasts, and March wondered if he would have to use the railgun to destroy all 4 of the remaining Wasp fighters. Yet like the Tiger's radiation shield, the gravitic distortion seemed to have only a limited amount of energy. The distortion faded, and the plasma bolts punched into the fighter, tearing it apart. March adjusted the Tiger's vector and squeezed the triggers again, using another firing solution that Adelaide sent to his console. A second fighter tore apart in a spray of organic debris. The remaining 2 starfighters scattered, circling around the Tiger. "No missiles inbound," said March. "No," said Adelaide. "But look at those bumps on the side of the fighters. Only appeared in the last 2 minutes. I think they're growing new missiles." "Growing," said March. "Right, organic technology. But if the fighters had to grow new missiles, that gave them an opportunity. Switch the laser turrets from point defense to target the nearest fighter." "On it," said Adelaide, and the tactical displays changed as she fed a new firing solution to the laser turrets. They sent their invisible beams at the nearest Wasp fighter. The gravitic distortion bled away most of the beam's energy, but the sensors reported damage as the remainder of the energy reached the fighter's hull. March wrenched the Tiger around, pursuing the second fighter, as the turrets kept firing at the nearest one. He squeezed the triggers. The Tiger shivered as the railgun spat its tungsten round, and it slammed into the stern of the starfighter, ripping open its back quadrant in a spray of greenish slime and something that looked like bundles of glowing fiber optic cables. The wrecked fighter tumbled away, and March turned the Tiger again, bringing the ship towards the final alien craft. The starfighter tried to go evasive, but the laser turrets had damaged whatever method of propulsion it used, and the fighter was slower and less maneuverable than it had been. March lined up behind it and fired the plasma cannons. The first volley bled away in the gravitic distortion, but the next volley tore the fighter to charred organic rubble. March jerked back on the flight yoke, sending the Tiger over the tumbling wreckage, and then spun the ship to point for deep space. He glanced at the navigation display. Only half a minute remained until Vigil could complete the calculations for the hyperspace jump. "Incoming," said Adelaide just as the targeting alarm trilled through the flight cabin. March reacted on instinct, putting the Tiger into an evasive pattern just as the scout ship fired a plasma bolt. The plasma bolt had the kind of power rated for capital ship combat, and if it had hit the Tiger dead on, it would have collapsed the radiation shield and burned the ship to atoms. As it was, even a grazing hit drained 30% of the shield's remaining strength. March cursed and put the ship into a violent evasive pattern, the Tiger spiraling into deep space. "I don't think they can target us so long as we stay evasive," said Adelaide. "The plasma cannon, or whatever it is on that scout ship, is too big to aim quickly." "Good," said March, looking at the navigational display. 15 seconds until the jump calculation was complete. Then another display lit up on his console. The Tiger had just picked up a nearby distress call. 2. The Lord Admiral. "Jack," said Adelaide, startled. March looked at the sensor display, keeping the Tiger spinning through its evasive pattern. Another few thousand kilometers, he thought, and they would be out of range of the scout ship's plasma batteries. Though the ship might have the interior capacity to carry more fighters. Hell, maybe the organic starship would grow a new set of fighters and send them after the Tiger. "Sensor focus," he said, keeping his attention on the evasive maneuvers. "In the direction of that distress beacon." "On it," said Adelaide. The scout ship fired again, but the plasma bolt missed the Tiger by a good 500 meters. "Let's see. Yeah, the radar and ladder are picking up a group of small ships about 5 million kilometers closer to Vesper's world. None of them have an active dark energy reactor, so we didn't pick them up right away." March flipped a switch on the communications panel. Static crackled over the flight cabin speakers, and then a man's voice came on, distorted but recognizable. "This is Captain Alex Donaghy of the shuttle SC-9, attached to the carrier Ronsfals of the 7th Fleet of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy. We are under attack by alien craft. I repeat, we are under attack by unknown alien craft. Our hyperdrive has been destroyed, and our defenses are failing. We request any and all craft to come to our aid. I repeat, this is Captain Alex Donaghy of..." The message continued. Midway through the first recitation, Vigil chimed. The Tiger was ready for its jump to hyperspace and safety. "Are we going after them?" said Adelaide. March frowned. "Everyone on Vesper's world is going to die, aren't they?" "Probably," said Adelaide, her voice tight. "Those scout ships usually probe the way before the nest ships. If the Royal Kalaskaran Navy can get here in time, they might be able to destroy the nest ship. But yeah, it's probably too late." March nodded and turned the Tiger towards the distress call, throwing full power to the fusion drive. "Maybe not everyone." He glanced at Adelaide, and to his surprise she grinned at him. Good, she said, a flash of affection in her voice, and then the cool tone returned. Orders? Orders. That was right. He was the captain and pilot, and she had appointed herself co-pilot, which meant that he was in charge. For that matter, he was an alpha operative, and she was a beta operative, which meant March could give orders to his girlfriend. His first unexpected impulse was to say something salacious, but he quashed it at once. They were in far too much danger to waste time with jokes. Get the radiation shield charged back up, said March, and get as much power to the weapons as you can. I'm going to call Captain Donaghy and let him know help is on the way. They were still too far away from the shuttle for anything like instantaneous or even delayed radio transmission, but March could record a message and send it. Right, said Adelaide, concentrating on her displays. March flipped switches on the communications panel. This is Captain Jack March of the licensed Kalaskuran privateer vessel Tiger, responding to your distress call. Please answer with your current condition. He hit the transmission button and then turned his attention to the navigational display. Vigil, keep the hyperspace calculation running. Try to modify our current set of jump calculations based on our location. Acknowledged, announced Vigil. Please be advised that there will be a calculation delay of 15 to 25 seconds due to location change and relativistic drift. Got it, said March, glancing at the sensor displays. He keyed for maximum power to the radar, ladder, and gravitic sensors. That would make the Tiger stand out to anyone scanning this area of space, but the Wasp scout ship already knew that they were here. Greater detail about the area near the distress call appeared on his display. The Tiger picked up 4 ships. One was a Royal Kalaskuran Navy assault shuttle, heavily armed and armored, used for carrying Royal Marines into active combat zones. The other 3 ships were smaller, and the sensors thought they were organic, which meant more Wasp fighters. These Wasps, said March. The humanity. While I wait for Donaghy to call back, can you tell me about them? Anything might be useful. I've only vaguely heard of them a few times before this. Okay, said Adelaide, not looking up from her displays as she worked. The Wasps. Despite the urgency of the situation, he felt a flicker of amusement as her voice changed. It was the controlled yet warm tone she used when narrating her documentaries. I don't know much about them, just what I learned in school, but I'll tell you what I can. We call them the humanity, but we don't know what they call themselves, or even if they call themselves anything. Their nickname is the Wasps, since they kind of look like giant stinging insects. They are totally hostile to all other life, and they move from inhabited world to inhabited world, killing every living thing and reforming the ecosystem to suit themselves. Sapient, said March. Probably, said Adelaide. We don't know for sure. They do have a hive mind, that's obvious from the way they coordinate, but we don't know how much sapience or even sentience individual humanity have. Their technology is entirely organic. Those ships we destroyed weren't built, they were grown. If the battle had gone on long enough, they would have regenerated any damage we did, and even grown new missiles. They can continuously recode their DNA to grow anything they want. Humans would have to build a space station. The humanity could grow one in a few days if necessary. Do they have any weaknesses? Said March. Not that I know about, said Adelaide. Their ships can be destroyed with conventional weapons. We just did that, yeah. They radiate huge amounts of dark energy, which makes it possible to detect their ships from a long distance off. They do, said March, looking at the sensor display. Neither the Wasp scout ship nor the fighters around the shuttle gave off any dark energy readings. It's a different part of the dark energy spectrum than what we use for hyperspace travel, said Adelaide. The Tiger's sensors are probably not. Wait. She snapped her fingers. Vigil. Yes, Dr. Terran, said the pseudo-intelligence. Can you apply a filter to the dark energy sensors? Said Adelaide. Configure them to check for the dark energy signatures of humanity starships. The data will probably be buried deep in a historical database somewhere. Processing, said Vigil. Sensor profile available. Applying the profile to the dark energy sensors. The configuration process will take several moments to complete. Acknowledged, said March. He glanced at Adelaide. Good thinking. That wouldn't have occurred to me. She grinned at him and turned her attention back to her displays. Glad I could be. A notification scrolled across his screen. Donaghy had responded to their transmission. This is Captain Donaghy of the shuttle SC-9, said Donaghy. His voice crackled and hissed over the flight cabin speakers, maybe from the distance of the transmission, but most probably from battle damage to the shuttle's communications equipment. Privateer Tiger, be advised that we are under heavy attack by 3 alien starfighters that match the configuration of fighter bombers. Unless you have heavy armaments, I advise that you withdraw and head for Antioch Station. Alert the Royal Kalaskaran Navy of what is happening here. Lucky for him we do have heavy armaments, said Adelaide. Speaking of which, all weapons are charged and ready to fire, and the shields are back to full strength. Good, said March. He fed more power to the fusion drive and the ion thrusters, sending the Tiger hurtling towards the battle between the shuttle and the 3 Wasp fighters. The radar and gravitic scanners were getting better results as they drew closer, and the sensors picked up a field of organic debris around the shuttle. The 3 Wasp fighters were larger than the 5 that he and Adelaide had destroyed near the scout ship. Likely they had the firepower of heavy fighters then, or fighter bombers like Donaghy had said. How did you get a capital ship-grade railgun mounted to a blockade runner anyway? Said Adelaide. I know a technician at Mercator Foundry Yards who owed me a favor, said March. More sensor data came in. The shuttle was not in good shape. Its kinetic shield was gone, and there were multiple rents in its heavy armor, some of which had been hull breaches. Its radiation shield was only at about half power. Sensor configuration complete, announced Vigil. Humanity Dark Energy Overlay now available. Dozens of new contacts appeared on the sensor display. Damn, muttered March. If those readings were accurate, there were dozens of Humanity ships in the Vesper system. Jack, whispered Adelaide. God, there's an entire fleet of them. Vigil, said March. Record all data from the dark energy overlay. We'll need to take it with us to Antioch Station. Acknowledged, said Vigil. March keyed for a sensor focus on the 3 fighters attacking the shuttle. Each fighter gave off a massive amount of dark energy. A human starship giving off that much dark energy would have been moments away from a cataclysmic reactor failure, but that kind of radiation seemed to be within the range of normal function for a Wasp ship. At last, they were close enough for Vigil to assemble a visual image, and one appeared on March's screen. The heavy fighters had a double hull, joined together by meshes of rigid grayish-green cables, red highlights glowing at random along the entire ship. If the fighters that March had destroyed earlier looked like wasps, these heavier craft looked like 2 wasps joined together by an enormous tumorous growth. Heavy gravitic distortions around those fighters, said Adelaide. I think they have better shielding than the first 5. The laser turrets won't do much against them. No, said March. Even as he looked, one of the turrets on the shuttle rotated and fired. The turret put out a powerful laser beam, more powerful than the Tiger's turrets could generate, but the beam did only minimal damage to the alien fighter. The Wasp starfighter responded with a volley of plasma bolts that hammered into the shuttle's radiation shield. The shuttle had sturdy radiation shields, but the shield had already taken a pounding, and its power level dropped steeply. Too much more of that and they're dead, said Adelaide. March nodded. Configure the turrets for point defense, and start on firing solutions for the plasma cannons and the railgun. It probably would be best to configure for volleys. That gravitic distortion around the Wasp fighters seems to act like a unified radiation and kinetic shield. Which means we can overwhelm them with plasma volleys followed by railgun rounds, said Adelaide. On it. They were close enough to the shuttle for real-time communication with a lag of only a few seconds. March tapped some commands into the communications panel. Shuttle SC-9, this is the Tiger, said March. We're beginning an attack run. Thank you, Tiger, said Donaghy. Be advised that we just lost power to weapons. I'm afraid we won't be much use in the fight. Acknowledged, said March. After we take out the Wasp fighters, I think we had better dock and evacuate your shuttle. Doesn't look like you're going much farther. The 3 Wasp fighters broke off their attack on the shuttle and turned towards the Tiger. No, said Donaghy. We've only got 3 people on board, myself and 2 passengers. I will start evacuation procedures. Good luck, Captain March. You too, Captain Donaghy, said March, and he turned his full attention to the tactical display. The 3 double-hulled Wasp ships came at the Tiger in a chevron formation. The sensors detected radiation spikes as the fighters built up power for plasma cannon fire. No missile locks, said Adelaide. They must have expended all of their missiles on the shuttle, said March. Those things can take a pounding. His eyes flicked over the available firing solutions. Okay. Plasma volleys followed by railgun rounds. Ready, said Adelaide. March gripped the flight yoke and sent the Tiger into a wild evasive pattern as the 3 Wasp starfighters began shooting. Plasma bolts burst from their double hulls, and the sensors reported that the bolts were more powerful than the Tiger's guns. Fortunately, the Tiger was faster and more maneuverable than the heavy fighters. March banked the Tiger hard to port, the ship spinning, and turned onto an approach vector at the nearest fighter. One of the firing solutions flashed green across his display, and March squeezed the triggers. A volley of plasma bolts slammed into the fighter, their energy dissipated by the gravitic distortion. A half-second later, the Tiger shuddered as the railgun spat its round, and the tungsten rod punched through the weakened distortion and drilled through the fighter's starboard hull. March wondered if the fighter could keep functioning with one of its hulls destroyed, but evidently the rod had struck at the right angle. The fighter split apart in a spray of organic debris and frozen liquid. The other 2 fighters scattered, trying to encircle the Tiger. The radiation shield registered a hit, and March realized that the fighters had rear-mounted laser turrets. Likely they would try to orbit the Tiger and hammer at the radiation shield until it collapsed. Cut power to the kinetic shield, said March, and put it into the ion thrusters and the radiation shield. Got it, said Adelaide. March spun the ship, moving faster than the nearest humanity fighter could turn. For about a second and a half, the fighter was right in front of the Tiger's bow, and that was all the time March and the ship needed. He squeezed the firing triggers, and a volley of plasma bolts slammed into the fighter, followed by the railgun shot. This time, the railgun hit the mass of organic tendrils between the fighter's hulls, and the force of the kinetic impact ripped the starfighter apart. March rolled the Tiger as the final starfighter came at the ship, plasma cannons firing. 2 bolts hit the ship, but Adelaide had reinforced the radiation shield, and none of the deadly shots hit the ship's armor. March twisted the Tiger out of the fighter's line of fire, banked, and took an attack vector at the Wasp ship. He squeezed the triggers, and the Tiger's armament reduced the Wasp starfighter to drifting organic debris. Good shooting, said Adelaide. Thanks, said March. Now let's pick up some passengers and get the hell out of here. We should probably do that sooner rather than later, said Adelaide. That scout ship we saw earlier has decided to follow us. We've got about 5 minutes until it gets into weapons range, and if that dark energy filter vigil applied to the sensors is accurate, we have several more humanity ships closing on us. Then we'll hurry, said March. He tapped the communication panel. Shuttle SC-9, please respond. This is Donaghy, came the response. That was some good shooting, Captain March. Thanks, said March. What's your status? Our dark matter reactor is offline, which doesn't matter because the hyperdrive has been physically destroyed, said Donaghy. Our weapons are offline, and half the ion thrusters are down. Fusion drive is only operating at half capacity. Right, said March. There are 3 of you on board. That's correct. It's time to dock and take you and your passengers on board, said March. There's a Humanity scout ship approaching, and it will be in firing range in another 4.5 minutes. He glanced at the sensors. And I see dozens of Humanity ships in the system. We need to get out of here. There was a brief startled pause. You can detect the alien ships? Yeah, said March. I'll be happy to give you the details once we get out of here. Where should I dock? Is your ship a Mercator Foundry Yards Class 12 freighter? Said Donaghy. Class 9, said March. I've got an airlock in the stern cargo ramp and the ventral entrance. The tactical display flashed as Donaghy sent telemetry information. Our stern airlock. Dock there, and we'll be waiting for you. Acknowledged, said March, sending the Tiger toward the shuttle. He fired the ion thrusters, maneuvering the ship to match the shuttle's vector. ETA in 70 seconds. Be ready to move. We need to get the hell out of here. See you in person soon, said Donaghy, and he ended the transmission. Vigil, said March, not looking up from his displays. Update our hyperspace jump calculation from the shuttle's location. Calculations underway, announced the pseudo-intelligence. Recalculating will take 2 minutes and 47 seconds. That'll give us 37 seconds to get to hyperspace before the scout ship gets into firing range, said Adelaide. Yeah, said March. The timing would be tight. Someone would need to let Donaghy and his 2 passengers into the ship, and someone would also need to release the Tiger from the shuttle's airlock and activate the hyperdrive. March thought about sending Adelaide to greet Donaghy and his passengers, but rejected the idea at once. If this turned out to be a trick, if Donaghy was a pirate who had stolen a Royal Kalaskuran Navy shuttle, then March would be better equipped to deal with hostile boarders. Can you handle undocking the ship and jumping to hyperspace? Yes, said Adelaide. March nodded and adjusted the Tiger's vector again, maneuvering to turn the Tiger's stern towards the shuttle's airlock. How do you know how to do that? I am a qualified starship pilot, you know, said Adelaide. She flashed a quick grin at him. Also, I had a lot of time to kill on Rust Belt Station. I spent some of that time reading the Tiger's technical manual. The smile faded. Bishop and I weren't sure if you were going to wake up or not, and it seemed like a good idea to know how to fly the Tiger. It's paying off now, said March. Between his altered genetics, his remaining machinist nanotech and implants, and the first aid nanobots that Adelaide and Bishop had applied to his wounds, March had healed much faster from his stab wounds than nature would have allowed. Nevertheless, they still ached damnably. As soon as I tell you it's clear, undock and go to hyperspace. We can't stay here. What about all the people on Vesper's world? Said Adelaide. We'll head to Antioch Station as fast as the Tiger can manage, said March. We'll inform the Royal Kalaskuran Navy, and they can respond. But in truth, he thought it was too late. The dark energy detectors had picked up nearly 60 Humanity starships in the Vesper system, all of them converging on Vesper's world. Most of the ships were about the size of the scout ship, but a couple of them were the size of major capital starships, and one of them was huge. All they'll be able to do is avenge the colonists, said Adelaide, in a quiet voice as March eased the Tiger towards the shuttle's airlock. I think the biggest ship is a Humanity nest ship. Nest ship, said March, eyes on the radar screen and telemetry information as he eased the Tiger the last few meters to the shuttle. It's where the Humanity Queens will be, said Adelaide. It's like, I guess it's like a combination of a colony ship and a seed. It will land on Vesper's world and start growing new wasps and various biological machines for terraforming the planet to wasp preferences. With a shiver and a clang, the Tiger's cargo airlock docked with the shuttle's stern airlock. "All right," said March, jumping out of the pilot's acceleration chair. "Ready." "Ready when you are," said Adelaide, taking control of the ship from her console. March nodded and ran into the dorsal corridor. He stopped in the armory long enough to grab a plasma pistol and gun belt, and he wound it around his waist as he ran to the cargo bay ladder. If this was a trap, if Alex Donaghy and his friends were not naval officers but hijackers, March wanted to be ready for them. He slid down the ladder and into the cargo bay, which was empty at the moment, making it seem cavernous and vast. The Tiger's only passenger was Dr. Adelaide Tarrant, and the only cargo was the relics she had found on Xenostas, which were currently locked in the ship's strong room. That was something he wasn't going to mention to the rescued naval officers. March didn't know how many officers in the Royal Navy knew about the machinist's Wraith devices and the relics of the Great Elder Ones, but he was willing to bet that most of those officers had flag ranks. March came to a stop in front of the cargo ramp's built-in airlock. He checked that the seals were green and that no biological or nanotech contaminants had been detected. One last check to make sure that his pistol was ready in its holster, and he triggered the door. The outer door cycled, and then the inner door, and a gust of hot air came from the shuttle and into the Tiger's cargo bay. The smell of smoke followed. The shuttle had indeed taken damage. "Captain March," came Donaghy's voice. "Let's go," said March, stepping back from the airlock. "We need to move. We've got more wasp ships inbound." Clangs came from the smoky room on the shuttle. "We are coming," said Donaghy, and he walked into sight. He was a middle-aged Kalaskaran naval officer, fit but with the slightly thick appearance of a staff officer. He wore a blue naval uniform with a captain's bars and a survival pack slung over his shoulder. That was good. The men had thought to bring vital supplies with them. A half step after him came a young man, no more than his middle 20s, in a crisp blue uniform with the rank insignia of an ensign upon his collar. After them came. March blinked in surprise. The third man wore the rank insignia of a Lord Admiral of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy. He was in late middle age, with a small pot-belly that the cut of his uniform coat could not quite conceal. Nevertheless, his arms were thick from heavy exercise, and muscle corded his neck. The Lord Admiral was balding, his graying black hair cut down to stubble, and he had heavy-lidded brown eyes with dark circles beneath them. March felt the weight of the gaze and the mind behind it. The Lord Admiral was obviously a man accustomed to command. March wondered just what the hell a Lord Admiral was doing on a shuttle in the Vesper system. But he could worry about it later. "That everyone?" said March, stepping to the airlock control panel. "It is," said Donaghy. March hit the airlock control. The door slid shut, and then he keyed the intercom control for the flight cabin. "They're aboard. Let's get out of here." "Acknowledged," said Adelaide. A faint shiver went through the deck as the Tiger pulled away from the shuttle. "Gentlemen, please wait here," said March, turning towards the ladder to the dorsal corridor. "Once we've made it to hyperspace, we can talk more." "Of course," said Donaghy. The Lord Admiral said nothing, his eyes still on March. The young ensign hovered next to the Admiral. Likely he was the flag officer's adjutant. "Sir," said the ensign. "Shouldn't we?" "There's a Wasp scout ship after us," said March, not looking as he ran across the cargo bay. "We're doing an emergency hyperjump to get away, and after that, we can decide what to do next." He glanced back as he scrambled up the ladder. Donaghy and the ensign both looked at the Lord Admiral, and he gave a brief nod. March gave them no further thought as he pulled himself into the dorsal corridor. As he did, a shiver went through the deck, and the corridor lights flickered. The Tiger had just entered hyperspace. They were safe for the moment. March walked into the flight cabin. Adelaide still sat at the co-pilot station, the blue light from the holograms playing across her face. "We've got our new friends on board," said Adelaide, reaching for the hyperdrive power levers. "Yeah," said March. She grasped the levers and tugged, and the hyperdrive cut out. The Tiger returned to normal space in the interstellar void, far from the humanity ships now swarming through the Vesper system. March dropped into the pilot's acceleration chair and keyed for a scan with all sensors at maximum power. That would make the Tiger stand out like a beacon, but he wanted to make sure that none of the Wasps had followed them. They hadn't. The Tiger was utterly alone. "I need to show you something," said March. "We might have another problem." "What is it?" said Adelaide. He brought up the control program for the internal security cameras and opened the live feeds from the cargo bay. Donaghy, the Lord Admiral, and the ensign stood near the cargo airlock. "Do you recognize the man in the Admiral's uniform?" said March. "Admiral?" said Adelaide, startled. She brought up the live feed on her own display and zoomed in. "That's not just an Admiral, that's a Lord Admiral." And her voice trailed off, and then her eyes went wide. "Holy shit," she said. "What?" said March. "Jack, that's Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel," said Adelaide. "You know him?" said March. A memory scratched at his mind. He had read through the records about Adelaide that Censor had sent him, and she had grown up in a small town near Stormreel City on Kalaskar. The Duke of Stormreel was one of the most powerful nobles on Kalaskar, with a large, rich, and well-connected family. "I don't know him personally, but I know of him," said Adelaide. "He's the Lord Admiral of the 7th Fleet. What the hell is he doing on a shuttle in the Vesper system?" "I don't know," said March. "We're about to find out." He thought for a moment. "We had better go to talk to him. Don't mention the relics in the strong room." Adelaide nodded. "Can you tell me anything about him?" "The 1-minute summary, you mean," said Adelaide, getting to her feet. "You did tell me that it's been a long time since you taught undergraduates, so you needed to keep in practice," said March. Adelaide smiled. "Yes, that's right. You remembered." The smile faded. "But Theodoric Stormreel, he's the Lord Admiral of the 7th Fleet. I don't know much about him, only what's common knowledge. But there's a lot of common knowledge about him. He was the youngest son of old Duke Carolus Stormreel. No one expected him to amount to much, and he went into the Navy. But he's—" March waited. "Mad," she said. "Mad and brilliant. And personally unpleasant. Apparently he likes to give odd little psychological tests to his subordinates, and claims those insights let him map a path to victory." "The Royal Navy doesn't like mad and brilliant," said March. "They like officers who follow orders and respect traditions." "Yeah," said Adelaide, "but they also like to win, and Lord Admiral Stormreel has won a lot of battles. He started out commanding a corvette, and he destroyed a Kesrodite raiding force that ought to have wiped out some of the new colonies near the Nova Roma system. He's won battles against the Nunavik, the Pantherics, raiders from the Falcon Republic, and Jack, he was in command at Martell's World. The 7th Fleet was the force that broke the back of the machinists." "I see," said March, his left hand coiling into a fist before he could stop himself. He had his own memories of Martell's World, all of them bad. But the past was done, and Martell's World was ashes. "So what the hell is the Lord Admiral of the 7th Fleet doing on a shuttle with a captain and an ensign?" said March. "And when the humanity are about to destroy Vesper's world," said Adelaide. They looked at each other. "Guess we had better find out," said March. Adelaide nodded, and they stepped into the dorsal corridor. March locked and sealed the door to the flight cabin behind him. He didn't think Lord Admiral Stormreel and Captain Donaghy would try to take over the ship by force, but he'd been wrong before. Given that Stormreel would have the legal authority to commandeer any privateer ship, he wouldn't need force. That was an uneasy thought. March had 20 quantum inducers and the Firestone sitting in the strong room, and he needed to get the relics to Kalaskar before the machinists had a chance to seize them. Of course, perhaps the Wasps wanted a crack at the relics as well. "I wish I had time to fix my hair and put on nicer clothes," said Adelaide. March blinked. "You do?" "My mother would be appalled if she found out I met a Lord Admiral without wearing a nice dress," said Adelaide. "Given that we just rescued him from the Wasps," said March, "I'm sure he'll overlook the lapse." She grinned at him. "It's silly, isn't it, the things we sometimes worry about in a crisis?" The smile faded, and he saw her put her game face back on. "Because this is a crisis." "Yeah," said March. "Let's find out what happens next." Together they walked to the ladder and descended to the cargo bay. Stormreel, Donaghy, and the ensign waited near the cargo airlock. Donaghy looked grim, the ensign appeared flustered, and March wasn't sure. He found it hard to read the admiral. The ensign looked even more flustered, probably from Adelaide's presence. The men of the Royal Navy could go a long time without seeing a woman. "We've escaped," said March without preamble. "The ship's pseudo-intelligence was already calculating an emergency jump when we picked up your distress call. We're just outside the Vesper system, and there aren't any Wasp starships nearby." "Thank you for your assistance, Captain," said Stormreel. His voice was deep but rather nasal. It was not a voice made for delivering rousing speeches. "I believe introductions are in order. You've met my Chief Staff Officer, Captain Alex Donaghy. This is Ensign Daniel Jordan, my adjutant. My name is Theodoric Stormreel, and I am the Lord Admiral of the 7th Fleet of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy. You, I believe, are Captain Jack March." "Who's the girl?" "Adelaide Tarrant," said March. "My co-pilot." "Co-pilot," said Stormreel in a dry voice. March was beginning to see what Adelaide had meant about Stormreel's personal unpleasantness. "And girlfriend," said March. Adelaide blinked, smiled at him, and then her calm mask returned. "I see," said Stormreel. "Do you have a location where we can speak, Captain March? I suspect the 5 of us have a great deal to discuss. The humanity have a nest ship on a vector for Vesper's world, and if we do not act swiftly, 15 million people are going to die in the next week, and many more soon after." 3. The Path to Victory. March led the way up the ladder and to the Tiger's galley. He supposed the Tiger's cramped galley was an inauspicious place to meet with a Lord Admiral of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, but Stormreel did not appear to care. He seated himself at the head of the table. Donaghy sat on the left side, and March and Adelaide sat on the right. Ensign Jordan hovered at the Admiral's elbow. "Ensign," said Stormreel. "Coffee, please. For the 4 of us, and then yourself." "Yes, sir," said Jordan, swallowing as he looked at the kitchen equipment. "Coffee maker's there, mugs are there," said March, pointing. "There's a full pot yet." "Thank you, Captain," said Jordan, and he set to work. "Now," said Stormreel, "we must decide what is to be done." "Yes," said March, wondering what to do about the problem the Lord Admiral's presence had created. As a Lord Admiral of the Royal Navy, Stormreel had the right to take command of any privateer ships and enroll them as part of his force. And if he did that, it could be disastrous. March had a strong room full of relics of the Great Elder Ones, and those artifacts might fall into the wrong hands. There were machinist sympathizers among the Navy, despite the vigilant efforts of the Ministry of Security and the silent order to root them out. For that matter, if Stormreel realized that March and Adelaide were part of the silent order, that could be just as disastrous. Most of the rank and file and junior officers of the Navy were aware of the order's existence, but indifferent to it. Many of the flag officers loathed the order and considered it a distraction from their work of defending the kingdom of Kalaskar. March didn't know what Stormreel thought about the order, and he wished there had been a chance to contact Censor before this meeting. "Now," said Stormreel, as Jordan set cups of coffee upon the table, "before we begin, I wish to satisfy my curiosity on a single point. I am grateful for your timely rescue. By bad luck, our hyperjump deposited us in the middle of that Wasp patrol. Nonetheless, I am curious as to how you found yourself at that point in space." March shrugged. "Luck. We exited hyperspace near a humanity scout ship. We fought our way clear of its fighter screen and were about to jump to the Antioch system when we picked up your distress call." "I see," said Stormreel. "What was your business in the Vesper system?" "I was flying a passenger back to Kalaskar from Rust Belt Station," said March. "And which passenger was this?" said Stormreel. "Dr. Terran," said March. Stormreel's dark gaze turned to Adelaide, who looked back without blinking. "You do seem somewhat familiar." Donaghy snapped his fingers as Jordan returned to his place behind the Lord Admiral. "I remember." "You know her?" said Stormreel. "She's Dr. Adelaide Terran of the Royal University, sir," said Donaghy. "Does those documentaries about alien ruins? My son had to watch some of them in school." "Well," said Adelaide, "I hope he didn't suffer too much." "No, he really liked them," said Donaghy. "He almost failed math, but he did pass history, and—" Stormreel cleared his throat, and Donaghy abandoned his monologue. "So the girl is Dr. Adelaide Terran of the Royal University?" said Stormreel, looking at March. "She's sitting right in front of you," said Adelaide, "and yes, she is." "I see," said Stormreel. "You initially identified her as your co-pilot and girlfriend, and she is also your passenger. A curious story." "It's not," said March. "I was at Rust Belt Station on unrelated business. Dr. Terran's ship was attacked by pirates seeking some relics from an archaeological dig. Her ship was disabled, and she sent her crew and graduate students back to Kalaskar via Starliner, and hired me to take her and the relics. To draw the attention of any malefactors away from the crew and graduate students," said Stormreel, tapping the tips of his fingers together. "That was my hope, yes," said Adelaide. "I wasn't expecting to fly into a Wasp fleet on the way home, though." Stormreel closed his eyes for a few seconds, opened them again. "When the girl hired you, did she agree to become your girlfriend as part of the contract?" Adelaide frowned, and March felt his temper start to slip. He was beginning to see why Theodoric Stormreel was not a popular man. "These questions are a waste of time," said March. 1. There are dozens of humanity ships in the Vesper system. I suggest you decide what you want to do next, rather than wasting time with irrelevant questions. 2. We just saved your lives. If we had jumped to hyperspace rather than come to your help, no one would have blamed us, and you would be dead." "Do not use that tone with the Lord Admiral," said Jordan, his face darkening. "That's all right, Ensign," said Stormreel. "Honesty is preferable to deception, and Captain March strikes me as a very blunt man. Captain Donaghy, Ensign Jordan, please wait outside. I need some words alone with Captain March and the girl." "Sir," said Donaghy, giving March's gloved hand a wary look. "Is that wise?" "Is it safe, you mean?" said Stormreel. "Everyone on this ship and in the Vesper system is in a considerable amount of danger, but unless I miss my guess, I am in no physical danger from Captain March. I expect our conversation shall take about 20 minutes. Please return then, if I do not summon you first." "Sir," said Donaghy, getting to his feet. He gestured to Jordan, and they both exited the galley, leaving March and Adelaide alone with the Lord Admiral. "Now," said Stormreel once the door had slid shut. "To return to business, Captain March, you and the girl." "Stop," said March. Stormreel blinked, and Adelaide gave him an alarmed look. "Jack," she said. It's... You're going to call her Dr. Terran or Professor Terran, said March. Or, said Stormreel. March just stared at him. Stormreel raised his eyebrows. You are aware that threatening a Lord Admiral of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy carries serious criminal penalties. I never make threats, said March. Just promises. He stared at the Lord Admiral. The Lord Admiral stared back, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. I see, he said. Excellent. Oh, for God's sake, said Adelaide. That was a test, wasn't it? A test, said March. Dr. Terran is correct, said Stormreel. I fear my reputation has spread to even the civilians of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. March frowned. There are Eumenides swarming through the Vesper system. You don't know why we're here. I don't know why you're here, and you're wasting time with games. It is not a waste of time, Captain March, said Stormreel. He leaned forward. Do you know how to win a battle? You shoot your enemy until he stops moving, said March. That's one way, said Stormreel. That's one tactic. There are 1,000 such tactics. But tactics are only a means to an end. A method of reaching a goal, as it were. To win a battle, a leader must be absolutely sure of two things. First, he must be utterly certain of his goal. Second, he must understand the nature of the men under his command. I believe I now understand your nature, Captain March. Sun Tzu, said Adelaide. What, said March. He was a philosopher on primeval Earth, said Adelaide. He said that a general who understands himself and his enemy will win every battle. A general who understands himself but fails to understand the enemy might lose or might win. And a general who understands neither himself nor his enemy will lose every fight. Precisely so, Dr. Terran, said Stormreel. March frowned. You were insulting to Dr. Terran, and based on our reactions, you know all about us. That seems unlikely. To paraphrase another writer of primeval Earth, a properly trained mind ought to be able to infer the existence of a waterfall from a single drop of water, said Stormreel. But in this case, it was simply the final piece of the mosaic. I already know a great deal about you, Jack March, Alpha Operative of the Silent Order. March said nothing. Don't bother denying it, said Stormreel. Former machinist iron hands who become privateers are something of a rarity. And how did you find that out, said March. I am the Lord Admiral of the 7th Fleet of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, said Stormreel. Censor told me when I asked him. I see, said March. Some of the Navy's flag officers were on better terms with the Silent Order than others. Was Stormreel one of them? And you, Dr. Terran, said Stormreel, are a beta operative of the Silent Order, in a long-term position at the Royal University of Kalaskar. Most recently, you came to my attention when you exposed and discredited Lloyd Hoffman. Ah. Adelaide grimaced. If you know I was involved in that, then I didn't do as good a job as I thought. You did a superb job, said Stormreel. I only know about it because I asked Censor. Who's Lloyd Hoffman, said March. He was an executive of an arms manufacturer on Kalaskar, said Adelaide. Made a lot of donations to the university, but he was also a machinist agent. Funded pro-machinist groups and kept sabotaging weapons plants. The last time, 11 people died, so Censor told me to take care of him. She smiled. He gave a talk at the university, so I arranged for his slideshow to accidentally display some of his encrypted messages with machinist cells. The Ministry of Security took care of the rest. It was neatly done, said Stormreel. I spoke with Censor before the 7th Fleet left Kalaskar, and he said there was a chance I might encounter the two of you. He reached into a pocket of his uniform jacket and drew out a thumb drive. In fact, he prepared orders for you for just such a contingency. May I? March frowned. There's a data port under the display on the wall. Stormreel rose and plugged the thumb drive into the port. The display flashed, and a series of authentication codes scrolled across the screen. March recognized them as valid silent order identification codes. The speakers below the display crackled, and the familiar voice of Sensor, head of the silent order, filled March's ears. "Hello, Captain March," said the dry voice. "I am recording this message approximately 6 hours before you leave for Rusterl." That had been several months ago. There are several contingent operations underway in systems beyond the reach of the Tachyon entanglement communication relays, and it is possible that critical situations may arise before you can receive orders from me. Consequently, I have seen fit to record this message and provide you with authenticated orders. Should you receive this message, you and any silent order operatives traveling with you are to follow the orders of Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel of the 7th Fleet. There is a remote possibility of a substantial alien attack in the Vesper system, and an even more remote possibility that you will be present in the Vesper system for that attack. Therefore, if Lord Admiral Stormreel plays you this message, you and any other operatives with you are to follow his instructions for the duration of the crisis. I am not in the habit of assigning silent order operatives to the command of Navy officers, but Lord Admiral Stormreel understands the mission of the silent order in the way that many other flag officers do not. Good luck, Captain March. The message ended. March had no doubt it was legitimate. The software for faking a voice recording had been available for tens of thousands of years, but combined with the authentication codes, it was beyond all doubt a message from Sensor. The head of the silent order did believe in being prepared for any contingencies. March had set out on his mission to Rusterl months ago, and Adelaide would have just been departing for Xenostas then. Sensor must have realized that the machinists would come for Adelaide on her journey back to Kalaskar, that March might be the Alpha operative sent to escort her. A remote possibility, true, but Sensor did believe in being prepared. He wondered how Sensor would react once he realized that March and Adelaide had slept together. "Satisfactory," said Stormreel, retrieving his thumb drive and seating himself once more. "It's legitimate," said Adelaide. Stormreel took a sip of his coffee. "Yes," said March. "A question." "As you wish," said Stormreel. "Why the game then?" said March. "Why try to irritate us? You kept calling Dr. Terran girl just to see how we would react." "In point of fact, I wanted to see how you would react," said Stormreel. "Based on the downfall of Lloyd Hoffman, I already understand Dr. Terran." "You had those orders the entire time," said March. "You didn't need to bother with the game." Stormreel leaned forward, his dark eyes unblinking. "I already told you. To achieve victory, a warrior must understand his goal, and he must understand those under his command. Do you not yet understand, Captain March? Some commanders think that proper tactics win battles, or that better training is the path to victory. Others will say that superior weapons technology is the key, or perhaps better strategic doctrine. No. All these things are tools. Useful tools, yes. Vital ones, even. But what use is a pistol if a man is unwilling to pull the trigger?" March supposed it was a rhetorical question, but Adelaide answered anyway. One of the perils of working in a university, he supposed. "Useless," said Adelaide. "Yes," said Stormreel. "The tools are important, but they are less important than the men who use them. That, Captain March, is what wins victory. Not the weapons, but the men that use them. And to follow the path to victory, a commander must understand the nature of the men he leads." He leaned back. "And now I understand you sufficiently." "From a single conversation," said March. "I did read the file Sensor sent me," said Stormreel. His smile was cold. "But as you can imagine, I am not a popular man, Captain March. My methods are frequently questioned. But the purpose of my methods is to obtain victory. And we can yet claim victory in the Vesper system. All right, said March. That's the point, isn't it? Not this game, whatever the hell it is. There are 15 million people on Vesper's world, and there's a Wasp nest ship heading straight for them. But you think you have a way to save them. I do not think I have a way to save them, said Stormreel. I know that I have a way to save them. Unfortunately, the humanity moved faster than even our most pessimistic estimates. I intended to enter the Vesper system in secrecy to prepare for their arrival, only to find that they were already here. Had you not arrived when you did, the fighters would have destroyed my shuttle, and Vesper's world and its colonists would be doomed. Then what's this plan, said March. How can you stop the humanity? Will you help me, said Stormreel. You don't need to ask our help, said Adelaide. You're the Lord Admiral of the 7th Fleet. You can order it. You can even deputize the Tiger into the 7th Fleet. You don't need our permission for anything. Nevertheless, said Stormreel, I would rather have your willing cooperation than your coerced compliance. March and Adelaide looked at each other. He thought of Martel's world, of the billions of people who had died there beneath the machinist bombardment. He remembered the 10 million people who had almost died in Rykov City on Rusterl, when Simon Laurie's fission bomb had almost destroyed the city. You're the Alpha operative, Jack, said Adelaide. I'll do whatever you decide. March inclined his head. Then we'll help you. Willingly. If you have a way to save Vesper's world. I do, said Stormreel. What is it, said March. I'll have to keep it to myself for reasons of operational security, said Stormreel. In our current circumstances, our need for operational security is rather more urgent than usual for a military operation. Based on the historical accounts, the humanity have biotechnology capable of dissecting a human brain and uploading its contents into the gestalt of their consciousness. That, as you can imagine, would be disastrous. Dr. Terran, if you could kindly request that Captain Donaghy and Ensign Jordan rejoin us, I believe we are ready to begin. Be right back, said Adelaide. She looked at March, squeezed his metal hand under the table, and then got to her feet and disappeared through the galley door. Though fate may have worked to our advantage, said Stormreel in a quiet voice. A former Iron Hand turned an Alpha operative of the Silent Order. Yes, Captain March, you may be exactly what I need. Though one thing puzzles me. What, said March. He was already tired of this strange man and his odd games, but Stormreel was the Lord Admiral of the 7th Fleet. And if his reputation had any foundation in truth, and he really did have a plan to save Vesper's world from the humanity. Your relationship with Dr. Terran, said Stormreel. Is that not a liability for an Alpha operative? March was spared the need to answer by the door sliding open. Adelaide returned and sat next to him. Donaghy took his previous place at the table, and Ensign Jordan resumed his nervous hovering behind the Admiral. I am pleased that Captain March and Dr. Terran have promised their full cooperation, said Stormreel. We can now turn our attention to the defeat of the enemy. Sir, said Donaghy. A question. Yes, said Stormreel. Just what the hell were those things, sir, said Donaghy. March blinked. Donaghy didn't know. Perhaps that wasn't surprising. March hadn't realized what the humanity ships were until Adelaide had recognized them. Yet Stormreel had come here for the express purpose of dealing with the humanity. Clearly, he had not bothered to share that fact with Donaghy. You don't know, said Adelaide. The tactical computer identified them as humanity, said Donaghy, but it took the computer a while to dig the information out of archival storage. I've never seen ships like that before. They're the ones who destroyed the 4th Terran Empire thousands of years ago, said Adelaide. The 4th Terran Empire, said Donaghy, but a flicker of recognition went over his face. "Like in the song, sir," said Jordan. "From primary school?" "The song," said Donaghy. To March's astonishment, Adelaide began to sing. 5 Terran empires, and they all fell. Learn their fates and verses well, sang Adelaide. The first empire fought the sons of Kesrid, and the empire fell at Mandard. Jordan joined in. The second empire fought the Pantherix horde, and the empire lost its power stored. Donaghy's blinked, and he joined the song. The third empire created AI, and the AI wanted to see billions die. The fourth empire fought the Wasp phalanx, and the new emperor rose from the ranks. The fifth empire fought itself in war, and Kalaskar was founded forevermore. The song ended. Adelaide and Donaghy looked amused. Jordan seemed only bashful. March blinked. "What the hell was that?" "You wouldn't have learned it," said Stormreel. "It's a song taught to Kalaskaran schoolchildren about the ancient history of mankind and the founding of the kingdom of Kalaskar. There have been 5 Terran empires since mankind left primeval Earth 100,000 years ago, and every one of them was destroyed, whether from external enemies like the Pantherix or by enemies of their own creation, such as transcendent AI or the Kesrodite fanatics. The humanity, or the Wasps as they are colloquially known, were one such external threat." "They're an alien race, sir," said Donaghy. "Yes," said Stormreel. "Very little definitive was ever learned about them. They are sapient and possess incredibly advanced biotechnology. Their weapons and ships are a match for our own, and were a match for the forces of the Fourth Empire, and every piece of Wasp technology is grown organically. They have an incredible ability to rewrite their DNA for custom applications, and frequently assimilate the DNA of conquered ecosystems into their own, allowing them to grow new kinds of vehicles and weapons. We do not think they have a hive mind in the same way as the final consciousness, dark memories flick through Macha's mind, but they appear to share a single telepathic gestalt that allows them to communicate instantly through hyperspace. Most importantly, unlike nearly every other alien race that mankind has encountered in the last 100,000 years, the Wasps have absolutely no interest in negotiation. Indeed, they may not even have the ability to negotiate. They act like a horde of locusts, moving from planet to planet and consuming all the native life. Based on the fragmentary records from the Fourth Empire, the Wasps have destroyed and devoured hundreds of alien races and caused unimaginable devastation before they were defeated. He tapped his fingers on the table. And now it seems a Wasp nest ship has chosen Vesper's world as its latest target. "What is a nest ship?" said March. "Like a colony ship, I assume." "Yes," said Stormreel. "In a sense. It is also quite a bit more. I need to use the wall display again." March gestured at the screen, and Stormreel stood, plugged another thumb drive into the data port, and tapped the controls. Jordan hovered behind him, looking anxious to help, but the Admiral needed no assistance. March wondered how many flag officers needed their hands held for simple tasks, but put the thought aside as unproductive. The wall screen flickered, and an image appeared of a strange oval-shaped starship. It was obviously a Wasp ship, its hull the same grayish-green color as the starfighters, and adorned with those glowing red highlights. The ship looked like a giant organic creature, and again March felt an instinctual revulsion to its appearance. The nest ship made him think of a giant poisonous insect, the sort of thing that would crawl out of the mouth of a bloated, rotting corpse. "That scale," said Adelaide, looking at some of the metadata displayed on the corner of the screen. "Is that accurate?" "It is," said Stormreel. "This is an image of the Humanity nest ship from the Fourth Empire. The vessel in this image is just over 73 kilometers long." "That's like a good-sized asteroid," said Adelaide. "If their technology is entirely organic-based, how do they even build an organic ship that large? It would take the larger part of the biomass from a habitable planet to provide that much material." "It would," said Stormreel. "Which is the point of the attack on Vesper's world, I suppose." The nest ship will act as a colony ship, a seed, a troop carrier, and a terraforming apparatus. When it lands on Vesper's world, it will immediately release vast quantities of spores, designed to convert all animal and plant life into a humanity ecosystem. The humanity themselves will capture the individual colonists, kill them, and use their bodies as protein to help fuel the process. The ship itself will function as a colossal terraforming engine and start converting the planet's climate to one more amenable to the humanity. As for how the nest ship became so large, no doubt you observed the large quantity of dark energy the Wasp fighters radiated. It appears to be part of their metabolic process. Through some unknown means, the Wasps continuously tap dark energy radiation drawn from hyperspace. That is what allows them to grow new technology and equipment so quickly. Dark energy, said March. Before we rescued you, Dr. Terran worked out how to detect the dark energy signature of the Wasp starships. Did she? Said Donaghy, raising his eyebrows. He looked to the Admiral. Sir, that could be incredibly valuable, if we can get that information to the 7th Fleet. Dark energy radiation sensors aren't limited by the speed of light. If the fleet can scan the Vesper system, we'll have a huge advantage over the Wasps. Captain March, said Stormreel. Vigil, called March. Please show the final dark energy scan from the Vesper system before we entered hyperspace. Acknowledged, said Vigil. The screen flickered, and the sensor data appeared. March got to his feet and scrutinized it. Usually, the ship's dark energy sensors scanned for the distinctive trace of the dark matter reactors that powered hyperdrives. The humanity starships had a radically different radiation signature, and it took March a minute to sort through it. 68, said March at last. It looks like there are 68 starships of capital ship size in the Vesper system. Most of them look like corvettes and frigates, said Donaghy. Probably like the scout ship that shot at us when we dropped out of hyperspace, said Adelaide. Almost certainly, said Stormreel. According to the records of the Fourth Empire, Wasp nest ships were always surrounded by a screen of scout ships, and both the nest ship and the scout ship could grow new starfighters as necessary. He pointed at the screen. And almost certainly, that is the nest ship. March considered the image on the screen. He tapped the display, zooming into the radiation readout. God, said Donaghy. That's from a ship at least 50 kilometers long. March grunted. Based on this vector information, it's going to reach Vesper's world in another 6 days. Unless it jumps to hyperspace to cover some of the intra-system distance. It most likely will not, said Stormreel. The accounts of the Fourth Empire say that nest ships always proceeded at sub-light speeds towards their target worlds once they arrived in a solar system. Given the enormous quantity of dark energy it takes to move a ship of that mass into hyperspace, we can assume the Wasp nest ship will not enter hyperspace for any reason other than an emergency. March frowned. Do you have the entire 7th Fleet nearby? No, said Stormreel. The Ronsfals is waiting at fixed coordinates a short distance outside the system, accompanied by 2 cruisers, 2 destroyers, and 4 corvettes. The rest of the fleet is currently on patrol through the outlying systems, watching for machinist incursions. Those scout ships have at least the firepower of a corvette, said March, and the Wasps have over 60 of them. You don't have the forces to stop the Wasps. He looked at the dark energy signature of the nest ship again. And that doesn't even account for the armaments of the nest ship itself. The nest ship itself has limited armaments, said Stormreel. Its sheer size provides an excellent defense. It can also grow vast quantities of starfighters to defend itself. Then how are you going to achieve victory with only 9 capital starships, said March. 9, murmured Stormreel, looking at the display. We also have the Tiger. The Tiger isn't a capital warship, said March. It is not, said Stormreel, but it may be exactly what I require. What do you mean, said March. Both Donaghy and Jordan frowned. One did not question a Lord Admiral of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, but then most flag officers did not act like Theodoric Stormreel. The gravitic shielding of the Wasp ships can be overcome, said Stormreel. It is powerful, yes, and acts as a unified shielding system against both kinetic and energy-based attacks, something that human scientists have never been able to construct. The gravitic shielding isn't the problem, said March. It's the number of ships. If you launch Ronsfals and its task force at the nest ship, you still wouldn't be able to destroy it. The ship would hold out until its escorts arrived to destroy your capital warships. You are entirely correct, Captain March, said Stormreel. A conventional attack on the nest ship would fail badly. However, the reliance the humanity place upon biotechnology carries its own weakness. And what weakness is that, said March. Induced genetic mutation, said Stormreel. Specifically, genetic errors introduced via the radiation of multiple neutron bomb explosions. As you have observed, a Wasp starship can heal itself at a terrifying rate and grow new starfighters and weapon emplacements swiftly. But that kind of organic growth has a weakness. Specifically, their DNA is networked. Any errors introduced into the Wasp DNA multiply at an exponential rate. An aggressive cancer, for instance, might take a year to kill a human. But for the humanity. It's a weakness, said Adelaide. The neutron bombs would kill off a substantial portion of their organic technology. Their healing mechanisms would kick into overdrive to repair the damage, but the radiation from the bombs would have damaged the DNA. They would grow new cells to repair the damage, but their cells would contain coding errors. And the Wasp starship would destroy itself in short order, said Stormreel. For that matter, the nest ship and its queens act as the central genetic repository for the attached scout ships and starfighters. Any genetic coding errors introduced into the nest ship will spread to the rest of the fleet. Their gravitic shielding is more than strong enough to repel the radiation from a neutron bomb blast, said March. Yes, said Stormreel. Which is why we are going to obtain a piece of equipment that will neutralize that advantage. March blinked. That's why you were traveling alone on the shuttle, wasn't it? To pick up that piece of equipment. You guessed correctly, said Stormreel. The Admiralty suspected that this was coming for some time. Consequently, we have been preparing to face the Wasp threat. One of those preparations was to obtain a device that would prove of use against the humanity. You know as well as I do that the machinists would take swift advantage of any perceived weakness in the kingdom of Kalaskar. March nodded. The device was smuggled in greatest secrecy to Vesper Station and secured there. My shuttle was to take me there under the guise of a surprise inspection of the station's defense procedures. I would take the device, return to the 7th Fleet, and prepare for the strike against the humanity. Unfortunately, we arrived in the Vesper system and promptly flew into a Wasp patrol, and you know the rest. All right, said March. That's what you want from us. You want us to take you to Vesper Station, find the device, and take you back to the 7th Fleet. That is correct, Captain March, said Stormreel. And the sooner we depart, the better. March hesitated. Stormreel was entirely within his legal rights to commandeer the Tiger and order March to take him to Vesper Station. For that matter, Censor had ordered him to cooperate with the Lord Admiral. Yet Stormreel was trying to obtain March's voluntary cooperation, rather than simply threatening him with prosecution. But March also had a strong room full of relics of the Great Elder Ones, and if the Tiger was destroyed, the machinists might find those devices. But there were 15 million people on Vesper's world. Yes, said March. We'll head for Vesper Station at once. Very good, said Stormreel. Captain March, I will need a word alone with you before we depart. March nodded and looked at Adelaide. Can you get the ship started on a hyperspace calculation for Vesper Station? I'm on it, said Adelaide, getting to her feet. I'll get started on the pre-jump checklist too. Thanks, said March. She grinned at him and disappeared through the door into the dorsal corridor. "I like your girlfriend, Captain March," said Donaghy. "I haven't met many women who could fly a Mercator Foundry Yards blockade runner." "It comes in handy," said March. "Captain Ensign, give us a moment, please," said Stormreel. Donaghy and Jordan dutifully filed into the corridor. March and Stormreel looked at each other. "Tell me, Captain," said Stormreel. "What do you know about the Great Elder Ones?" March let out a long breath. "More than I ever wanted." Stormreel smiled. "Am I cleared to know about them? Is that what you mean?" "I will spare you the mystery. The Great Elder Ones were an ancient and malevolent alien race that ruled most of this region of space, long before humans left primeval Earth. They were defeated and driven back to their own universe long ago, but they left behind some of their technology, and the hive mind of the Machinists and their Wraith device project is based upon the technology of the Great Elder Ones." "I see," said March. "You do read Censor's reports, don't you?" "With great interest," said Stormreel. "And that leads me to a deduction. You have some of the relics of the Great Elder Ones locked in your ship's strong room, do you not? Dr. Taryn is an archaeologist, and likely she stumbled across them without realizing it. It would also explain why you are traveling alone with her aboard your ship." March said nothing, thinking about his answer. "It is absolutely imperative," he said at last, "that the Machinists do not capture this ship. Or destroy it. If they blow up the Tiger and kill us all, they'll still be able to sift the cargo out of the wreckage." He frowned as a thought occurred to him. "Do you think the Wasps could be interested in the relics of the Great Elder Ones?" "I don't know," said Stormreel. "There are no accounts of them using anything other than their own organic technology, but the records are incomplete. And perhaps the relics of the Great Elder Ones offer power they would not turn down. However, the question is moot if we destroy their nest ship." "The path to victory," said March. Stormreel's smile was hard and mirthless. "Yes. It forgives nearly all sins committed in its pursuit, does it not?" The intercom chimed before March had to answer. "Jack," came Adelaide's voice. "Yeah," said March. "I think we're about ready," said Adelaide. "I'm on my way," said March. He nodded to the Admiral and left the galley. 4. Vesper Station. The door to the flight cabin closed behind March, and he locked it. He wanted to talk to Adelaide alone. March stepped towards the pilot's acceleration chair and paused for just a second. Adelaide sat in the co-pilot's acceleration chair, her fingers working over the controls. The blue glow from the holographic displays played over her face, her eyes intent on the navigation screen. He was struck by how beautiful she looked sitting there, and he was gripped by the urge to draw closer and kiss her. Sentimental. He was getting sentimental. "A liability," said Stormreel in his memory. March pushed the thought from his mind and sat at the pilot station. "What did the Admiral want?" said Adelaide. "He deduced that we have relics of the Great Elder Ones," said March. "That's just swell," said Adelaide. She hesitated. "Well, maybe that isn't a problem. Censor trusted him enough to give him that blanket order." "He did," said March, checking the engine status. Adelaide had completed the pre-hyperspace checklist, and Vigil was finishing the navigational calculation to take them to the Vesper system. "Did Censor ever talk to you about Stormreel? Tell you what he thinks of the man?" "Never," said Adelaide. "Do you want to know what I think?" "Yes," said March. "I do. Very much." "Oh, good. Glad I'm not just a pretty face to you then," said Adelaide, but she grinned as she said it. March smiled back. The expression still felt strange to him. No law says you can't have a pretty face and a sharp mind. I suppose not, said Adelaide. She took a deep breath. I think we ought to trust him. He has a reputation for being an asshole. There's a goddamn mystery, said March. But I think he knows what he's doing, said Adelaide. He's won a lot of battles for Kalaskar. And God, there are 15 million people on Vesper's world, and they're all going to die if that nest ship gets there. If we have a chance to save them, I think it's worth it. Yeah, said March. He thought of Martel's world once more, of watching the planet burn as the fleeing machinist ships unleashed their bombardment. Hyperspace calculation complete, announced Vigil. March checked the calculation on his display. They were septillions of kilometers from Vesper Station, but the hyperspace jump would take about 8 minutes. The terminus point would put them 10,000 kilometers from Vesper Station, as close as they could jump to Vesper's world itself, without the planet's gravity well causing the hyperspace tunnel to collapse. March brought up the data from the dark energy scan and superimposed it over the hyperspace calculation. You think we might encounter any humanity ships near Vesper Station, said Adelaide. We might, said March. Some of those scout ships were close to the planet itself. And the planet's gravity well might throw off the dark energy sensors. He let out a breath. We'll just have to find out when we get there. He looked at her. Start on the weapons and shield checklist when we go to hyperspace. We might need to fight as soon as we reach Vesper Station. Right, said Adelaide, turning her attention to her displays. March took one last look at the system status and grasped the power levers for the hyperdrive. The drive activated, opening a hyperspace tunnel in front of the ship, and the Tiger left normal space. March looked at the engine status displays, but everything was green. The dark matter reactor was functioning, there were no power spikes in the hyperdrive, and the resonator coils were generating a proper repulsion field. He looked at Adelaide's displays and saw that she was working on the checklists for the shield generators. I'll take the weapons if you finish up the shields, said March. Sounds good, said Adelaide. Jack. This device of Stormreel's, the one we need to pick up on Vesper Station. What do you think it is? Hell if I know, said March. Some kind of weapon system probably. Something classified. Else he would have been willing to talk about it in front of Donaghy and Jordan. He blew out a long breath. Probably something we're not supposed to know about. But we already know about the Great Elder Ones and the Wraith Project. Guess we're going to find out about a classified weapon system. That's because Stormreel doesn't have any other choice, said Adelaide. Those wasps would have destroyed his shuttle and killed him if we hadn't come along. And the Admiral knows he needs our help to do this. Else he wouldn't have made such an effort to get you on his side voluntarily. Wondered why he bothered, said March. He could have just ordered us. Yeah, but you're stubborn, said Adelaide. March blinked at her. You are. That's not a bad thing. Stormreel's not stupid. He knows you'll be more useful to him if you cooperate willingly, rather than if he orders you to do it. I hope that device of his is worth it, said March. Speaking of that, said Adelaide. Maybe you should call him up here. We're almost to Vesper Station, and if they're locked down because of the wasps, we might need his authority before they let us dock. That's a good idea, said March, hitting the intercom switch. Admiral. Captain March. Came Stormreel's cold voice. We're approaching Vesper Station in a few minutes, said March. We might need your rank to allow us to land. Acknowledged, said Stormreel. March unlocked the door to the flight cabin, and a moment later it hissed open. Stormreel, Donaghy, and Jordan came inside. The Lord Admiral seated himself at the tactical station, Donaghy at the engineers, and Jordan hovered nervously near the door. He was good at hovering nervously, but March supposed this was the kid's first assignment. New-made ensigns were rarely good for anything other than hovering nervously. ETA, said Donaghy, frowning at his lock displays. 3 minutes 19 seconds, said March. Do you have your dark energy filter ready? Said Stormreel. It will be useful to have an immediate tactical update of the situation in the system. It's ready, said March. You can make yourself useful and monitor the tactical display. He tapped some commands into the console and unlocked Stormreel's displays. Central monitor, standard software. Belatedly, March realized that giving orders to a Lord Admiral might not have been the smartest thing to do. Very well, said Stormreel, and the central monitor on his display lit up. I see we're going in ready for a fight. Seems smart, said March, watching the navigational readouts. As soon as we hit our terminus point, we'll raise the shields, and we'll have the weapons up a few seconds after that. This ship has an impressive armaments loadout for its size and class, said Donaghy. Out of curiosity, how did you get a railgun rated for small capital ships installed on the Tiger? Someone at Mercator Foundry Yards owed me a favor a couple of years ago, said March. Maybe if I ask nicely, he'll install one for you. Donaghy snorted. Once we're back aboard the Ronsfals, we'll have all the firepower we need. March didn't argue. He hoped that firepower would be enough to deal with the Humanity nest ship. They sat in silence as the timer counted down. The screens flashed as the Tiger reached its terminus point, and March pulled the levers and cut the power to the hyperdrive. The Tiger shot back into normal space, and March looked at the sensors. Vigil had calculated the jump perfectly, depositing the Tiger exactly where they had planned. They were about 250,000 kilometers from Vesper's world itself, and 10,000 kilometers from Vesper Station. The visual display showed March the distant brown-blue marble of Vesper's world itself, and the spheres of 2 of the planet's 3 moons. The visual zoomed in on Vesper Station, and... "Oh my God," said Jordan. "Steady, Ensign," murmured Donaghy, but his eyes were fixed on the visual image. Vesper Station had been attacked, and recently. Habitable planets were rare enough that governments often forbade starships from landing on them. Instead, starships docked at orbital stations, and then cargo shuttles ferried goods and passengers down to the planet's surface. With 15 million colonists, Vesper's world was large enough to demand similar treatment, and the colonial administration had built a space station in outer orbit around the planet. It was a common enough station design, a massive metal ring about 4 kilometers in diameter, lined with docking ports of varying sizes for cargo ships and starliners. 6 bridges connected the outer ring to the spherical inner core, which housed the station's administration, reactors, shield generators, and hangar facilities for starfighters. Even without using any of the Tiger's more advanced sensors, the zoomed visual image showed the signs of battle damage. Half the station's running lights were out, and March saw the craters carved into the armored hull from missile impacts and plasma. Several sections looked like they were venting atmosphere, and March saw the flickering glint of battle debris scattered around the station. "Admiral," said March. "The dark energy sensors. Are there any Wasp starships nearby?" Stormreel tapped some commands into his console. "None. We're still detecting 68 Humanity starships of Corvette size and above, and the nest ship is still on its vector for Vesper's world. But the nearest Humanity scout ship is 33 million kilometers away. A group of 5 of them. Likely the ones that attacked the station, and to judge from their dark energy radiation, they're getting ready to do a hyperjump back to the nest ship." "Then we shouldn't have any company for a few minutes," said March. "I'm going to do a sensor focus on the station, maximum power." "Already on it," said Adelaide. March nodded, and Adelaide flipped some switches. Her displays and matches lit up with information, and the 3 naval officers behind them leaned closer. "The station's kinetic and radiation shields are gone," said March. "All the weapon emplacements have been disabled and destroyed. Looks like the fusion reactor is offline, and the station's running on reserve power. Massive hull breaches across the outer ring, and some on the central core. A lot of battle debris. Looks like they took out a bunch of Wasp starfighters. Some of the debris is reading as organic. Some of it isn't. How many fighters did the station have? 2 squadrons of Hawk-class heavy fighters, 1 of Coral-class interceptors, said Stormreel, his voice grim. It looks like they went down fighting. The hangar bay is reading as empty, said Adelaide, her voice solemn. I don't think anyone survived. I'm not reading any distress beacons from ejector seats or escape pods. Dr. Terran, said Donaghy. Can you zoom in on the outer ring there? He pointed. The quadrant facing away from the planet. Adelaide tapped some keys, and a close-up image appeared of the station's outer ring, the hull armor scarred with plasma fire and shrapnel. They were boarded, said Donaghy. It looks like someone took plasma torches to those airlocks. The Wasps might not have the same technology, but I bet they have something similar. Beyond all doubt, Captain, said Stormreel. There are reports of the humanity behaving this way during their war with the Fourth Empire. They have no use for anything technological, but human beings, I am afraid, provide them with valuable biomass. Then the crew was harvested, said Adelaide. In all likelihood, said Stormreel. God, said Donaghy. There were 5,000 people on that station. Try calling them, said Adelaide. It looks like their communication array is still up. Maybe someone survived. Right, said March, tapping the communications controls. He opened a tight beam connection with the station's communications array. This is Captain Jack March of the Kalascaran privateer Tiger, calling anyone still aboard Vesper Station. Repeat, this is Captain Jack March of the Tiger, calling any survivors aboard Vesper Station. Please respond. No one answered. I'm not picking up any transmissions, said Adelaide. This weapon of yours, said March. Could the Wasps have realized that it was on the station? It is possible, said Stormreel, still glacially calm. As I mentioned earlier, the Wasps can dissect a human brain and absorb all the information it contains. That said, even with that method, I cannot see how they would have learned of the existence of the weapon. Only myself, the king, censor, and a few other high-ranking flag officers knew of our plan to use the weapon. It was taken by secure courier to Vesper Station, and the courier didn't know his cargo. No one on Vesper Station knew what the cargo actually is, and it was secured in the station commander's strong room. It is possible the Wasps realized the weapon was here, but I think it more likely that the enemy simply decided to neutralize the station as a threat and harvest fresh biomass for their nest ship. Then the weapon is still there, said March. Most probably, said Stormreel. Captain March, without that weapon, Vesper's world will fall to the Wasps. If the humanity take Vesper's world, they will immediately start growing nest ships to attack the nearby inhabited systems. It will take the entire Royal Navy to stop them, and the machinists would almost certainly take advantage of the situation, assuming the Wasps do not attack them first. To say nothing, of course, of the 15 million people who would die on Vesper's world. Which means, said March, reaching for the flight yoke, we're going to have to dock with the station and get our hands on that weapon. Yes, said Stormreel. You said the weapon is in the commander's personal strong room, said March. Where on the station is that? Near the top of the central core, said Stormreel. Not far from the station's operations center. All right, said March, thinking. Life signs. Adelaide tapped the commands into her console, the Tiger's sensors sweeping the damaged station. Inconclusive, she said when the scan finished. There's too much battle debris and radiation. It is also possible, said Stormreel, that there are Wasps aboard the station, and the Tiger's computer doesn't know how to interpret the data of their life signs. March nodded. All right. This is what we're going to do. Donaghy frowned. Pardon, Captain March, but Admiral Stormreel is in command here. He is, said March. But do any of you have experience storming a hostile ship? Because that is how we have to treat this situation. There might be wasps on that station, and we'll have to fight our way through them to get to the operations center. Do any of you have personal experience with that kind of combat? Not commanding the Marines who did it or ordering men to do it, but actually doing it yourself. He wanted to ask if Donaghy had ever shot a man, or if he had ever killed a man with his own hands. March had done both, but that seemed to be taking the argument too far. That, and Stormreel was not inclined to argue the point. Captain March has abundant experience in this particular field, said Stormreel. I am willing to trust his judgment. There is no point in commanding experts if one does not on occasion listen to their advice. Sir, with respect, I have to disagree, said Donaghy. Captain March is a good pilot, and we owe him our lives, yes. But is he qualified to lead a boarding party? Stormreel sighed. Consider his left hand, Captain. Donaghy looked at March's gloved left hand, then back at the Admiral. So, it's obviously cybernetic. And what military force has cybernetic left arms? Said Stormreel. Donaghy frowned, and then March saw the staff officer get it. Dear God, said Donaghy. You were an iron hand. Jordan went white. Emphasis on the past tense, said Adelaide. She sounded annoyed. She knew March did not like talking about his past, for much the same reason he didn't like anyone to see his many scars. Yes, said March. It's not boasting to say that I have a lot of experience at this kind of thing. Donaghy didn't say anything, but he nodded at last. Ensign Jordan's eyes had gone wide, and he looked as if he wanted to flee down the dorsal corridor. Let us turn to the matters at hand. Captain March, what do you propose? Said Stormreel. March pointed at the sensor readout. With all the starfighters destroyed, the hangar at the base of the central core is empty. We can land the Tiger there, and then you, me, Captain Donaghy, and Ensign Jordan will proceed to the operations center and the strong room. We'll take the weapon, get it back to the Tiger, and fly to the 7th Fleet. He frowned. How big is the weapon? About this large, said Stormreel, cupping his hands together. March frowned. That was about the size of 2 fists, or maybe a junior soccer ball. Something that small could take down the nest ship's defenses. What should I do? Said Adelaide. You're going to stay here with the ship, said March. He did not want to take her into danger, but he also had a practical reason for it. I have the most experience with this kind of action, and the 3 officers have all had training with shipboard combat. You haven't. Adelaide nodded. Also, you know how to fly the Tiger. If we get pinned down, you can leave the hangar bay and dock at another airlock. March looked at the 3 men. You'll need weapons. We have our sidearms, said Donaghy. You'll need better weapons than standard-issue Navy sidearms, said March. The armory is the first door on the left down the dorsal corridor. Get whatever guns you're comfortable with. As soon as we land, we'll head into the station and find the weapon. Come along, gentlemen, said Stormreel, getting to his feet. March reached for the control panel and unlocked the armory door, and Stormreel, Donaghy, and Jordan filed into the dorsal corridor. Are you sure about this? Said Adelaide, as March gripped the flight yoke, turning the Tiger towards the station. No, said March. But I can't think of anything better, and we need that weapon. Stormreel and Donaghy look like they could handle themselves in a firefight, said Adelaide, but Jordan's jumpy. He might panic and shoot himself in the foot. Or you in the back. March shook his head, his attention on the flight displays. I'm just bringing him so he can carry the plasma torch. Plasma torch, said Adelaide. Depending on the state of the station systems, we might need to cut a hole through the strong room door, said March. And I don't want to carry the plasma torch. It's heavy. That's what ensigns are for. Adelaide laughed. Good thinking. She hesitated. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Entirely, said March. I want someone competent here to fly the Tiger in case things go bad. Adelaide nodded. I would have gone with you, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't relieved. March looked at the image of the damaged station. Can't blame you for that. Keep an eye on the tactical display. If any of the station's turrets are still functional and set to auto-fire, the point defenses might lock onto us. On it, said Adelaide. March fed power to the fusion drive, and then slowed and took the ship on ion thrusters for the final approach. The station gave no response. March eased the Tiger through the debris field around the outer ring, flew beneath the connective bridges, and aimed for the cavernous hangar at the base of the central core. The running lights around the hangar were still lit. Atmosphere, said March. Yeah, said Adelaide, scrolling through sensor data. Looks like the static atmosphere barrier around the hangar entrance is intact. Better take breath masks, though. March nodded, guided the ship through the hangar entrance and landed. The Tiger rocked once and then settled. March brought up the exterior camera views. The hangar was a cavernous rectangular space, the ceiling lined with equipment to repair and rearm starfighters. Various utility carts stood abandoned on the polished metal deck, and March saw the signs of violence, blast marks on the walls and deck, and small craters from explosions. No bodies, said Adelaide. There wouldn't be, said March, if the wasps came here to harvest biomass. Adelaide shivered. I suppose not. We'd better get moving, said March. He switched full control of the ship over to Adelaide Station and stood. We'll keep an open communications channel back to the Tiger at all time. My earpiece will have a camera, so you'll be able to see what's happening. Good, said Adelaide. Hey, Jack. Yeah, said March, pausing as he turned toward the door. She reached up, caught his collar, pulled him down, and kissed him hard. When she pulled back, her gray eyes were enormous in her face. Enormous and frightened. She was afraid of losing him, afraid that he would be killed. Be careful, she whispered. I will, said March. He hesitated. If we don't make it back, take the Tiger to the Antioch system. Tell Censor about the relics and the Admiralty. No, said Adelaide. You'll be careful, and you're coming back. That's all there is to it. Don't argue. I won't, said March. Adelaide nodded and took a deep breath. Better get going. Yeah, said March. She took another deep breath and turned to her controls, and March stepped into the dorsal corridor, the door sliding shut behind him. Jordan stood in the corridor, looking nervous, and March heard Stormreel and Donaghy moving around the armory. Good God, man. Donaghy called. How many guns do you have? Not enough, said March, walking into the armory. He had converted one of the passenger cabins into an armory, and thanks to the racks of equipment and weapons lining the walls, it felt cramped. Donaghy stood gaping at the plasma rifles, while Stormreel armed himself with a pair of plasma pistols. Breath masks are in there, night vision goggles are in there, said March, pointing at the respective shelves. If the wasps left behind any kind of biological contagion or virus, we'll want breath masks. Good thinking, said Stormreel, reaching for the shelf. March already had his plasma pistol at his waist, so he clipped another holster to his belt and took a kinetic firearm, a .45 semi-automatic with an 18-round magazine. He claimed a bandolier and loaded it with grenades and spare power packs that would fit both a plasma pistol and a plasma rifle, and he also took a grenade launcher and slung it over his shoulder. For his primary weapon, he took one of the plasma rifles from the rack. The weapon was capable of single-shot, 3-shot, and fully automatic fire, and could manage 150 shots off a single power pack. Finally, March took a breath mask and a pair of goggles, strapping them to his head, and secured an earpiece with a camera in his ear. Why did you take a kinetic firearm? Said Donaghy. In case the wasps can shrug off plasma fire, said March. That's what the grenade launcher is for, too. Make sure you all take earpieces, and then we'll do a communications check. The 3 naval officers took the necessary equipment, their faces concealed behind the black goggles and breath masks. They did a communications check, confirming they could hear each other and Adelaide, and then March reached into the armory and took a device that looked like a bulky, oversized plasma rifle with a pair of tanks attached to the side. "You get to carry this," said March, handing the plasma torch to Jordan, "in case we need to cut into the strong room." The mask and the goggles concealed Jordan's expression, but the ensign took the heavy torch without complaint. "Have our preparations been sufficient?" said Stormreel. "Probably not," thought March. "They'll be good enough for what we need," said March. "Adelaide." "Here," said Adelaide into his earpiece, her voice crackling a little. "We're heading out," said March. "Dr. Tarrant," said Stormreel, "I suggest you keep the dark energy scan running. If any of the Humanity starships detected our arrival, they might come to investigate." "That's a good point, Admiral," said Adelaide. The corridor's lights flickered a little as she diverted power. "I'll keep the scan running." "They might not bother to investigate," said Donaghy. "The Tiger wouldn't have generated a lot of dark energy radiation when she exited hyperspace. Certainly not enough to indicate the presence of a capital warship." "Either way, let's be gone before they decide to investigate," said March. "Let's go." He led the way down the corridor and the ladder to the cargo bay. The airlock in the cargo ramp cycled, and March and the other men stepped through the airlock and into the hangar. March took a few steps around, rifle ready in his hands. The HUD features in his goggles came online, noting distance and air temperature. They networked with his breath mask and informed him that they detected no trace of toxins or atmospheric contaminants. Of course, the software might not be configured to detect biological weapons created by ancient alien races, so March would keep his mask right where it was. The cavernous hangar seemed eerie. It wasn't silent. The steady, faint rattle of the equipment required to pressurize such a vast space echoed through the hangar, and the maintenance and arming machinery overhead buzzed and hummed, and occasionally clanged. Harsh arc lights bolted to the ceiling banished every hint of shadows from the deck. Scattered maintenance carts and tool cases dotted the hangar. From time to time, maintenance drones on treads whirred out from doors in the walls, looked for fighters to service, failed to find any, and returned to their niches. "There was heavy fighting here, sir," said Donaghy, pointing at the blast marks on the deck. Here, and there." "Yes," said Stormreel. His masked face turned left and right. "It looks like a Humanity shuttle landed here, likely after the station's fighter cover had been destroyed. I suspect the hangar technicians and a troop of station security made a stand here and were killed." "And their bodies were harvested," said Donaghy, voice grim. "Oh God," said Jordan. There was a quaver in his voice. "Oh God. There were thousands of Navy personnel here, and they're all dead. They're all dead." Perhaps bringing Jordan had been a bad idea. "Steady, Ensign," said Stormreel. "It is our task to avenge our fallen comrades and to defend the civilians of Vesper's world." "What's the best way to the operations center?" said March. "The lift system probably," said Stormreel, pointing with his pistol. At the far end of the hangar, hundreds of meters away, was a row of massive double doors, each one of which led to a maintenance workshop. Next to the workshop entrances were a half-dozen smaller double doors that led to the station's lift system. "Unless it's been locked down due to the intruders," said March. "It might not have been," said Donaghy. "From the position of the hull breaches, I think the Wasps just landed on the station and sliced their way inside wherever they detected enough life signs." "Let's find out," said March. "I'll take point. Admiral, you bring up the back. Ensign Jordan, Captain Donaghy, take the center, please." The men moved into position, and March started forward. "Adelaide, can you get any better sensor readings from inside the station?" Negative, said Adelaide. The life sensor readings are inconclusive. But I can tell for certain that the main reactor is offline. Also, there are quite a few hull breaches near the operations center. I think there might have been heavy fighting there. To get to the commander's office, you'll have to either take a roundabout route, or you might have to find a vacuum suit. Great, said Donaghy. Acknowledged, said March, and they crossed the hangar and reached the nearest lift door. March hit the button, and it flashed green, the door sliding open. The lift car beyond looked like most space station lift cars, with seats lining the wall like a bus. March looked at the control panels next to the door. System's not locked down, said March. No, said Stormreel. But it's showing damage. He pointed at a map of the station's lift system above the panel. Many of the available lines glowed red, especially near the operations and administrative levels. Would it be safer to climb through the maintenance corridors, said Donaghy. It might, said March, but that would be at least 1.5 kilometers of climbing, and we'd lose a lot of time. Let's take the lift car for now. If it breaks down, we can always climb out and use the shafts. Very well, said Stormreel. The lift system is clear until we get to the environmental control room. From there, I think we can use an access corridor to reach the operations center, and then the commander's office. March nodded and tapped the control panel, setting environmental control as the destination. The lift controls chimed, the door slid shut, and the car jolted a little beneath his boots. The hum of motors came to his ears, and soon the car was rising. He watched the numbers tick off on the display as they climbed the decks, and after about 2 minutes, the car came to a halt. The control panel chimed again, and March raised his rifle, leveling it at the doors. The doors slid open, revealing a lift lobby, but no signs of enemies. There were, however, signs of recent fighting. Both the deck and the walls were scorched and blackened in places from volleys of plasma bolts, and there was a massive reddish-brown stain on the deck that March recognized as drying blood. Here and there were spatters of grayish-green material that sort of looked like insulation foam. Bloodstains, said Stormreel, his pistol covering the doors at the other end of the lobby. What's that stuff, sir? Said Jordan, stepping towards one of the grayish-green spatters. Don't get too close to it, said March. That's probably wasp biomass. Blood, maybe. Or whatever their equivalent for blood is. Jordan swallowed and stepped back. The mask doesn't detect any contaminants in the air. It might not be smart enough to detect wasp contaminants, said March. Regardless, the material has dried out and is most probably inert, said Stormreel. Nevertheless, do not touch it. To judge from the lack of either human bodies or wasp remains, it seems our surmise was correct. The wasps attacked the station to remove it as a threat and to harvest biomass. Likely they have not realized our true objective. Captain March. March nodded and took point again, covering the way ahead with his rifle. The doors at the other end of the lobby slid open, revealing a wide corridor of gray metal, lit overhead with white light. Emergency lights flashed crimson, and a computer's voice repeated warnings over and over. All hands to battle stations, said the computer, the voice female and cool and calm. All hands to battle stations. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Multiple hostile intruders have boarded the station. Hull breaches detected. Proceed to the nearest decompression station. All hands to battle stations. The computer continued reciting its warnings to the departed crew. The door on the left at the end of the corridor, said Stormreel. That should take us to environmental control, and from there we can use the access corridors to reach the operations center. March nodded and opened the door that the Admiral had indicated. Beyond was a large room filled with computer consoles. A screen dominated one wall, showing a layout of the station's environmental systems. Most of the big screen flashed red, showing the areas that had suffered hull breaches and the loss of atmosphere. March eased forward, sweeping the rifle back and forth and checking the corners and angles. "Whoever you are, don't move." The voice was shrill and terrified, and March whirled. A man in an armored gray spacesuit jumped up from behind a console, a plasma pistol clutched in his shaking hands. 5. Reconnaissance. March's reflexes took over, and he almost killed the man then and there. He stopped himself in time. The man wasn't wearing his suit's helmet, and his face was terrified beneath a coating of sweat. And from the way his hand shook, his plasma bolt was more likely to hit the wall than anything else. "Identify yourselves," shouted the man in the spacesuit. "Put your hands in the air. Drop your weapons." "Which of those," said Stormreel with imperturbable calm, "would you like us to do first, young man?" The man in the spacesuit opened his mouth, closed it again. You're not. "My name is Admiral Theodoric Stormreel, Lord Admiral of the 7th Fleet of the Royal Kalascaran Navy," said Stormreel. "This is Captain Alex Donaghy, Ensign Daniel Jordan, and Captain Jack March, who currently has a plasma rifle pointed at your chest. That won't be necessary, however, if you lower your weapon." "Lord Admiral," croaked the man. I recognize you from the news videos." "What's your name, son?" said Stormreel. "Ah," said the man. He blinked a few times, returned his pistol to its holster, and saluted. "Technician 2nd Class Samuel Warner, sir. I was working in the environmental systems, upgrading the air handlers for the residential levels, and then—" "Steady," said Stormreel. March eased a little, shifting his rifle so it didn't aim at Warner, but he kept watching the room and the doors. If Warner had survived the attack, then others might have done so, and they might also be jumpy and trigger-happy. "What happened here?" I don't really know, sir," said Warner. "I was upgrading the air handlers on the residential levels, and then the commander called all hands to battle stations. My battle post is here in the environmental control room. I had my sidearm with me, so I headed for the control room. Then the station started shaking, and there were explosions, and those things were in the corridors." "Things," said Stormreel. "Aliens," said Warner. "I don't know what they were, sir. Big things stood 8 feet tall or so. They were an ugly greenish-gray color, and they had red glowing lights on their arms. A dozen of them rushed me, and I managed to shoot 2 or 3. They'd have had me, sir, but then a missile or a torpedo or something hit the hull. The hull breach blew them out into space, but I had my suit since I was doing upgrades. I managed to hang on. I was stuck in the utility corridors, but I found my way out, and you're the first people I've seen since. I think the aliens took all the crew and the civilians, sir." "I see," said Stormreel. "What are you doing now?" "I was making my way to the operations center, sir," said Warner. I wasn't sure what to do. I can't raise anyone on internal communications. Figured I had better get to the operations center and make sure we're broadcasting a distress call. And then I could do an internal scan, see if anyone survived, or if any of those aliens are still on the station." "Very good," said Stormreel. "As it happens, we are proceeding to the operations center ourselves. You will accompany us, and then we'll return to our ship, depart the station, and head for the 7th Fleet." "You've got a ship, sir," said Warner, hope going over his tired face. "Well, Captain March does," said Stormreel. "But we're all in this crisis together. Once we've completed our business on the station, we'll rejoin the 7th Fleet. Then we can take the fight to the enemy." "Yes, sir," said Warner. Begging your pardon, sir, but why the hell is the Lord Admiral of the 7th Fleet walking around a space station under attack? Isn't that the sort of thing the Royal Marines are supposed to do?" Adelaide laughed in March's ear. "He's a smart one." "The fortunes of battle, I am afraid," said Stormreel. "You have a better knowledge of local conditions than we do. What is the best route to the operations center from here?" Ah, said Warner, running an armored hand through his sweaty hair. Well, we're about 2/3 of the way up the central core. The levels above us took battle damage, missile or torpedo hits or whatever. The lift system's out above us. But the utility corridors are still intact, and we can make it to the operations center, if we climb a bit. By all means lead the way, said Stormreel. Yes, sir, said Warner, taking a deep breath. Keep your weapon out, said March. There might be more of the aliens on the station yet. Warner blinked. That's a good point, Captain March, was it? March nodded. Warner looked at him, likely confused by his lack of a naval uniform, and then shrugged. This way, sir. He crossed the room and unlocked a narrow access door next to the wall screen. These aliens, sir, what the hell are they? Wasp, said Stormreel. Wasp, said Warner, baffled. The door unlocked with a clang and slid aside to reveal a narrow utility corridor. The deck was a metal grill, and bundles of cables and pipes covered the walls. It was narrow enough that they would have to go single file. Like stinging insects? I'll go first, said March, leveling the plasma rifle. Admiral, bring up the back. Donaghy, Jordan, Warner. Follow me in that order. Try not to shoot me in the back if you see any enemies. Warner, you'll need to give me directions. All right, said Warner. Head forward for about 90 meters. That will take us to a junction box, and we can climb to the next level from there. Right, said March. Let's go. He led the way into the utility corridor, the others following single file behind him. Those aliens, sir, said Warner. The Wasps. What are they? You remember the song Technician, said Donaghy. Song? What song? Donaghy treated them to another rendition of the primary school song that March had heard in the Tiger's Galley. Oh, those Wasps, said Warner. But I thought the Fifth Empire wiped them out. The Fifth Empire succeeded in destroying the humanity incursions into human-controlled space at that time, said Stormreel. It is unlikely the humanity were entirely exterminated. They are a migratory race, and it is probable other groups of them were moving through the galaxy, or even traveling to other galaxies. Admiral, said March. I suggest we leave the history lesson until we return to the Tiger. No telling how far sound will carry in these corridors. As you wish, said Stormreel, unruffled. They continued through the utility corridor and reached the junction box that Warner had described. There were no signs of fighting in the corridor, no blast marks or debris, and March suspected that the fighting hadn't reached this part of the station. They climbed the ladders, making their way from deck to deck, and at last emerged into another utility corridor. Warner told March to walk for another 50 meters, and they stopped in a junction box formed by the intersection of 3 corridors. Through here, said Warner, pointing at a narrow door. That will take us to the operations center. I'll need to see if I can unlock the door. My maintenance credentials should let us through, but if not... If not, said Stormreel, Ensign Jordan has a plasma torch. Warner winced as he crossed to the door. The head of environmental control would kill me for cutting a hole in the wall. He shook his head as he tapped a code into the lock. Suppose he's dead now, though, and the station's a wreck. The Royal Navy will return, said Stormreel. We will rebuild the station, and we will repulse the humanity incursion. Warner blinked. Ah, yes, sir. The lock clicked. Doors unlocked. We open it from the side, said March, leveling his rifle at the door. If there are any wasps on the other side, I don't want them to take a shot at you. Warner swallowed. Good thinking, sir. He stepped to the side and hit the door release. It hissed open, and beyond March saw a large room filled with computer consoles, the walls covered with screens and a massive holographic image of the station systems hovering overhead. There was no sign of the Wasps, or of any panicking crew members. March stepped through the door, sweeping his rifle left and right. The operations center looked like a less advanced version of a capital starship's Combat Information Center. A raised dais in the center of the room held the commander's chair, along with the consoles for the executive officer and the senior tactical officer. Dozens of consoles ringed the dais, each one dedicated to the many tasks required to keep a space station running on an average day: life support, cargo handling, docking, communications, and so forth. Screens on the walls showed status reports from other parts of the station, and the overhead hologram displayed an overview of all systems on the station. There was a lot of flashing red on that hologram. For that matter, there were obvious signs of battle damage to the operations center. Several of the consoles had been smashed, and some of the screens had been shot out. Burns from plasma bolts spotted the walls, and in places March saw both dried bloodstains and the spatters of greenish-gray foam-like material that served the wasps as blood. But there was not a living soul, human or alien, in the operations center. "Clear," said March. The others filed inside. "Jesus," said Warner. "I mean just." "Looks like they put up a hell of a fight," said Donaghy. "Yeah," said Warner. I never came up here, except on special occasions." He pulled himself together. "Admiral, should I get a distress call going?" "Negative," said Stormreel, looking around the cavernous room. "There are no Kalascaran starships within radio range, and the signal might draw the attention of the humanity." He pointed at a pair of double doors on the far side of the operations room. "The commander's office is there. Captain March, please accompany me. Captain Donaghy, Ensign Jordan, Technician Warner remain here. Donaghy, you're in charge until we get back. Keep watch for anything unusual." "Sir," said Donaghy. "Dr. Terran," said Stormreel. "Admiral," came Adelaide's voice over the earpieces. "Who's Dr. Terran?" said Warner, looking around. "You have a doctor with you." "She's on the ship, and she's Captain March's girlfriend," said Jordan. March gave him a look, and the ensign fell silent. "Has there been any change in the activity of the humanity starships?" said Stormreel. "Negative," said Adelaide. "The nest ship is still on its vector toward Vesper's world. The scout ships are circling around it at a distance of 1 million kilometers to about 500 million kilometers. It looks like a bunch of bees circling around their hive." "A not inaccurate metaphor, Dr. Terran," said Stormreel. "Please alert us immediately if any of the Wasp starships head towards the station." "Acknowledged," said Adelaide. "Ensign," said Stormreel, "give Captain March the plasma torch. We may need it." March hung his rifle from its strap and took the plasma torch from the nervous ensign. "Captain March, take out your earpiece until we return from the commander's office," said Stormreel, removing his own earpiece. "We may have to discuss some highly classified matters." "That said, Captain Donaghy, if there is a problem, come get us at once." March frowned, but followed suit. Stormreel nodded, and the Lord Admiral set off across the operations room. March followed him, bracing the plasma torch in his left arm. As much as March hated what had been done to him on Calixtus, he did concede that his cybernetic left arm made it easier to move heavy equipment. The doors to the commander's office hissed open as they approached. The room was spacious, with a massive computer desk paneled either in real wood or a reasonable approximation of it. A soft blue carpet covered the floor, and the walls had been painted a stark gleaming white. Pictures and medals hung on the walls, the largest showing a man in a commander's uniform posing with an attractive middle-aged woman and 4 smiling children of various ages. The commander's family, no doubt. In another few weeks, his wife and children would receive a letter stating that he had died in the line of duty. Or since Vesper Station was partly a civilian installation, perhaps the commander's family had lived here and died with him. March pushed away the grim thoughts and followed Stormreel to a narrow door on the far wall. The Admiral tapped a few commands into the lock panel, and the lock made an angry buzzing noise. "As I feared," said Stormreel. "The portion of the computer that controls administrative access is either offline or damaged. We'll need to cut through the lock." "Right," said March, stepping closer. He powered on the plasma torch, the tool making a whining noise. "Make sure that you set your goggles to darken, or else you'll have scorched corneas if you look at the cutting blade." "Thank you for the warning," said Stormreel. March adjusted his own goggles as he waited for the plasma torch to warm up. "Any particular reason Jordan can't do this?" "Ensign Jordan is a promising young officer, assuming he overcomes his social awkwardness," said Stormreel, "but I'm afraid his practical skills are lacking. If he tried to use a plasma torch, he would cut off his own foot." "And you don't want him to see what the weapon is," said March. Stormreel said nothing. The lights on the torch's controls flashed green and March flipped it on. A foot-long blade of snarling plasma burst from the emitter, and March set to work. The strong room door and lock had been made of reinforced alloy, but they hadn't been built with a plasma torch in mind. Granted, given how bright, loud, and hot a plasma torch was, it was impossible to use it in the operations center of a space station without drawing the attention of an army of security officers. Unless, of course, the station's crew was already dead. It took March about 5 minutes to cut a half-circle through the door around the locking mechanism. He gave the cuts in the metal a critical look, nodded to himself, and powered down the torch. It had gotten about 15 degrees hotter in the office, and the air smelled of ozone and superheated metal. "Your turn, Admiral," said March. "Hold this, please." Stormreel took the torch, and March stepped forward, braced his left hand against the door, and heaved. The cybernetic power of his left arm strained, the rest of his body tensing to maintain his balance, and then the door wrenched down its track. The door to the strong room was open. The room wasn't large, little more than a closet, and the shelves lining the walls were empty. The floor was empty, save for a single metal box about the size of a beer cooler. That held a weapon capable of stopping a humanity nest chip. "Good work," said Stormreel, passing the torch back to March. "I'll need to take a look." March nodded and moved out of the way, and Stormreel stepped into the strong room, took the box, and carried it to the commander's desk. "Ensign Jordan is a junior officer of the Royal Kalaskuran Navy," said March. "That is correct," said Stormreel, opening the box. It was full of foam-packing peanuts. He began sifting through them, then nodded and pushed both his hands into the material. "He's an officer of the Navy, but you aren't willing to let him or Donaghy see the weapon," said March. "I'm not an officer of the Navy, but you're about to show me the weapon." "Why?" "Because your reaction will confirm whether this is really the weapon I require or not," said Stormreel. "I believe you've seen it before, Captain March." He lifted something from the box with both hands, the foam peanuts sliding off its smooth bluish-green surface, and March took an involuntary step back, his hand seizing his plasma rifle. The object looked like a stylized scarab, about the size of both of March's fists put together. If he didn't know any better, he would have said it was some kind of artwork, perhaps a statue of an insect created by an alien culture with no interest in, or even comprehension of human aesthetic preferences. But March did know better. The last time he had seen that device had been on Constantinople Station, just before he had handed it and Dr. Cassandra Yerzov over to the waiting team from the Ministry of Defense. Before that, March had found that device in Rykov City on Rustarol, where the machinist agent Simon Laurie had used it to convert people into machinist drones without their knowledge. Laurie was dead, and his plan to create ghost drones had died on Rustarol, but now the device he had used to create the ghost drones rested in Theodoric Stormreel's hands. "You do recognize it then," said Stormreel. "That is a device of the Great Elder Ones," said March. "Correct," said Stormreel. "It is incredibly dangerous," said March. "Also correct," said Stormreel. He concealed the device beneath the packing peanuts once more. "And you're going to use that thing as a weapon," said March. "In a certain sense," said Stormreel, closing the box. "That's insane," said March. "If that thing is misused, it might open a gateway to another universe, and the great Elder Ones will come through. They'll make the Wasps look like gnats by comparison." "I am aware of the risks, Captain March," said Stormreel. "So are the scientists of Project Exorcism." "Project Exorcism?" said March. "It is highly classified," said Stormreel, "but you ought to know about it. You are, in a sense, its founder. You were the one who brought back the knowledge of the Machinist's Wraith project from Rust Belt Station, and you are the one who captured samples of the Great Elder One's technology for our scientists to study. You also rescued one of the project's chief scientists." "Dr. Yerzov," said March. "Yes," said Stormreel. "Using that thing as a weapon is insane," said March. "We don't know what it can do or what the effects might be." "In point of fact," said Stormreel, "Project Exorcism knows exactly what this device is and what it can do. It is a component of a damaged communication device employed by the Great Elder Ones, and its nearest equivalent in human technology would be a signal beacon, I suppose." "A signal beacon," said March. "Like if the Great Elder Ones wanted to use it to find our universe again." "That would be one possible application," said Stormreel. "However, the device is incomplete and damaged. Its signal can enter hyperspace, but it cannot leave our universe entirely." "So how can a communication device be used as a weapon?" said March. Stormreel raised an eyebrow. "A message sent at the right time and the right place can be a devastating weapon, Captain March." "Yes, for humans," said March. "But somehow I doubt we can send falsified messages to the Wasps." "Indeed not," said Stormreel. "But as I said, the device is both damaged and incomplete, and it should be safe enough for our purposes." "Yeah, well, that could be a problem," said March. "Because as you worked out, I've got a strong room full of devices of the Great Elder Ones that Dr. Terran found. And maybe one of the damn things are the missing components to make this device into a gateway for the Great Elder Ones to invade again." "What manner of components?" said Stormreel. 20 quantum inducers," said March. "Those are dangerous since they serve as the core of the Machinist's Wraith devices," said Stormreel, "but on their own they are harmless. The scientists think the quantum inducers are the equivalent of resistors or diodes in human electronics, common components that the Great Elder Ones used for a variety of applications." "There's one other device," said March. "What is it?" said Stormreel. "Damned if I know," said March. "Dr. Terran's team called it the Firestone. Big chunk of crystal about the size of my fist, looks like a carved ruby. It's some sort of energy amplifier. Expose it to sunlight, and after 5 minutes it will generate an explosion. Shoot a few plasma bolts into it, and it will go off like a bag of grenades." He pointed at the box on the desk. "And I don't know what the hell will happen if the Firestone comes into contact with that thing." "The scientists have been calling this device a quantum beacon," said Stormreel. "And we'll make sure the beacon and the Firestone do not come into physical contact with each other." "What if they can network with each other?" said March. "Like some quantum equivalent of personal area networking technology." "That is a possibility, but unlikely," said Stormreel. "Most probably the quantum beacon and the Firestone come from different systems." He tapped his fingers against the lid of the box. "You're concerned about the pulse, aren't you?" "Yes," said March. For a while now, March had been hearing rumors about the pulse, a powerful weapon the Machinists were attempting to construct using the technology of the Great Elder Ones. He didn't know what the pulse was, but he did know that the Machinists were certain that it could destroy the kingdom of Kalaskar, which had resisted their attempts to conquer or suborn it for over 2 centuries. Were the quantum beacon and the Firestone together components of the pulse? "A reasonable fear," said Stormreel, But we must address ourselves to the matter at hand. The Wasps will conquer Vesper's world and kill the colonists unless we stop them. There isn't time to gather sufficient naval forces to destroy the nest ship in a conventional space battle. Consequently, we must act with the available tools. He tapped the box again. And we must act now. Will I have your cooperation? Yes, said March. It seems you and Censor have left me with little choice. Like you, said Stormreel, Censor and I must act in accordance with events on the ground. The Wasps have left us with little choice but to move in haste. Agreed, said March. Also, said Stormreel, I believe you have the right to know about Project Exorcism because it would not exist without your actions. But you must tell no one of this conversation without the express permission of Censor or myself. Not even Dr. Terran. Fine, said March. The secret is safe with me. I suppose you won't tell me what your plan is for that thing. I will not, said Stormreel, picking up the box. It even had a metal handle, like a beer cooler. What you don't know can't be scooped out of my skull by a wasp, said March. I am pleased you understand, said Stormreel. He returned his earpiece to his ear, and March did the same. Let's get back to the 7th Fleet. March slung the plasma torch over his shoulder and took his rifle in both hands. He walked back to the operations center, Stormreel following him with the box. Donaghy, Jordan, and Warner stood where they had been, watching the doors. Found it, sir, said Donaghy. I have, Captain, said Stormreel. Donaghy blinked in surprise at the box. Let's rejoin Dr. Terran aboard the Tiger and depart at once. The sooner we reach the 7th Fleet, the sooner we can. The earpiece crackled in March's ear. Jack. What is it? Said March. We might have a problem, said Adelaide. Elaborate, please, said Stormreel. 4 Wasp scout ships just changed vector, said Adelaide. They're heading for the station. How far off are they? Said March. 400 million kilometers, said Adelaide. But the dark energy sensors say they're heading right for the station. And their dark energy radiation profiles are changing. Best guess, I think they're getting ready to make a hyperspace jump. If they make a short hyperspace jump, Vigil thinks they could be here in 10 minutes. 15 at the most. Then we had better hurry, said Donaghy. Dr. Terran, said Stormreel. I left a thumb drive plugged into the data port in the Tiger's galley. It contains coordinates for the current location of the Ronsvals and its escorts. I suggest you start calculating a hyperspace jump to that location immediately. On it, said Adelaide. The calculation should be done by the time you get back. But we'll need to do some minor recalculations to account for the relativistic drift in our position by the time you get here. Half a minute of calculations is better than 5, said Stormreel. We're. Something clanged. As one, they whirled towards the corridor doors. Something's coming, said March. Do you have access to the internal sensors? Said Stormreel to Warner. Warner blinked at him. I might. I'm not sure. I would need a console. Before he could move, the doors to the corridor hissed open, and 3 men in the uniforms of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy stepped into the operations center. March's first reaction was relief. Someone else had survived the attack, and he started to lower his rifle. Then suspicion took over again, and he kept his rifle pointed at the men. There was something wrong with them. All 3 men had the rank insignia of crewers. Their faces were pale, their eyes glittering and feverish, and sweat glistened on their faces. The man on the left was breathing hard, his mouth hanging open. March would have assumed they were ill, but that didn't seem right. Something else was wrong with them. The 3 men looked back and forth. None of them blinked. Hello, said Stormreel. I assume you survived the attack on the station. The attack, said the man in the center. He looked at Stormreel. Yes. We have survived the attack. I am Theodoric Stormreel, Lord Admiral of the 7th Fleet, said Stormreel. He shifted the box to his left hand and moved his right hand towards the butt of his pistol. Might I know your names and ranks? We are crew members on this station, said the crewer. Adelaide, murmured March. Are you seeing this? Yeah, said Adelaide. There's something wrong with those guys. Can you get a sensor focus on the operations center? Said March. Working on it, said Adelaide. I observe that you are crew members on this station, said Stormreel. That was not, however, what I asked. Please tell me your names and ranks. We are crewers working on this installation, Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel, said the crewer. His expression twisted oddly, almost as if the muscles behind his face had gone slack. It reminded March of watching someone have a stroke, or maybe a bad reaction to medication. We are under your command. Yes, that is correct. I am your commanding officer at the moment, said Stormreel. His hand dropped to the grip of his pistol. The crewers showed no reaction. Please tell me your names and ranks. We are under your command, Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel, said the crewer. Please tell us your orders, so that we might carry them out, as we are under your command. I see, said Stormreel. Perhaps. March didn't hear the rest of that sentence, because Adelaide's voice crackled in his ear again. Guys, she said. He felt a brief flicker of completely inappropriate amusement that her normal middle-class Kalaskaran accent became far more rural when she was alarmed. And then his combat reflexes took over. I'm detecting 5 human life signs in the operations center. But the ship's picking up unknown life signatures right in front of you. Whoever those men are, they aren't human. March shifted his aim and fired. His rifle spat a plasma bolt, and it vaporized the top half of the central crewer's head. The man rocked back, his expression distorting into something inhuman, as the muscles of his face unanchored from his skull. The man stumbled again, and March expected him to collapse in a limp heap to the deck. Instead, he remained standing. Oh shit, said Donaghy. The 3 crewers bulged and twisted, and they ripped apart in sprays of gore and torn flesh. There was much less blood than March would have thought, and he realized the reason why. The men had been dead. They had been dead for some time. They had been hollowed out, their organs removed, and the things that had killed them had been wearing their emptied bodies like ghastly suits. The 3 wasps that had been inside the dead men unfolded with inhuman speed. The creatures stood 9 feet tall, their gray-green bodies long and thin and spindly. They looked like a mutated cross between a mantis and a hornet. They each had 6 limbs, 4 of the limbs supporting their bodies, 2 of the limbs resembling massive serrated scythe-like blades. Their abdomens ended in massive black stingers, and 2 multifaceted eyes dominated their wedge-shaped heads. Lines of eerie red light illuminated their carapaces and limbs, and something about that light made March's head hurt. If the wasps had a direct link to hyperspace, and given the effect that viewing hyperspace had on human minds, it was possible the pain was entirely psychological. The wasps lifted their forelimbs, and the bladed edges started to glow with harsh light. March had seen that effect before. The wasp starfighters had done something similar before they had started firing plasma bolts. That meant the wasps had plasma weapons integrated into their limbs. Take cover, he shouted. The others obeyed, and the wasps started shooting. Plasma bolts lashed out, blasting chunks from the consoles and the deck. Warner yanked his gun out and managed to get off 3 wild shots, but none of them came anywhere near hitting the wasps. The alien stalked forward, still firing, and March leaned around his console, raised his rifle, and started shooting. The first 2 bolts struck the nearest wasp and dissipated into nothingness. The wasp had some sort of personal shield, likely a variation of the gravitic shield the starfighters employed. But the shield had limited power, and March's 3rd shot punched through it and struck the wasp in the head. The plasma bolt turned the alien's head to smoking char, and the creature staggered and collapsed in a heap to the deck, the red glow fading from its limbs. The other two wasps decided that March was the most dangerous threat, and came at him in a rush. He snapped off 3 shots in rapid succession, and his third shot drilled through the head of the wasp on his left. The alien went down, but the final wasp leapt atop the console, scythed forelimbs raised to slice March in half. There wasn't enough time to get off more shots, so he raised his left arm to block. He was about to find out if the alloy the machinists used for their cybernetics was stronger than the armored carapace of a wasp. The forelimbs hammered down, and March just had time to realize that Adelaide was likely watching through the camera in his earpiece, that she might be about to see him die a grisly death. The blade struck his arm, slicing through his sleeve, but rebounded off his metal arm without leaving a scratch. The wasp recoiled, and March's left hand darted out and seized the creature's nearest leg. He heaved with all his cybernetic strength, and the wasp lost its balance and hit the deck in the aisle between 2 rows of consoles. The alien started to recover at once, and March raised his rifle to shoot. But by then, Stormreel and the other men had come out from cover. All 4 of them started shooting at once. The plasma bolts punched through the gravitic shield and turned the wasp's head and the top of its thorax to smoking char. The alien twitched a few times and went still. Whatever organic substance made up its carapace smelled vile when charred. "Oh my God," said Warner, looking at the scattered heaps of bloody meat that had once been the crewers. The aliens, they were inside. "We can discuss the matter later," said Stormreel. "Captain March, let's move." March nodded and headed for the door, plasma rifle raised. "Dr. Terran, status update." "Those Wasp scout ships are still heading for the station," said Adelaide. "I think they're going to go to hyperspace any minute." "Then let's move," said Stormreel. "We." March stepped before the door leading back to the corridor. It hissed open, and instead of simply walking through it, he took a quick glance around the corner. The reflex had been drilled into him during his training as an Iron Hand, and it had saved his life countless times since then, both during his time as an Iron Hand and as an Alpha operative of the Silent Order. It saved his life now, because the corridor leading to the access door was filled with wasps. There were dozens of them, and they were packed tight. Some of them hurried along the floor. Others clung to the walls and the ceiling, skittering along with smooth motions. As one, dozens of wedge-shaped heads rotated to face him, dozens of glittering faceted black eyes regarded him, and dozens of serrated forelimbs came up, glowing with plasma. March jerked back a half-second before dozens of plasma bolts would have reduced him to smoking char. The door clanged shut before him. "Shit," he said. "Captain March," said Stormreel. "Lot of wasps out there," said March, letting his rifle dangle from its strap as he reached for his bandolier. "Lock the door," said Warner, running for the panel. "Not yet," said March, grabbing a pair of grenades from his bandolier. He set the fuses for 2 seconds, armed the weapons, and stepped forward. The door hissed open, and March flung the grenades down the corridor, jerking back as another volley of plasma bolts ripped through the space his head had occupied a half-second earlier. The door clanged shut, and March heard the detonation of the grenades, followed by a metallic shriek that he suspected was the wasps shouting in anger. "Now lock it," said March. Warner all but fell over in his haste to comply. "How many are there?" said Stormreel. "Dozens," said March. "No way we can fight through them." "Then we need an alternative route to reach the Tiger," said Stormreel. "Technician Warner, is there another path to the hangar at the base of the central core?" The door shuttered, and March heard the howl of plasma fire as the wasps started shooting. The alloy could take a pounding, but the wasps would blast through it sooner rather than later. Oh God, no," said Warner. "There isn't. With the lift system damaged and the hull breaches, we'd need to suit up, because the corridors are exposed to vacuum." "What about the shuttle bay?" said Jordan. "What?" said Warner. "The commander's shuttle bay?" said Jordan, staring at the door with wide eyes. I did my cadet tour on a station of this design. The commander's shuttle bay has 2 shuttles for executive use. The route to the shuttle bay should be open, said Warner. But the shuttles would have been used when the commander gave the order for the evacuation. We'll be trapped there. No, you won't, said Adelaide. I'll take the Tiger out of the hangar and bring her up to the shuttle bay. A shuttle bay of that size won't hold the Tiger, said Stormreel. Doesn't have to, said Adelaide. I'll just poke the stern through the atmosphere barrier. You'll come in through the cargo airlock, and we'll get the hell out of here. Our ship will meet us at the shuttle bay, said March to Warner. Let's move. Which way? Warner pointed at an access door on the far side of the operations center, and then ran in that direction. March moved towards the door to the main corridor, and pulled another grenade from his bandolier. He set the timer to motion detection. When he pulled the arming pin, the grenade would wait 5 seconds and then explode when anything triggered the motion detector built into the detonator. After a second's consideration, he pulled another grenade free. With both weapons lying before the corridor door set to motion detection, he yanked the arming pins and ran across the operations center to join the others. Warner got to the door to another access corridor open, and the others scrambled through it. Down the corridor for 100 meters, he shouted. Then we'll get to another junction box and take the ladder down. Run! March reached Warner just as the Wasp blasted through the door. A volley of plasma bolts punched through the door, tearing it to molten wreckage. The flying pieces of shrapnel triggered the grenade's motion sensors, and the weapons went off with a roar and a fireball, the noise deafening in the enclosed space, the deck vibrating beneath March's boots. Another chorus of furious metallic screams came from the humanity, and March shoved Warner through the door. I have to close it behind us, shouted Warner. Won't slow them down. Move, said March. They sprinted after the others. Just as Warner said, the utility corridor ended after 100 meters in another junction box. A hatch opened in the center of the floor, connected to a metal ladder. Down the ladder, take a left, and head to the access door at the end of the corridor, said Warner. That will take us to the shuttle bay. Go. March heard the clatter as the Wasps raced across the operations center. He did not know how fast the Wasps could run in a straight line, but he wagered that it was a lot faster than a human. He dropped his rifle, letting it hang from its strap, and yanked the grenade launcher from over his shoulder. Sir, said Warner. Keep moving, said March, aiming at the entrance to the operations center. Warner nodded and scrambled for the ladder. The first of the Wasps appeared a second later. March squeezed the launcher's trigger. The grenade launcher didn't have good range, only about 100 meters or so on a windless day, but since the utility corridor back to the operations center was about that long, it worked out well. The Wasps squeezed their way into the corridor, and the first grenade landed in their midst and exploded. The blast ripped apart 3 of the humanity, gray-green slime spattering across the walls, and March fired twice more. The explosions cleared away the Wasps from the front of the corridor, and his next grenade sailed through the door and into the operations center. That made a much larger explosion, probably due to the shrapnel from the consoles, and March heard the furious screams from the Wasps. It was time to go. He jumped through the hatch, grenade launcher in his right hand, his cybernetic left arm seizing the side of the ladder to slow his descent. March's boots clanged against the deck, and he turned his head and saw the others running down yet another utility corridor. Above him, he heard the clangs as the Wasps raced for the ladder. He had slowed them down, but not by very much. March slung the grenade launcher over his shoulder as he sprinted down the utility corridor. He reached the others just as Warner got the door open, and they hurried into the shuttle bay. The bay was far smaller than the fighter hangar, too small to accommodate the Tiger, and would be just large enough to hold and service 2 light shuttles. Maintenance equipment hung from the ceiling, the distorted reflection visible on the polished metal deck. The bay doors were open, the air held inside by a static barrier, and beyond the ring of the station, March saw the blaze of 100 billion stars. It was a beautiful sight, but this wasn't the time to appreciate it. "They're right behind us," said March, switching his rifle to full auto. "Dr. Terran," said Stormreel. "On my way," said Adelaide. "ETA in." March didn't hear the end of that sentence. A pair of double doors sealed off a corridor that led into the station proper, and those doors slid open with a hiss and a clang. A mob of wasps charged into the shuttle bay. March snapped his rifle up and started shooting, the emitter spitting plasma bolt after plasma bolt. The others fired with their pistols, and the tide of wasps slowed as the plasma blasts punched through their gravitic shields and tore into their carapaces. But there were too damned many of the things. Hundreds of the humanity swarmed through the corridor. March realized the wasps must have left the inhabited corpses in the operations center to watch for any survivors or rescuers, while the rest of the wasps lay in wait to attack any would-be rescuers. Something metallic flashed behind him, and March risked a look over his shoulder. The Tiger hovered just outside the shuttle bay, the ion thrusters flashing as Adelaide spun the ship to point the stern at the bay. There was a gust of wind as the stern pushed through the static barrier and into the bay, and March heard a sudden mechanical whir from the ship. The dorsal laser turret was rotating. "Get to the left side of the bay," said Adelaide. "Your left. Move, move, move." "Go," roared March. The others rushed to the left side of the bay, and Adelaide fired the dorsal laser turret. The beam was invisible, but its effects were not. It sliced through the rear wall of the bay with a spray of sparks, carving a molten gash through the metal. It also cut through the horde of wasps like butter. The personal gravitic shields of the humanity might have been enough to deflect small arms fire, but they couldn't handle a ship-mounted weapon with the wattage of the Tiger's laser. Dozens of humanity died in a single second, sliced neatly in half, their bodies smoking and sizzling. The Tiger's stern jutted into the bay by a few meters, enough to bring the cargo airlock into the atmosphere. Even as he looked, the outer door slid open. "Move," said March. "Airlock. Run." The others needed no prompting and ran for the airlock as the stench of burned wasps filled the air. March was the last one in, and the outer door hissed closed behind him. The inner door slid open, and March ran into the cargo hold. "Everyone aboard?" said Adelaide. "Yeah," said March. "Let's get the hell out of here." He sprinted across the cargo hold, scrambled up the ladder, and down the dorsal corridor. March stepped into the flight cabin. Adelaide sat at the co-pilot station, gripping the flight yoke as she sent the Tiger plunging away from Vesper Station. "Jack," she said. "Oh, thank God you're back. You can take over. I was afraid I would scratch your ship." March laughed, incredulous. "You're brilliant." He dropped into the pilot's acceleration chair, and she grinned at him in surprise. "And your timing with the turret was excellent. My dad always said you can never have enough guns." "He was a smart man," said March, glancing at the displays. Vigil was calculating their jump to the 7th Fleet, and it would take another 43 seconds to correct for relativistic drift. There was no sign of any humanity ships nearby, but the dark energy detector trilled as it registered a surge of radiation, and 4 Wasp scout ships burst out of hyperspace 100 kilometers from the station. "Shit," said March. "The Admiral was right," said Adelaide. The scout ships turned and began driving at full speed towards the Tiger, and March sent the ship into an evasive spiral. They must have the ability to communicate among themselves through hyperspace. "Yeah," said March. Another alarm rang through the flight cabin. The scout ships were accelerating, and they were painting the Tiger with targeting lasers. The Tiger had a better thrust-to-mass ratio than the scout ships and could accelerate faster. They only needed to evade enemy fire for a few moments. Another alarm rang out. "Missiles," said Adelaide. The scout ships had launched missiles, 3 each. The Tiger might have been faster than the scout ships, but there was no way the ship could outpace the acceleration of the missiles. "Flak launchers," said March, putting the Tiger into another twisting, evasive pattern. Adelaide complied as the Tiger danced and swerved, and some of the missiles lost their lock, heading towards the flak. But the rest homed in on the Tiger, following March's evasive pattern. The hyperdrive display flashed green. March yanked the power levers. A shudder went through the ship as the hyperdrive activated, and the Tiger left normal space behind and hurtled through its hyperspace tunnel. That meant the ship left the scout ships and the missiles behind. March let out a long breath and leaned back in the acceleration chair. Or he tried to, anyway. There hadn't been time to put away his weapons before he sat down, and the grenade launcher and the plasma torch were digging into his back. "Let's never do that again," said Adelaide. "Yeah," said March. She hesitated. "I'm really glad you're okay. When that wasp tried to cut your head off, I thought that was it." March grunted. "I'm glad I didn't get my head cut off either." "And then you kicked its ass," said Adelaide. She grinned. "That's what a girl really wants, you know. A man who can beat up a giant space bug." "Good," said March. He wasn't sure what else to say to that. "But we're not safe yet." Not until they had gotten Storm Reel and the quantum beacon to the 7th Fleet. That sent a new wave of unease through March. The relics of the Great Elder Ones were dangerous. What the hell was Storm Reel thinking to use one of them as a weapon? He looked at the hyperdrive display. It was 8 minutes until they arrived at the Roncesvalles and its escorts. What was Storm Reel planning? March supposed he would find out sooner than he might like. 6. The Royal Navy. The door to the flight cabin slid open, and March stood up and turned around. Storm Reel and Donaghy stepped through the door, Storm Reel still holding the box containing the quantum beacon. Adelaide gave it a puzzled look but said nothing. "We've escaped," said Storm Reel. "For now," said March. He pulled off the strap holding his rifle, the grenade launcher and the plasma torch, setting them against the engineer's console after making sure the safeties were on. "Another 7 minutes and we'll reach the Roncesvalles." "Good," said Storm Reel. "Dr. Terran, your arrival was most timely." "Yeah," said Warner, who stood in the dorsal corridor with Jordan. "I don't think we've met yet," said Adelaide. "Officially, anyway. I'm Adelaide Terran." Samuel Warner," said Warner. "And Jesus, Dr. Terran, but that was some good timing. I was sure we were dead. I would kiss you, but I just saw your boyfriend beat a giant space bug to death, so that seems stupid." Adelaide laughed. "Thanks, I think." "I didn't beat it to death," said March. "I pulled it off the console, and the rest of you shot it to death." "Ensign Jordan, Captain Donaghy," said Storm Reel. "I would take it as a favor if you would secure Captain March's equipment in his armory." He nodded at the rifle, the grenade launcher, and the plasma torch. "I need to have a brief word alone with him and Dr. Terran. Technician Warner, if you would wait outside." "Come on, Ensign," said Donaghy, taking the rifle, which was the lightest of the three. Jordan carried the launcher and the torch, and the 3 men stepped into the dorsal corridor, the door sliding shut behind them. March and Adelaide were alone with the Lord Admiral. "I take it," said Adelaide, "that you're about to tell us something unpleasant." "Possibly," said Storm Reel, seating himself at the tactical station. "Did Captain March tell you what is in that box?" He tapped the container. "Not a word," said Adelaide. "Good," said Storm Reel. "This box contains a piece of the technology of the Great Elder Ones, and we are going to use it to destroy the humanity nest ship." Adelaide's eyes went wide. "Is that a good idea?" It's not, said March. It's not even remotely a good idea. In point of fact, said Stormreel, it will pose no danger to us. My plan is that it will prove a danger to the humanity. One would hope so, said Adelaide. She frowned at the Admiral. All right. I assume Jack already knows what's in your beer cooler there. He's been dealing with the relics of the great Elder Ones for longer than I have. In fact, it's probably something he encountered before. He knows all about it, which is why the two of you took off your earpieces and went to get it from the commander's office alone. So why are you telling me about it? Because in another 6 minutes we'll be arriving at the Ronsfals, said Stormreel. And of the tens of thousands of men under my command in the 7th Fleet, there are only 4 people who know about the relics of the great Elder Ones. You, Captain March, myself, and 1 other. Okay, said Adelaide. So what's the point? March sighed. What he means is that if only 4 people know about the weapon, he needs our help to use it. Yes, said Stormreel. Why, said March. You have wings of starfighters and capital starships under your command. Why do you need the help of 2 Silent Order operatives with a blockade runner? Because, as I am sure you are aware, said Stormreel, general knowledge of the relics of the great Elder Ones cannot leak to the public at large. The information is simply too dangerous. You found, Dr. Terran, more quantum inducers on Xenostas. Suppose it became public knowledge that anyone could construct an untraceable mind control device using a quantum inducer. Or, suppose someone found a way to duplicate the effect. Consider the chaos that might result. And I have now observed you both under combat conditions. You are exactly what I require. We're the stepping stones on your path to victory, is that it? Said Adelaide. I would not put it that way, but yes, said Stormreel. You are the warriors I require. I'm an archaeologist, not a soldier, said Adelaide. I'm a covert operative, said March. I said warriors, not soldiers, said Stormreel. There are many kinds of wars, and many different ways to fight them. Not all wars are fought by regimented men in uniforms. You have been a beta operative of the Silent Order for a long time. You exposed and discredited Lloyd Hoffman. What was that, I ask you, if not warfare by a different method? His dark eyes turned to March. And you, Captain March, have spent every year since your escape from the final consciousness waging war, have you not? A war from the shadows, true, but still a war. No. You are both warriors, and you are what I require to gain victory. March and Adelaide shared a look, and then he turned back to the Admiral. What do you want us to do? Said March. Possibly nothing, said Stormreel. It may not be necessary. We shall have to see once we return to the Ronsfals and her escorts. From there I can decide how to proceed. It is possible the Wasps decided to track our vector and send a force after us. If they do, they will realize that capital warships are waiting to attack them, and they will change their tactics. We will have to change ours as well. All right, said March. Censor told us to obey you, so I'll go along with this. But those relics are dangerous, Admiral. I know, said Stormreel. But anything can be used as a weapon. Even a few words at the right time and the right place. He looked at Adelaide. Is that not so, Dr. Terran? Adelaide snorted. Hoffman should have thought to keep the contents of his computer encrypted. Just so, said Stormreel. March let out a long breath and glanced at the hyperdrive display. It was 3 minutes until they reached the Ronsfals. He wanted to lie down and sleep. He wanted to take Adelaide in his arms and kiss her. He wanted to tell Stormreel that using the quantum beacon was idiotic. We're 3 minutes out, said March. You'd better stay up here. We'll need your approval to get to the Ronsfals. It would be helpful if your combat patrols didn't shoot us down. Entirely, said Stormreel in a dry voice. March sat back at the pilot station and started going through the weapons and shielding checklist. Everything was still reading as functional, at least for now. Given all the shooting he had done in the Vesper system, he would have to find the time to do proper diagnostics and maintenance on the weapons and shield systems. Next to him, Adelaide worked in silence, double-checking the fusion drive and the ion thrusters. ETA 30 seconds, announced Vigil. All right, said March. Here we go. He gripped the hyperdrive power levers and watched the countdown. The timer flashed at 0, and March yanked the levers. The Tiger shuddered out of hyperspace and back into normal space. They had arrived at interstellar space beyond the edge of the Vesper system, past the system's Oort cloud and its Kuiper belt objects, and there shouldn't have been anything out here beyond low-level background radiation. Or rather, there should have been the 9 capital ships of the Ronsfals and her escorts, and the starships ought to have stood out against the empty backdrop of interstellar space like candles in a darkened room. Instead, the Tiger's sensors lit up with radiation and radio chatter. They had arrived in the middle of a battle. Proximity alert, said Vigil. Multiple inbound craft detected. Adelaide, said March, throwing power to the fusion drive and the ion thrusters, and sending the Tiger into an evasive pattern. Shields and weapons. Get started on firing solutions. Because the 2 nearest craft were Wasp starfighters. They were identical to the ones that had attacked the Tiger at the Vesper system. Beyond that, March did not have time to take a good look at the sensors, but there was a great deal of radiation, and the dark energy sensors picked up multiple humanity signatures. It seemed that the Wasps hadn't waited to attack the Ronsfals. March wondered how the devil, the aliens, had found the ships, and then put all other thoughts from his mind as he focused on the battle. The 2 Wasp interceptors turned to attack the Tiger, but March was ready for them, and they were surprised. Before the 2 fighters could take a proper attack vector, March lined up on the nearest one, selected one of Adelaide's firing solutions, and squeezed the triggers. A volley from the plasma cannons weakened the fighter's gravitic shielding, and the following round from the railgun tore the fighter in half. The second interceptor hurtled towards the Tiger, and March went into a new evasive pattern, dodging and dancing around the interceptor's plasma bolts. Both the Tiger's laser turrets locked onto the interceptor, pouring their beams into its gravitic shielding. When the Tiger came out of her evasive pattern, the interceptor's defenses had been weakened enough that the volley from the plasma cannons tore through them and shredded the craft into organic debris. March did a quick radar and ladder scan, but it looked like there were no other ships in the immediate area. We seem to have arrived in a battle, said Stormreel, unruffled. March wondered how he had stayed calm for so long, and then realized that less than a minute had passed since the Tiger had exited hyperspace. Looks that way, said March. Let's see what the sensors say. Right away, he saw the massive dark energy signature of capital starships, about 750,000 kilometers in front of the Tiger's bow. There were 9, the largest would be the Ronsfals. There were 2 signatures Vigil recognized as coming from Cataphract-class heavy cruisers, like the doomed RCS Covenant that March had encountered at Tamlin's World, and 2 more that belonged to Longbow-class destroyers. 4 smaller signatures surrounded the bigger ships, likely the corvettes that Stormreel had mentioned. 2 Wasp starships faced them. They were far smaller than the nest ship, but bigger and more heavily armed than the scout ships. Both were about the size of the Kalaskaran heavy cruisers and radiated tremendous amounts of dark energy. The gravitic distortion around them was so severe that it took the visual sensors a few seconds to process the information and generate a clear image. They looked like a far larger version of the scout ships, thicker and bigger and more heavily armored, dotted with glowing red domes that likely served as weapon emplacements or shield generators. This is a problem, said Stormreel. Those ships are between the Ronsfals and us. March nodded. We must have stumbled into one of their outer patrols. Adelaide frowned. Will they send more fighters after us? I doubt it, said March. They appear to have their hands full at the moment. The destroyers are moving to engage the Wasp ship on the port side, said Stormreel. What about the starboard one, said March. The cruisers are hanging back to shield the Ronsvals, and the corvettes are escorting the destroyers. Starfighters, said Stormreel. Captain Alarcon will have launched a torpedo bomber squadron to destroy that cruiser, and likely sent out several squadrons of fighters to escort them. Then we hang back and wait until the battle is over, said Adelaide. No, said Stormreel. If we stay here, the Wasp capital ships could grow more starfighters to deal with us. For that matter, the Wasp scout ships in the Vesper system might communicate to the Wasp ships here, and the humanity here would realize that we escaped their comrades at Vesper Station. That might make us a priority target. No, our only safety for now will be found with the Ronsvals and her fighter squadrons. Then you want us to make for the fighters attacking that Wasp cruiser, said March. It seems like our best tactical option, said Stormreel. Your ship is better armed and armored than any of our fighters. With the assistance of our fighter squadrons, you'll be far more effective than you will be alone, and will have a better chance of reaching the Ronsvals. Fine, said March, turning the Tiger towards the Wasp starship on the starboard side. He fed power to the fusion drive, and a faint thrum went through the ship as the drive accelerated, the gravitics and the inertial absorbers straining to keep up. You'll need to talk to them, though. I don't want them to shoot us down. I quite agree, said Stormreel. I suspect they will call us sooner rather than later. You might as well turn the sensors to maximum. We'll need the tactical data, and likely both the Wasps and our forces have figured out that we're here. Yeah, said March, and he fed additional power to the radar, ladder, gravitic sensors, and dark energy detectors. The radar and ladder beams, stabbing into the void, would broadcast the Tiger's location to the Wasps and the Kalaskuran ships, but likely both the enemy and the Navy had detected the dark energy surge that heralded the Tiger's arrival. He studied the tactical display as new data flooded in. A squadron of torpedo bombers and 3 squadrons of heavy fighters were heading towards the Wasp capital ship. There was a great deal of organic wreckage drifting near the Ronsvals and the 2 cruisers. March suspected the 2 Wasp starships had launched heavy fighters and bombers at the carrier, only for the cruisers' point defenses to rip them apart. The destroyers and the corvettes moved to engage the second Wasp starship, but March was not concerned with that fight. The destroyers and the corvettes outgunned the Wasp cruiser, and March was sure they would win. He wasn't so sure about the bomber squadron, because a swarm of Wasp fighters was heading towards the bombers and their escorts. No heavy fighters or bombers, likely because they had all been destroyed by the Kalaskuran cruisers. But there were a lot of interceptors, maybe enough to shoot down the bombers and drive off the Kalaskuran heavy fighters. Adelaide, said March. We'll need targeting solutions for the interceptors. Keep the laser turrets set to point defense. If those interceptors shoot a bunch of missiles at us, we'll need them. On it, said Adelaide, hands flying over her controls. March checked their vector and ETA. It looked like they would be within firing range of the Wasp interceptors in another 9 minutes, which would be just about the time the Kalaskuran fighters moved to meet them. The communication panel pinged. The Tiger was close enough for radio transmissions with only a few seconds of lag. Unidentified civilian craft, said a man's harsh voice. This is Major Cameron, commanding Red Squadron of the RCS Ronsvals. Identify yourself and state your business at once. You're up, said March. This is Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel, Commanding Officer 7th Fleet, said Stormreel. Voice print recognition follows. He rattled off a series of random words, no doubt matched to a voice print analysis in the 7th Fleet's computers. The response came at once. Admiral, said Cameron. His voice was less harsh now. What the hell are you doing on a civilian blockade runner? We experienced complications during our inspection of Vesper Station, said Stormreel. There was an understatement. The Tiger is under the command of Captain Jack March, and is well armed for a vessel of its size. We will be coming to assist you. Not going to lie, Admiral, but the help would be welcome, said Cameron. We took out 2 of those humanity cruisers before you got here, and a lot of our starfighters are rearming and repairing on the Ronsvals right now. Any extra firepower would help a whole hell of a lot. Some more firepower is coming, said Stormreel. It looks like we'll approach the interceptors from their starboard side, just as you move into missile range. You have any point defense on that thing, sir? Said Cameron. Laser turrets and flak launchers, said Stormreel. Better than we've got, said Cameron. Can't believe I'm giving orders to an admiral, but you hit them from the side, we'll hit them from the front. We're feeding the Tiger's transponder code into our battle network, so our missiles don't hit you. Thank you, Major, said Stormreel. Good hunting. You too, sir, said Cameron, and ended the transmission. Do flag officers customarily fly into fighter battles? Said Adelaide. The Admiralty generally frowns upon it, said Stormreel with glacial calm. But conventions are only useful to the extent that they help win victories. Archaeologists normally do not fly into space battles either. Said Adelaide. She flicked a switch and sent a list of firing solutions to March. I suppose I'm special that way or something. Firing range in 45 seconds, said March. He watched the tactical display as the 2 masses of human and Wasp starfighters hurtled towards each other. Any minute now they'll start launching missiles. Looks like the Kalaskaran fighters are moving away from the bombers, trying to reach the interceptors before they can close. That is standard tactical doctrine, said Stormreel. Alarms chimed through the flight cabin. A whole hell of a lot of missile launches, said Adelaide. None of them targeted at us, though. Set the turrets to auto-fire at the missiles, said March. We might save some of the fighter pilots. Switch them back to point defense if we have any missile locks on us. Roger, said Adelaide. The 2 flights of missiles slammed into the Wasp and Kalaskaran fighters, and fireballs bloomed in the darkness of interstellar space. And the fighting began. The Kalaskaran fighters looked sleek and armored and deadly, bristling with lasers and plasma cannons and missile points. They were Phalanx-class heavy starfighters, each one crewed with a pilot, a co-pilot, and a pair of gunners. They had been built to look somewhat like the ancient jet fighters of primeval Earth, though the crew cabin was encased in armor in the center of the ship rather than at the nose. It was partly an aesthetic choice, but it also allowed the Phalanx starfighters to have a massive array of forward-facing armaments. Each fighter had 2 forward-facing plasma cannons, 2 forward-facing chain guns, 12 missile hardpoints, and a rear-facing turret with another plasma cannon and a point defense laser. The Wasp interceptors hurtled towards the Kalaskaran fighters. They looked like giant insects and were armed with only a pair of plasma cannons and missile mounts. Despite that, they were more maneuverable and had better acceleration than the heavy Phalanx starfighters. Here we go, murmured Adelaide. Mach's fingers tightened against the flight yoke, and the Tiger surged into the battle. He swooped behind a pair of Wasp interceptors circling around a Phalanx fighter, and a firing solution flashed across the screen. March squeezed the triggers, and the Tiger spat a volley of plasma bolts into the fighter. The gravitic shielding dispersed most of it, but some of the bolts chewed into the ship's hull, organic debris spraying into the void. The fighter jerked, and the Phalanx's rear turret spat another volley of plasma bolts. The interceptor ripped apart under the barrage. The proximity alert chimed, and the tactical display showed a volley of missiles heading towards a flight of 4 Phalanx starfighters battling a group of 7 Wasp interceptors. Set the lasers to point defense, said March, rolling the Tiger and sending it towards the dogfight. Burn those missiles. Point defense, repeated Adelaide, and she sent a firing solution to the turrets. Both the dorsal and the ventral laser turrets began rotating, targeting the missiles and slicing through them. They lacked the gravitic shielding of the Wasp fighters, and the beams carved into the missiles' casings, disrupting whatever organic propulsion system they used. March lined up behind a Wasp interceptor making a run on a phalanx, waited a heartbeat to get a clear shot, and started firing. Plasma bolts punched through the interceptor's weakened shielding and tore it apart. Two of the interceptors turned to pursue the Tiger, and March went evasive. He banked hard to port, twisted the Tiger around, and had a half-second's clear shot at one of the interceptors. The Tiger shuddered as the railgun spat, and the tungsten round drilled through the center of the interceptor, its own speed tearing the weakened craft apart a second later. The remaining interceptor sent a volley of plasma bolts into the Tiger, the radiation shield straining under the impacts, but two of the phalanx fighters blasted the interceptor to dust with their chain guns a second later. "Get power back to the radiation shield," said March, sending the Tiger after another interceptor. The volley of plasma bolts had siphoned off 40% of the shield's power. Too many more hits and the shield would collapse. "On it," said Adelaide, her voice tight. The shield charge level started to tick back up as Adelaide diverted power to it. March blasted another interceptor to pieces with the plasma cannons and sent the Tiger weaving in and out of the melee. His ship was better armed and armored than the Wasp interceptors, and he put the Tiger's armaments to good use, shooting down interceptor after interceptor. Whenever the Wasp starfighters tried to focus on the Tiger, the Kalaskaran fighters seized the opportunity to destroy their opponents. And during the furious melee, the torpedo bombers flew ever closer to the Wasp cruiser. The bombers looked far less streamlined and sleek than the Phalanx-class fighters, boxy craft powered by enormous fusion engines. Despite their ungainly appearance, they carried a heavy armament, and each ship had 8 thermonuclear torpedoes. Several of the bombers were destroyed as some of the Wasp interceptors got past the phalanxes, but most of the bombers powered through. And then they were within range of the cruiser. It felt like it had taken months. March glanced at the chronometer and was shocked to see that only 6.5 minutes had passed since he had shot down that first Wasp interceptor. "All craft, this is Bomber Leader," said a voice over the speakers. "We are firing. I repeat, we are firing." The remaining bombers fired their torpedoes in 2 volleys. The first volley hurtled towards the cruiser, and the Wasp capital ship's point defenses opened up. Anti-torpedo rockets burst from the side of the cruiser, and point defense lasers sliced into space. About half the torpedoes were destroyed before they reached the target. The other half slammed into the cruiser. That many nuclear torpedoes detonating at once made an impressive explosion. The cruiser's gravitic shielding collapsed, and the explosions tore massive craters into the side of the grayish-green ship. The Wasp ship jerked, trying to correct its vector, and then secondary explosions erupted through its superstructure. The explosion tore the cruiser apart. "That," said Adelaide, looking at her displays, "is a lot of radiation." March nodded. "Good thing you got the radiation shield back up." "I thought you said neutron bombs were the best way to attack Wasp ships," said Adelaide, glancing back at Stormreel. The Admiral had sat at the tactical station for the entire battle, watching his displays with calm interest. March supposed watching life and death struggles with cool interest was a vital skill for a flag officer. "They are," said Stormreel, "but we'll need to save our neutron bombs for the nest ship. But for the smaller Wasp starships, simply pounding them into pieces with standard nuclear torpedoes will suffice." "I think that's the largest space battle I've ever survived," said Adelaide. March almost said that the battle wasn't over yet, but even as he looked at the tactical display, he realized that it was. The final Wasp interceptors were destroyed, and the destroyers and the corvettes had smashed the other Humanity cruiser. The battle was over, but the nest ship still awaited in the Vesper system. And the key to destroying the nest ship and saving Vesper system sat in a box on the deck. "Congratulations," said Stormreel. "Captain March, I need access to the communication system. I must speak to Captain Alicon at once. We shall have to move quickly." The panel's unlocked, said March. Start heading for the Ronsfals, said Stormreel, tapping commands into his station. We'll receive clearance to land there shortly. March nodded and turned the Tiger towards the fleet carrier. The surviving phalanxes and torpedo bombers were doing the same. March wondered again how the hell the Wasps had known where to find the Ronsfals and her escorts. If the Wasps could communicate through hyperspace, perhaps they had been able to sense the presence of the dark matter reactors aboard the Ronsfals and the other ships. That was a disturbing thought. The quantum beacon had given off a constant low-level dark energy signature. Could the Eumenides sense that as well? That was an even more disturbing thought. The flight cabin speakers crackled. Admiral Stormreel? The voice was deep and commanding, a marked contrast from Stormreel's slightly nasal rasp. Captain Alicon, said Stormreel. I congratulate you and your men on an excellent victory. I had a first-hand view, and our men performed admirably in all respects. Thank you, sir, said Alicon. I am pleased to see that you are still alive. When those Wasp cruisers showed up, we suspected you had been killed before you even reached Vesper Station. There were unforeseen complications, said Stormreel. The main Eumenid force has already reached the system, and the nest ship is heading towards Vesper's world. We have 6 days to stop it. I see, said Alicon, his voice turning grim. Vesper Station. Disabled, with the crew taken and killed, said Stormreel. We managed to rescue a single survivor, but I'm afraid every other crewer aboard the station is Kia. How did you wind up on that privateer vessel, sir? Said Alicon. By excellent good fortune, said Stormreel. My shuttle came under attack as soon as it exited hyperspace. Fortunately, Captain March and the Tiger responded to our distress call. Once he rescued us, we were able to proceed to Vesper Station. Then your mission, sir, said Alicon. It was successful. Yes, said Stormreel. We will need to move at once. It will be at least a couple of hours before the fleet is ready to move, sir, said Alicon. The fighters need to land and rearm, and the ejected pilots have to be collected. The destroyers and the corvettes took some light damage that needs patching. We will move as soon as it can be done, said Stormreel. I need to meet with you, the tactical staff, and the other captains as soon as possible. Right, said Alicon. I will have flight control put the Tiger in for a priority landing spot. Excellent, said Stormreel. We shall speak shortly, Captain. The transmission ended, and Stormreel turned to face March. You ought to receive landing and telemetry information from the Ronsfals any moment, said Stormreel. Once you do land, I'll need to confer with the fleet captains, but I expect we will be ready to move in another 3 to 4 hours. March frowned. You have another job for us, I assume. Stormreel smiled. Yes. We're going to save Vesper's world, Captain March. 7. Navigator. The landing information from the Ronsfals came about a minute after Stormreel finished his conversation with Captain Alicon. March fed the vector into Vigil, turned the Tiger, and headed towards the Ronsfals, following the directions the ship's communications officer and flight control had sent. Bit by bit, the Ronsfals filled the visual screens. The ship was a Crusader-class fleet carrier, an armored metal rectangle 4.5 kilometers long that could carry 2 full wings of fighters and bombers. Because so much of its interior volume went to hangar space and maintenance workshops, the Ronsfals could not support the heavy weapons of a cruiser or a destroyer. Yet the ship's hull bristled with point defense lasers, railguns, and rocket launchers, and any fighters or missiles that tried to take a run at the carrier would face a hard time. March stared at the screens, memories stirring in his mind. He had seen the Ronsfals before, a long time ago, when he had still been an Iron Hand and part of the Final Consciousness. The remaining machinist forces on Martel's world had been evacuated, and March had seen the Ronsfals and the rest of the Kalaskaran fleet jump in and smash the machinist's capital starships. It had been a crushing victory, and the machinists had not made another major offensive towards Kalaskar since. And then the machinists had bombed Martel's world during their retreat, burning the planet and its billions of inhabitants for no better reason than spite. That had set March upon his path, driving him away from the final consciousness and towards the Silent Order. The path that had brought him here. "Jack," said Adelaide. He looked at her. The same path had brought him to Adelaide Tarrant. They hadn't known each other very long, but she seemed to realize when he was distracted. And getting distracted, March had to admit, was a stupid thing to do while piloting a starship. "It's a big ship," said March. 300 years old, said Stormreel. The Ronsfals has participated in actions against the Nunavik, the Panthurics, the Machinists, the Rustari, the Falcon Republic, and a dozen other foes of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, and has been present at some of our most decisive naval victories of the last 3 centuries. "And now it will have gone up against the humanity," said Adelaide. "Yes," said Stormreel. March steered the Tiger towards the Ronsfals' aft starboard hangar bay. Flight control sent him more telemetry information, and he cut the fusion drive and eased the ship forward with ion thrusters. The flight control officer directed him towards a landing pad at the rear of the hangar, and March guided the Tiger through an enormous hangar that dwarfed the one on Vesper Station. Below he glimpsed rows of fighters and bombers and mobs of technicians in red and green coveralls. It almost looked like a horde of multicolored ants going about their business. March rotated the Tiger and set the ship down on the landing pad, cutting the power to the drive and the ion thrusters. He let out a long breath. They had survived the Vesper system. The odds had been against them, but they had gotten out alive. Of course, March's primary mission was to get Adelaide and the relics back to Kalaskar, and he still couldn't fulfill that, not as long as Stormreel held command over the Tiger. "Leave your ship on standby, Captain March," said Stormreel, getting to his feet. "I suspect you will need to leave again shortly." He picked up the box with the quantum beacon. "I will take Donaghy, Jordan, and Warner with me, and then I will meet with Captain Alicon. If you turn portside when you exit your ship, there will be an unused pilot-ready room there. Please wait there for another one of my officers to arrive." Adelaide frowned. "Which officer?" "You said only 4 people knew about the relics of the Great Elder Ones," said March. "You're going to send the 4th one to talk to us, aren't you?" "Very good," said Stormreel. He passed the box to March. "Secure this in your strong room. I don't want to take it on board the Ronsfals, and it will be safe on the Tiger for the next few hours." "All right," said March, taking the box. It was lighter than he expected. But the relics of the Great Elder Ones were always lighter than they looked. Stormreel left the flight cabin. He called out to Donaghy, and the staff captain Jordan and Warner joined them. March watched as they filed through the dorsal corridor and disappeared into the cargo hold. He waited until he heard the cargo airlock cycle. March looked at Adelaide. "Hell of a day, wasn't it?" she said. "Not over yet," said March. "Let's lock this beer cooler in the strong room, and then wait for the 4th person in the ready room." "I hope they have coffee," said Adelaide. She stood and stretched, and March found his eyes drawn to her chest before he could stop himself. "If we've been impressed into the Navy, at least I want some free coffee. And maybe a protein bar." "I don't think we've been impressed," said March, leading the way to the cargo bay. He went down the ladder first, and then Adelaide followed. "I think privateers get nationalized for the duration of a crisis." "You're the privateer, Jack," said Adelaide, as he unlocked the strong room door. "You're the one who got nationalized. I'm just your girlfriend." She grinned. "What?" said March. The strong room door unlocked with a clang. She grinned again and pushed back some of her hair. "It's just not something I've been able to say for a long time. I'm your girlfriend." March met her eyes and found himself smiling. Yeah. Liability, said Stormreel in his memory. March opened the strong room door and set the box with the quantum beacon on the floor. The cases holding the quantum inducers and the firestone that Adelaide had found on Xenostas rested against the wall. March really hoped that Stormreel was correct and that the relics would not start talking to each other. He closed and locked the door, and then instructed Vigil to keep the ship on standby and locked down until he returned. Then he and Adelaide cycled through the cargo airlock and stepped onto the flight deck of the Roncesvalles. It was almost like walking into the downtown square of a busy city during rush hour. At first glance, it looked like chaos. Men in red and green coveralls ran back and forth, and drones on treads hurried after them. Fighters and bombers pushed through the atmosphere barrier with gusts of wind, floated overhead on antigravs, and then settled into their landing stalls. It looked like chaos, but March's experienced eye picked out the order. The men in the green coveralls were repair and maintenance technicians, the men in red armorers and ordnance handling technicians. The uniforms were bright to make them visible and cut down on the risk of accidents. Damaged fighters were directed to repair stalls, while the functional ones received fresh armaments. No one paid any attention to March, but a few technicians faltered in their stride to glance in surprise at Adelaide. There were no women on Kalascaran warships, and Adelaide was an attractive woman. If she stood here too long, she might cause an accident when some startled technician driving a cart of ordnance looked at her for a little too long. I feel slightly out of place, said Adelaide in a dry voice. Yeah, you'd think they had never seen an archaeologist before, said March. Come on. That coffee is a good idea. Adelaide nodded and followed him to the far wall of the vast hangar. There was a narrow door labeled Pilot Ready Room, and it slid open at their approach. Beyond was an empty room with the look of a pilot's lounge, with tables and chairs, 2 flight simulators, and a counter with coffee machines and cases of protein bars. Now that is what I was hoping to see, said Adelaide. She filled 2 mugs of coffee and handed him one, and then took 4 protein bars and handed him 2. No powdered eggs, though, said March as they sat at one of the tables. You do like your powdered eggs, said Adelaide. She tore open the protein bars and started eating with a will. They hadn't eaten anything since breakfast. How long ago had that been? 12 hours? 14. March wasn't sure at this point. Yeah, said March, thinking of Martel's world again. It was. Adelaide took a drink of her coffee. After the hospital, said March. After I got away from the final consciousness and the surgeons took out most of my implants. When I woke up and was well enough to eat again. Adelaide set down her coffee, looking at him. Powdered eggs and vat-grown bacon was the first thing I ate. Developed a taste for it, I think. Oh, said Adelaide. I didn't know that. Suppose there's a lot of things I don't know about you yet. She smiled. I'm looking forward to finding them out. I hope so, said March. Her smile faded. What does that mean? That box in the strong room, said March. There's a lot of things like that in my past. I suppose I'm dangerous to be around. He shook his head. You joked that I had a girl in every port. I told you I didn't, but for all you knew I was lying. I could have been carrying every disease you can get in a spaceport, and yet I still slept with you, said Adelaide, raising her eyebrows. And not once but a bunch of times. She smiled. If it makes you feel better, remember that I had to hook you up to the expert system in the Tiger's infirmary. It gave a full readout of your physical health as you were recovering from those stab wounds. No sexually transmitted diseases. You checked, said March, surprised. Her smile turned shy. Well, it's not every day that a girl gets saved from a bunch of iron hands, is it? And I did check. Let's say I was contemplating the possibility of things that might potentially happen in the future. Her smile faded. I hope you're not upset. No, said March. It's only fair. I almost bled to death on your ship. Sensible thing to check. She looked into her coffee. I was surprised that I checked. And that I was pleased that the results were good. I've been alone for 12 years, right? 15 really, since Duncan died. I got used to it. Comfortable with it. I mean, men would make passes at me on a reasonably regular basis, and I always shot them down. I didn't even think about it. That was my default response. I had too many other things to do, both for my own work and for our mutual employer. And then I met you, and I started to think otherwise. You made me remember what it felt like to be a woman. Her eyes went wide, and she covered her face with a long groan. What? Said March, alarmed. What's wrong? No, nothing's wrong, said Adelaide, lowering her hands. Her smile was bashful. But I just said that you made me remember what it felt like to be a woman. That's so corny. Like a really bad song. I've never said anything that corny in my life. I'm usually more eloquent than that. It's been a long day, said March. And I started the conversation. He shook his head. I saw the Ronsfals at Martell's World. Oh, said Adelaide. They ate and drank in silence for a while. And you're not the only one, said March. Adelaide raised her eyebrows. I'm not the only one who remembered what it felt like to be a woman. Despite himself, March smiled. No. But I don't do this kind of thing, Adelaide. I complete the mission, and then I move to the next mission. I don't do anything else. I don't have a girlfriend, said Adelaide. March shrugged. A life outside your work, said Adelaide. It's all right if you do, you know. You can't destroy the final consciousness by yourself, Jack. I can't either. I would if I could, but I can't, and neither can you. So you can either try to spend your life doing something that is literally impossible and will destroy you, or you can leave room for other things in your life. Friends. Family. She swallowed. Relationships. March stared at her. Liability, said Stormreel in his memory once again. Yeah, said March. It's been a long time for you, but I'm new at this. And I guess I'm out of practice, said Adelaide. She smiled. But I'm willing to try it one day at a time, if you are. Yeah, said March. Her hand settled on his leg beneath the table. And I wasn't kidding, murmured Adelaide. You did make me remember what it was like to be a woman. Repeatedly. March found himself smiling. That's so. It is so, said Adelaide. And we. The door hissed open, and Adelaide's hand darted back as she straightened up. March felt an irrational wave of irritation. It was irrational because he wasn't going to sleep with Adelaide on a Royal Navy starship about to enter a combat situation, and they didn't have time to sneak back to the Tiger. Nonetheless, he still felt annoyed. Then he turned to see who had entered the room, and his annoyance turned to surprise. A man in a blue naval uniform with the rank insignia of a lieutenant commander walked towards their table. He had sharp features, cold blue eyes, and thick black hair going prematurely gray at the temples. Next to him walked a pretty young woman in a naval uniform. She had no rank insignia at all. Adelaide looked at the man, but not at the woman. There was a good reason for that. March could see the woman, but Adelaide could not. That was one of the Kingdom of Kalaskar's most closely kept secrets, and the reason that the Royal Kalaskaran Navy had defeated the machinists at Martell's World. Of course, the woman walking at the man's side wasn't really a woman. Or human. Well, I'll be damned, said Lieutenant Commander Malcolm Caird, smiling as he held out his hand. Jack March. I'm surprised to see you wrapped up in this mess, but I suppose I shouldn't be. March got to his feet and shook Caird's hand. And I suppose I shouldn't be surprised to see you. You were in even bigger trouble the last time I ran into you. That's God's own truth, said Caird. You know each other, said Adelaide. Lieutenant Commander Malcolm Caird, said March. Meet Dr. Adelaide Tarrant of the Royal University of Kalaskar. They shook hands. Commander Caird is a navigator. Adelaide raised her eyebrows. The best of the best, then. I don't know about that, said Caird. What are you a doctor of, ma'am? He grinned. You could always examine me and render a professional opinion. Archaeology, said Adelaide. I'd have to wait until you had been dead a few thousand years. Then you would be in my professional capacity. Pity, said Caird. The woman who was not a woman stepped forward, peering at Adelaide. Caird called her Elizabeth, but March didn't know her real name. Likely she didn't have one. The two of them are sleeping together, Mal, announced Elizabeth. Better not hit on her too much. Just enough that she isn't insulted. Else you're going to alienate our old friend Captain March. You said you're a navigator, said Adelaide, changing the subject. That's right, said Caird. And for this operation, I'm going to be the helmsman and the navigator for the Ronsfals. To the public at large, the navigators were the elite pilots of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, the absolute best of the best. That was an accurate enough perception, but March knew the truth. Caird was possessed by a macrobe, a dark energy creature from hyperspace, and it manifested as Elizabeth. March could see her, thanks to the machinist nanotech in his blood, and Caird could see her, but no one else but another navigator could. Usually macro possession resulted in grotesque mutation and homicidal insanity. In navigators, it resulted in an ability to calculate impossibly accurate hyperspace jumps. Caird had calculated the fleet's jump at Martel's world, the jump that had caught the machinist fleet off guard. Say, said Caird. Are you the Adelaide Tarrant who made that documentary about the alien ruins in the Alexandria system? Adelaide grinned. That was me, yeah. I really like that, said Caird. Pity I don't have one of your books with me. I'd have you sign it. If we get out of this alive, Commander, said Adelaide, I'll send you a signed copy. Yes, our current situation, said Caird, his smile fading. The Admiral sent me down to talk to you. He also mentioned that Dr. Tarrant is a silent order operative, so we can converse freely. He looked at March. And before you mention it, I did remember to lock the door behind us. Then you're the fourth one the Admiral mentioned, said Adelaide. Yes, said Caird. Of everyone in the 7th Fleet, the only ones who know about the relics of the Great Elder Ones are you, Captain March, me, and Lord Admiral Stormreel. And me, said Elizabeth. Caird snorted. The three of us all learned about them the hard way. The Admiral found out because he's the Admiral. So what is he planning, said March. Hell if I know, said Caird. The Admiral's one for playing his cards close to his chest. Makes sense, given how one loose tongue can sink an entire fleet. He shrugged, his expression hardening. Suppose we found that out the hard way, didn't we? Yeah, said March, thinking of the Covenant and the thousands of men who had died or been captured in the battle over Tamlin's world. What does the Admiral want you to do here? Caird shrugged. He wants you to show me what you brought back from Vesper Station. Shit, said March. Caird frowned. What is it? Another relic of the Great Elder Ones, said March. Different from the last time we encountered one. Larger and more powerful and probably more dangerous. Dangerous to play with such toys, said Elizabeth. She wasn't wrong. Better get it over with, said March. Actually, said Adelaide, do you mind if I visit the restroom first? There hasn't been much time for it today. Oh yeah, said Caird, pointing at a door on the wall. Right in there. Be right back, said Adelaide, and she vanished behind the door. March looked at Caird. She's not clear to know about the navigators, said Caird. So, no mentioning Elizabeth. I figured, said March. Caird grinned. Congratulations, by the way. Congratulations for what? Said March. Caird laughed. What, isn't it obvious? When I met you, I thought that you seemed like the kind of man who needed something to take the edge off, but you were wound up too tight to do anything about it. Dr. Tarrant is a looker, and if she's in the silent order, she's got backbone too. If she wasn't with you, I would try to get friendly with her before we get back to Kalaskuran space. March grunted. Won't Elizabeth get jealous? Your human obsession with the reproductive act, said Elizabeth, is entirely incomprehensible. That's a no then, said Caird. Be sure to let Dr. Tarrant down gently, though. Gently, said March. When you tell her it's over, said Caird. When you get her back to Kalaskuran space. That was your original assignment, right? Get her back safely to Kalaskar. Then I bet the two of you were alone, and the sparks flew. He shook his head. But you and I'm afraid, are not the kind of men for long-term relationships. Why not? Said March, his voice quiet. We're too different from normal Kalaskaran humans, said Caird. Me with Elizabeth, and you with your metal arm. I suppose someday I'll retire and settle down if I live long enough, but until then, you'd be asking her to wait while you do the Order's missions. Doesn't seem fair to her. Navy men know how long their tours will last, and they get shore leave, but Silent Order operatives don't. He shook his head. Seems easier just to spare her the pain in the long run and get it over with. March didn't say anything. Caird's logic rang truer than he would like. Much, much truer. The restroom door opened, and Adelaide stepped out. Ready, she said. Yeah, said March. Let's go. Caird led the way from the ready room to the Tiger. The chaos on the flight deck had increased only further, and the technicians and the armorers continued their labors. Pilots ran back and forth, hurrying to their craft, and carts loaded with missiles and drums of chain gun ammunition drove from fighter to fighter. It looked like the Admiral intended the Ronsfels' fighters to launch again as soon as they emerged from hyperspace. They reached the Tiger, and March unlocked the cargo airlock, and they strode into the hold. Caird looked around, no doubt remembering his time on the ship at Monastery Station, and their struggle to keep the captured Wraith device from falling into the hands of Simon Laurie. The same Simon Laurie, as it happened, who had murdered Adelaide's husband and unborn child. March had killed him, and now he was sleeping with the woman whose husband and child Laurie had killed. It was a strange tangle of fate, if there was such a thing as fate. The thought of breaking up with Adelaide upset him far more than he would have expected, but he still could not deny Stormreel's and Caird's logic. He pushed the thought out of his head. This wasn't the time to think about it. You haven't redecorated since the last time I was here, said Caird. I'm a privateer trying to turn a profit in a tough galaxy, said March. Redecorating the cargo bay is a waste of money. See, you can tell Commander Caird's in the Navy, said Adelaide with a laugh. Always eager to spend the taxpayer's credit. Caird snorted. Don't start. Trying to get anything out of naval procurement is like squeezing blood from a stone, with the difference that you are more likely to get blood from a stone than an extra credit out of procurement. March walked to the strongroom door and stopped. Wait a moment, he said. How much are you cleared to know? Caird shrugged. The Admiral said we're to share information freely. I suppose a Lord Admiral has the authority to order that, but the less each of us know, the safer we'll all be, and the better chance of victory we'll have at Vesper's World. Agreed, said March, and he unlocked the strongroom door. I always seem to see unpleasant things in there, said Caird. We're not about to break the pattern, said March, and he lifted Stormreel's box, put it on the deck, and closed the door. I really hope you have beer in there, said Caird. I don't, said March, and he flipped open the box, reached into the packing peanuts, and lifted out the quantum beacon. Adelaide flinched, and Caird's eyes narrowed. Elizabeth stepped closer, gazing in fascination at the device. That looks like a quantum inducer, said Adelaide. But a lot bigger. You know what a quantum inducer is, said Caird. I bet I found out about it the same way you did, said Adelaide. The hard way. No argument there, said Caird. The Navy's scientists think this thing is a communications device of some kind, said March. Some kind of beacon. So they call it a quantum beacon. I can feel it, Mal, said Elizabeth. I can sense it. It exists simultaneously in both your universe and hyperspace. March didn't dare look at her, lest Adelaide ask what he was looking at. Where did you find this thing, said Caird. I took it from our old friend Laurie, said March. Laurie had this, said Adelaide, her voice sharp. Let me guess, said Caird. You met Laurie the hard way, too. Yeah, said Adelaide. I did. Laurie was using this thing in a prototype project, said March. We went up against each other. He got away, but I captured this device, and Stormreel thinks we can use it to defeat the Wasps. I can sense it, Mal, said Elizabeth. I've sensed things like this a long time ago, long before your race ever learned how to come to hyperspace. There was a great war that lasted longer than you can imagine, and the race that came from outside reality used these to speak among themselves. Then the war stopped, and silence fell in hyperspace until humans built hyperdrives. Any idea how we can use it to defeat the Wasps? Said Adelaide. Damned if I know, said Caird, but his eyes were distant. The Admiral must have something clever up his sleeve. You think he knows what he's doing, said March. I can sense this thing anywhere, said Elizabeth. Across any distance. Take it to a galaxy at the far end of the universe, and I will still be able to find it. Could that be Stormreel's plan? March couldn't see how. If Caird could sense the quantum beacon anywhere, he could plot a hyperspace jump to it with ease. Yet how would that destroy the Wasp nest ship? Caird snorted. I'm not allowed to speak ill of senior officers. There are 15 million people on Vesper's world, said March. Do you think his plan can save them? Caird said nothing, as he and Elizabeth stared at the greenish-blue shape of the quantum beacon. An idle thought occurred to March. Many of the relics of the great Elder Ones that he had encountered looked vaguely insectal. Perhaps the great Elder Ones had encountered the humanity long ago. I don't know, said Caird at last. Nothing is ever certain in battle. You know that as well as I do. March nodded. But Admiral Stormreel wins a lot. I've seen him win. He wouldn't still be a Lord Admiral if he didn't win consistently. You've met him, right? The man is an unpleasant, arrogant ass. So much for not speaking ill of senior officers, said Adelaide in a dry voice. He has those nasty little tests he likes to give people, said Caird. He probably used one on you when you first met him. March nodded again. But he is a genius. I don't say that lightly. Some of the fleet's senior officers are dumber than boxes of slag. Worse, some of them think they're brilliant when they're idiots. But Stormreel is exactly as smart as he thinks he is. Seems like he thinks he's pretty damn smart, said March. He is, said Caird. I hate to admit it, but he is that smart. The Lord Admiral sees far and deeply, said Elizabeth. Vision is a rare quality in a human. Well, said Adelaide, he said only 4 people in the 7th Fleet know about the relics, and 3 of us are a navigator, a privateer, and an archaeologist. I hope that plan of his is a damn good one. March put the quantum beacon back into the box and closed the lid. Elizabeth kept staring at it, even after the lid was closed. "Guess we'll find out," said March. Something buzzed, and Caird pulled his phone from his belt. "And we're about to find out right now," said Caird. He hit a button on the phone. "Admiral." "Commander Caird," said Stormreel, his voice calm and nasal as ever. "Are Captain March and Dr. Terran with you?" "They are, sir," said Caird. "Excellent," said Stormreel. "Please report to the CIC with Captain March and Dr. Terran at once. You will take your station, and I have a separate task for the others." "Acknowledged, sir," said Caird. "We're on our way." He broke the connection and returned the phone to his belt. March put the box with the quantum beacon back into the strong room and locked the door. "Well," said Adelaide. "Suppose we shouldn't keep the Admiral waiting." "No," said March. Caird smiled. "We've been in a tight spot before, Captain March. We got out of that alive." "We did," said March. "But the cost had been high. The crew of the Covenant had been lost, Lori had escaped, and March had barely gotten the few survivors and the Wraith devices back to Kalaskarun space. What would the cost be this time?" 8. The Beacon. March and Adelaide followed Caird onto the cavernous hangar deck. The intensity of activity had only increased. More Phalanx-class heavy fighters had been ferried onto the deck, and the armorers rushed towards them, mounting missiles on the starfighters' hardpoints. A constant cacophony of shouted orders and clanging metal and whirring motors filled the air. 4 men might have crewed each Phalanx-class heavy fighter, but behind each fighter was a team of a dozen men keeping the craft repaired, functional, and armed. "God, this place is huge," said Adelaide, looking around. Caird looked back at her, Elizabeth walking at his side. A technician stepped right through Elizabeth without realizing it. "You've never been on a fleet carrier before." "It doesn't come up too often in an archaeologist's career," said Adelaide in a dry voice. She glanced towards the ceiling. "I'm surprised this hangar doesn't get its own weather." "Actually it does," said Caird. "The hangars on the Ronsfals are big enough that they need special environmental equipment to keep clouds and even rainstorms from forming near the ceiling." March grunted. "I suppose that would be expensive to fix." "Oh yes," said Caird. "If it drizzles in the hangar bay, all kinds of important equipment gets fried, and that leads to an unpleasant chat with naval procurement." They reached a row of doors leading to the carrier's lift system, a few hundred meters down from the pilot-ready room. There was a line at every door, but fortunately Caird outranked the men in line, so he ordered them out of the way. A few minutes later, March, Adelaide, and Caird were in a packed lift car, speeding its way through the massive ship to the CIC. Both March and Adelaide attracted curious stares, with far more of them directed Adelaide's way, but March ignored them. Adelaide kept her face in the sober mask he had seen her use when narrating video documentaries about serious subjects. After a short ride, the car stopped, the doors hissed open, and March stepped into the Ronsfals' Combat Information Center. The CIC was twice as large as the Operations Center on Vesper Station. Rows of consoles lined the walls, with officers and technicians monitoring fire control, shields, life support, engines, and a host of other systems. A raised platform in the center held the executive office's stations, and the captain's massive chair looked like a combination of a throne and a piece of industrial artwork. Several holograms floated overhead, showing an overview of the ship's systems and status reports from the hangars, shield control, and fire control. Ensign Jordan awaited them just outside the lift car. "Commander Caird, sir," he said, saluting. "The Lord Admiral had sent me to escort Captain March and Dr. Terran to his office." "Very good, Ensign," said Caird, returning the salute. He looked back at March and Adelaide. "This is where we part ways, I think. Good luck." "You too," said March, and Caird strode towards the navigational stations below the command platform. Elizabeth gave March one final look, and he wondered what was going on in that alien mind. Then she turned and strolled after Caird. "This way, Captain March, Dr. Terran," said Jordan. March followed the ensign through the bustling hive of the CIC to one of the balconies that overlooked the room. One set of stairs led to the captain's office. Another led to the Lord Admiral's. They followed Jordan up the stairs to a pair of double doors and into the office. Stormreel's office looked just as eccentric as March would have expected. The lights were dimmer than the CIC, and shelves held an array of paper books and archaic weapons, swords and spears and crossbows and the like. A screen behind the Admiral's desk displayed constant updates of the ship's status, along with a view of the surrounding stars. Stormreel himself sat behind his massive steel slab of a desk, holograms floating over its surface. There were 3 other men in the office, standing before the Admiral's desk. The first was Captain Donaghy. The second was a wiry, youngish-looking man in the red flight suit of a Kalaskaran fighter pilot, a major's insignia on his chest. The final man looked like a bouncer at a spaceport bar, with bulging chest and arms, his knuckles thick, his nose crooked, his ears showing signs of frequent impacts. The thuggish-looking man wore a Kalaskaran Navy uniform with a captain's insignia. "Thank you, Ensign," said Stormreel. "You may wait outside." Jordan saluted and stepped back onto the balcony, the door hissing closed behind him. "Captain March, Dr. Terran, welcome." "You already know Captain Donaghy. May I introduce Major Niles Cameron, one of our squadron commanders, and Captain Manuel Alarcon, the commanding officer of the RCS Roncesvalles." March and Adelaide shook hands with Cameron and Alarcon. "Pleased to meet you." "Never had much use for privateers myself," said Alarcon. "But that was some fine shooting when you showed up." "That's right," said Cameron. March recognized his clipped voice from the battle against the Wasp interceptors. "These bug bastards fight hard enough that I'll not turn away any help." "That is the purpose of this meeting," said Stormreel. His voice was quiet, but the naval officers turned their attention to him at once. "The Humanity nest ship is just over 5 days away from Vesper's world. Should the nest ship reach Vesper's world, the lives of the 15 million colonists upon the planet will be forfeit, to say nothing of the lives already lost upon Vesper Station. If that nest ship reaches Vesper's world, in a matter of weeks the Humanity will start producing more nest ships and capital warships. The Kingdom of Kalaskar will face an alien war of immense scale. The machinists will almost certainly take advantage of the situation, assuming the Humanity do not turn upon them first, for they recognize neither friend nor ally. A war on that scale might cost trillions of lives. That is the gravity of the situation, gentlemen." No one said anything. "But thanks to Captain March and Dr. Terran," said Stormreel, "we yet have a chance to avert all that. To defeat the Humanity invasion before it can begin." "What do you mean, sir?" said Alarcon. "The Wasp nest ship," said Stormreel, and he tapped a key on his desk's computer terminal. The air rippled a little, and a holographic image of a Humanity nest ship appeared. March wondered if Stormreel had somehow gotten a picture of the nest ship in the Vesper system, or if he had dug the image out of the archives of the Fifth Empire. "That will be the key," said Donaghy. "Yes," said Stormreel. "The Wasp Queens are aboard the nest ship, and they are in control of the entire swarm of Humanity in the Vesper system. Kill them, and the swarm will collapse into chaos. For that matter, the nest ship itself is the key to victory. Bombard it with enough neutron bombs, and the resultant radiation poisoning and coding errors introduced into the Humanity DNA will kill the ship and spread through the rest of the Wasps." Stormreel leaned back in his chair. "The problem is that the nest ship generates an enormous gravitic distortion field. The strength of the Wasp gravitic shielding appears to increase based on the available surface area of their ships. Consequently, the nest ship's shield extends several hundred kilometers from its hull. We will have to penetrate the gravitic shield before we can destroy the nest ship." Alarcon frowned. We might need the rest of the 7th Fleet for that kind of firepower, sir. Maybe support from the other fleets as well. Stormreel smiled. We do not. All we need is the Tiger. Alakon's frown sharpened. March understood the feeling. One privateer vessel is not going to decide the battle, sir, said Alakon. At the right time and the right place it shall, said Stormreel. Just as the right man at the proper time and place can decide the course of a battle, or even an empire. And, as it happens, the Tiger has been fitted with a piece of highly classified technology. Ah, said Alakon, understanding coming over his rough face. That's why you went to Vesper Station, isn't it? Not to inspect the defenses. To bring this piece of technology to the fleet. That is correct, Captain, said Stormreel. I had hoped for more time to prepare, but unfortunately the Humanity chose not to give us that time. I will not divulge any details of this device. The mere knowledge of its existence is highly dangerous, and the fewer people who know of it, the safer we shall all be. Additionally, Dr. Terran has made a most fortuitous discovery. Alakon's gaze considered her, and Cameron frowned. She unearthed the dark energy scanning method that the 4th and 5th Empire used to pinpoint the location of Humanity starships. That will give us a potent tactical advantage. Due to their high dark energy radiation signature, we will know exactly where the Humanity nest ship is at all times. Captain March. Admiral, said March. Stormreel's dark eyes settled on him. When we have finished this discussion, you will depart the Ronsvals and head to the Vesper system. Your mission is to then get within 100 kilometers of the nest ship. Most likely you will need to jump to the edge of the system, locate the nest ship, and then jump as close as your computer can calculate. You will probably need to proceed the remaining distance using your fusion drive. That's suicide, sir, said Alakon. There's no way one blockade runner would last that long against that many enemy ships. Entirely correct, Captain, said Stormreel. Which is why, Major Cameron, your squadron is assigned the task of escorting the Tiger to its destination. The Phalanx starfighters are hyperdrive capable, and the Tiger's computer is sufficiently powerful to calculate the jump for all of you. What are we supposed to do once we arrive within 100 kilometers of the nest ship, sir? Said Cameron. We can fit a few neutron bombs to the phalanxes, but their hardpoints aren't large enough to accommodate proper anti-capital ship ordnance. There will be no need, said Stormreel. If you can get the Tiger to within 100 kilometers of the nest ship and stay there for 3 to 5 minutes, that will be sufficient. The device fitted to the Tiger will handle the rest. If I can be blunt, Admiral, said Alakon, this is a very vague plan. I am unable to provide any further details for operational security, said Stormreel. It is possible that you will be captured, and the Wasps would extract compromising details from your memory. But I do not send my men on suicide missions, Captain. It is dangerous, yes, but I have every expectation that we will succeed. If it can be done, Admiral, said Cameron, me and my boys will get it done. Very good, Major, said Stormreel. You are dismissed. I want your squadron and the Tiger to leave in 1 hour. Are there any questions? There were none. Captain Alakon, I want the Ronsvals and the rest of our ships ready for immediate hyperspace travel. It will be done, sir, said Alakon. He saluted, as did the rest of the officers, and they left the Admiral's office. March stepped into the cargo hold, the airlock cycling closed behind him and Terran. Do you think the Admiral's plan will work? Said Terran. I don't know, said March. He looked at her. She looked good even in the harsh lighting of the cargo bay. It might. She sighed and paced a few steps. What do you think he intends? A hyperspace jump, said March in a quiet voice. Do you remember how the Royal Navy won the battle at Martel's World? Adelaide stopped pacing. Somehow the Navy calculated an incredibly accurate hyperspace jump that dropped their capital ships right on top of the machinist fleet. The Navy blasted the machinist ships to hell before they had even realized what had happened. March nodded. Malcolm Caird was the helmsman of the Roncesvalles for that battle. He was, said Adelaide, her eyes widening. Then you think that's what Stormreel plans? A hyperspace jump to put the fleet right on top of the nest ship before the Wasps can respond. I think so, said March, remembering the way that Elizabeth had stared in fascination at the quantum beacon. That's a hell of a gamble, said Adelaide. It's almost impossible to calculate hyperspace jumps to that degree of accuracy, if only because of the relativistic drift in locations during transit. It's easier just to have the hyperspace tunnel collapse when you hit a gravity well, and then navigate the rest of the way on sublight engines. I know, said March, amused despite the seriousness of the situation. She did like to explain things he already knew to him. Even when upset, it seemed. Do you think Caird can do it? Said Adelaide. Yes, said March. He can calculate a hyperspace jump to that degree of precision. I've seen him do it. Then he's not just an elite pilot, is he? Said Adelaide. He's been modified in some way. There was an understatement. That's even more classified than the relics in the strong room, said March. It's not something you want to witness firsthand. Her eyes met his. But you do think he can do it? Yes. Adelaide nodded. Then let's do it. March hesitated. I think you should wait on the Roncesvalles. She frowned again. You'll need a co-pilot. It's more efficient to have a co-pilot working on the firing solutions. I know, said March. But if this goes bad, at least you'll be safe here. She took his hands. No. I started this with you, and I want to see it to the end. She took a deep breath, her fingers warm against his right hand. And I've got a responsibility too, Jack. I'm an operative of the Order, and Censor ordered us to help Stormreel. And God, all those people on Vesper's world are going to die if we don't win. Maybe if you can fire a half-second faster because you have a co-pilot, that will make the difference. Maybe the plan will work, and we can save all those people. March said nothing, contradicting emotions warring in his mind. He remembered the first time he had kissed her. Or rather, the first time she had kissed him since he had decided he would not let anything start between them. That hadn't worked out. He remembered how frightened she had looked when she had shown him her scar, but she had done it anyway. Stormreel's warning and Caird's conversation played in his mind. Stormreel had been right, hadn't he? March was in the middle of a life-and-death mission, and he was thinking about Adelaide Tarrant. He realized that the thought of never seeing her again disturbed him only slightly less than the thought of her being hurt or killed. Maybe she felt the same way about him. Hell, muttered March. Adelaide blinked. All right, said March. We'll do it together. We'll either complete our mission and come back together, or we won't. Good, said Adelaide, squeezing his hand of flesh and blood. She leaned up and kissed him. Then we'll win together. We'd better not keep Cameron waiting, said March. Adelaide grinned. Yeah, we wouldn't want him thinking privateers are late and sloppy. March snorted. He's probably more concerned about going into battle with an archaeologist. She laughed at that. They climbed up to the flight cabin, and March took the pilot's acceleration chair, and Adelaide the co-pilot station. The Tiger was still on standby, so March went through the expedited pre-flight checklist. He got Adelaide and Vigil started on a hyperspace calculation that would take them to the edge of the Vesper system, just beyond the orbit of the star's last gas giant. As he worked, he saw the Phalanx starfighters rising and exiting the hangar. All systems reported green, and March called flight control. The officer gave him permission to launch, and March fired up the antigravs, eased the Tiger through the hangar entrance and into space, and powered up the fusion drive. 16 Phalanx-class heavy starfighters moved into escort position around the Tiger. "Red Leader calling Tiger," came Major Cameron's voice. "Tiger here," said March. "We're linking you into our squadron network and channel," said Cameron. Fresh information flashed over the tactical display, listing the status of each of the 16 fighters of Red Squadron. "Hope you have some hyperspace calculations for us, Tiger. Else it's a long flight to Vesper system from here." "We're ready," said March. "Sending you the calculations now." "We'll sync our hyperdrives to yours," said Cameron. "Good," said March, looking at the engine readouts as he sent the jump data to Red Squadron. The dark matter reactor was ready, the hyperdrive was charged with dark energy, and the resonator was functioning at an acceptable level. "Then let's do this. 3, 2, 1 now." He gripped the power levers and sent the Tiger hurtling into hyperspace. 9. Devour. The hyperspace flight from interstellar space to the edge of the Vesper system took about 6.5 minutes. March pulled back the power levers, and the Tiger exited hyperspace and returned to normal space. "Red Leader here," said Cameron. "All pilots check in." March listened with half an ear as the pilots of Red Squadron checked in. He sent full power to the sensors, sweeping space around them for any foes. The ship detected the phalanxes at once, but there were no Wasp starships or starfighters in the immediate area. March reached for the dark energy sensors and searched for humanity ships. He found them at once. The number of Wasp starships in the system had not changed. The nest ship continued its steady vector towards Vesper's world. "Get Vigil going on a hyperspace calculation to the nest ship," said March. "As close as can be safely managed. The nest ship's probably big enough that we can use its gravity well as a stopping point," said Adelaide, "but we'll still be a good distance out. Probably 10,000 kilometers or so." "Tiger," said Cameron, "we all made the hyperspace jump. You see the nest ship?" "We do," said March. "It hasn't changed course or vector. We're calculating a hyper jump that will get us as close to it as we can manage. Then we'll have to use the fusion drive to get within 100 kilometers. I expect getting within 100 kilometers will be easy," said Cameron. "Staying there without getting blown up will be the hard part. Still, the nest ship is so damn big that we probably won't have to worry about much in the way of point defense so long as we stay away from essential areas." "No," said March. "It's the fighters we'll have to worry about." "When it rains it goddamn pours," said Cameron. "Think they've figured out we're here?" "Probably," said March. "They're so sensitive to dark energy, they might have detected the radiation surge when we exited hyperspace. I doubt we're big enough for them to consider a threat yet." "Well," said Cameron, "reckon that we're going to have to change their minds." The hyperdrive display turned green. Vigil had finished the jump calculation. "Looks like the closest we can get is 12,000 kilometers away from the nest ship," said Adelaide. "That will have to do," said March. "Red Leader, I'm sending you the jump calculations now. Looks like the jump will take 90 seconds. "Got them," said Cameron. "Weapons and shields are ready." "We'll be ready to bring up our weapons and shields as soon as we exit hyperspace," said Adelaide. "Okay," said March. Green lights appeared on the hyperdrive status screen. "Your drives are synced to the Tigers. We'll be entering hyperspace in 3, 2, 1 now." He yanked the power levers again, and the Tiger surged into hyperspace. March glanced at the sensor display, but there was nothing to see. Normal radar and ladder and other sensors did not function in hyperspace, and the dark energy detectors registered nothing but enormous surges of dark energy around them. Taking a hyperjump with so many craft close together carried the risk of collision, but it was negligible. Given the vastness of space, it was possible that two ships would exit hyperspace at the same point and destroy one another, but it was improbable. No, it was more likely that the Wasps would simply blast them out of the sky. March watched the timer count down. He glanced at Adelaide and saw her sitting motionless, her hands poised and waiting over the shield controls. She stared unblinkingly at her screens, and he saw the pulse throbbing in her temple, a droplet of sweat sliding down her neck and disappearing beneath her collar. She felt the strain just as he did, but she didn't let it show. A warrior. Yes. Stormreel had been right about that. Then the timer flashed to 0, and March yanked the hyperdrive power levers back. The hyperspace tunnel collapsed, and the Tiger returned to normal space, the Phalanx fighters arrayed around the ship. The Humanity nest ship floated right in front of them. They were close enough that the radar and ladder updated instantaneously. The nest ship was 12,1119 kilometers in front of them. The thing was huge and twisted and misshapen, 47 kilometers long from bow to stern. It was the size of an asteroid, but it didn't look anything like one. It looked to March like a cross between an enormous stinging insect, some sort of armored carrion eater, and a giant slug. The grayish-green hull was gnarled and twisted and dotted with countless strange growths, and random patterns of harsh red light glowed across its surface. It absolutely radiated dark energy. "All craft, this is Red Leader," said Cameron. "Check in." "Tiger here," said March. "Red 2 here," said the squadron's second-in-command. One by one the other fighters checked in. "So is that thing going to shoot at us?" said Red 3. "Doubt it," said Cameron. "The Lord Admiral says the nest ships aren't warships. If we make enough trouble, the scout ships will jump here and blow us up. Like bees coming back to defend the hive. But it will be hard for us to make that kind of trouble for the nest ship. We're not carrying any torpedoes. No, our mission is to get the Tiger to within 100 kilometers of that floating tumor, and then to keep the Tiger alive for 5 minutes. We'll have to shoot our way through any fighters, though. Tiger, you picking up anything? The sensors on your ship are better than anything we have." "Yeah," said March. "There are a couple dozen radar and dark energy contacts orbiting the nest ship." The nest ship had the gravity of a small asteroid, and likely the fighters had simply settled into orbit around it to save on whatever organic technology they used to power their ships. "Once they figure out we're here, they'll come after. Wait." He looked at the tactical display, watching the icons and the readings change position. "Here they come. A dozen fighters. Probably interceptors, but they might be some of the double-hulled fighter bombers we've seen elsewhere." "I see them too," said Cameron. "All right, Red Squadron, it's time to earn our paychecks. Echelon X formation around the Tiger. Blow up anything that tries to shoot down the Tiger, and keep going until you get to the nest ship. We'll set our laser turrets to point defense to shoot down any missiles that get through," said March. "We also have flak launchers." "That'll help," said Cameron. "Pity you don't have missile launchers on that thing. All craft, be ready to break formation when I give the word." The Tiger and the fighters accelerated towards the nest ship, the huge craft growing bigger and bigger in the visual feeds. As they drew closer, the sensors got better resolution on the incoming fighters. There were 16 of them, 12 of the interceptors and 4 of the larger fighter bombers. "Looks like we'll hit them about 6,000 kilometers out from the nest ship," said March. "And there are more appearing. I'm not sure, but it looks like the nest ship is growing new fighters." "Growing," said Cameron. "I'll send you an image," said Adelaide. "I spotted something." One of March's displays changed to show a zoomed image of the nest ship's flank. Up close, the nest ship's hull looked even more organic, twisted and knotted almost like the bark of an ancient tree. A half-dozen translucent sacks of gel bulged from the side of the hull, and within the greenish gel, March saw the unmistakable shapes of half-grown Wasp interceptors. He idly wondered again if the fighters had pilots, or if the entire ship was a living, sapient creature. Perhaps with the Wasps, there was no difference between craft and pilot. "That's just disgusting," said Red 7. "My dad's a farmer on Kalaskar. That looks like a baby calf still in the amniotic sac." "If your dad's calves look like that," said Red 2, "then your dad's livestock is weird as hell. The point is that they'll be able to grow as many fighters as they want," said March. "We have to punch through to 100 kilometers as soon as possible." "Acknowledged," said Cameron. "All right, gentlemen, cut the chit-chat. The enemy's just about here. Make sure your missiles are ready and scatter on my mark." They were now only 8,000 kilometers from the nest ship, and the interceptors were coming closer with every second. None of the fighters were targeting the Tiger, but the ship did detect multiple missile locks on the phalanxes. Behind the interceptors came the 4 double-hulled fighters. "Red Leader," said March. "After we've broken formation, I'm going to focus on the fighter bombers. My railgun packs more punch than anything you've got, and I'll have a better shot at bringing them down." "Do it," said Cameron. "Red Squadron, on my mark, fire missiles and scatter. 3, 2, 1. Scatter. Light those shitheads up." The 16 phalanxes fired a volley of missiles and scattered, shooting off in random evasive directions as they dumped flak and chaff to confuse the Wasp missiles. The Wasp interceptors did the same, each craft shooting 2 missiles and then breaking formation. The fighter bombers kept coming, their double hulls flickering with light as they built up plasma charge to fire. "Firing solution," said March. "Already on it," said Adelaide. March fed power to the drive and sent the Tiger hurtling towards the fighter bombers. None of the missiles had been targeted at the Tiger, and the ship's turrets spun and rotated on computer-controlled auto-fire, the laser beams slashing through missile after missile. The turrets disposed of a dozen missiles in short order, and freed from their missile locks, several phalanxes went on the offensive, plasma cannons and chain guns blazing. Then the Tiger was through the scattering interceptors, and the fighter bombers drew closer. March targeted the nearest one and locked on, loading one of Adelaide's firing solutions. The big fighter started to turn towards him, but March's fingers tightened against the triggers on the flight yoke. A volley of plasma bolts slammed into the fighter's gravitic shield, disrupting it enough for the tungsten railgun round to pierce both the double hulls at once. The fighter bomber ripped apart under the weight of its own momentum, organic debris tumbling into the void. March spun the Tiger as the remaining 3 fighter bombers closed around the ship. He lined up on a second Wasp ship and fired, the plasma bolts and the railgun round tearing to craft to pieces. The surviving 2 fighter bombers opened up with their own plasma cannons, and several bolts hit the Tiger's radiation shield. March cursed and sent the Tiger into an evasive spiral, setting the laser turrets to target the 2 fighter bombers. None of the bolts had hit the hull armor, but the radiation shield had taken a pounding. "Recharging the shield," said Adelaide. March brought the Tiger out of its evasive spiral, lined up on another fighter bomber, and started shooting. The craft tried to jerk out of the way, but while the fighter bomber's plasma cannons packed a powerful punch, the Tiger was more maneuverable. The Tiger's plasma cannons collapsed the gravitic shield, and the railgun round cut the fighter bomber in half, its twin pieces spinning away into the darkness. The final fighter bomber fired on the Tiger, and March sent the ship evasive again. One plasma bolt splashed off the dorsal shielding, but the radiation shield held. The Tiger came out of its spiral, and March fired the weapons. 4 plasma bolts hit the Wasp fighter, and the alien ship dodged. But the plasma fire weakened the gravitic shield enough that both of the Tiger's laser turrets sliced into the Wasp fighter's hull. The fighter bomber shuddered and broke apart as the lasers cut deep into the ship's innards. "We'd better help the phalanxes," said Adelaide. "Right," said March. "Get that radiation shield back up and make sure we still have power to the weapons." "Working on it," said Adelaide. March turned the Tiger towards the struggling phalanxes and interceptors. Briefly, he wondered if he ought to leave Red Squadron to its battle and head for the nest ship. But that would be suicidal. He would be able to reach the nest ship alone, but he had to stay within 100 kilometers of it for 3 to 5 minutes. There was no way the tiger would survive alone against that many enemy fighters for that long. No, either they would win together or not at all. March accelerated, locked onto the nearest interceptor, and opened fire. The interceptor was dueling Red 5, and the Wasp ship didn't notice the tiger's presence until it was too late. The tiger's plasma cannons punched through its weakened gravitic defenses and burned through the hull. The interceptor spun away, dead and out of control, and March sought another target nearby. But there were none left. "Good shooting, Tiger," said Cameron. "We lost Red 14, and Red 9 had to eject. The rest of us are ready to go. Let's try to get to the nest ship before the next wave of fighters hits us," said March, turning the Tiger towards the huge starship. "We might have an advantage if we can engage close enough to the nest ship," said Adelaide. "Why's that?" said Cameron. "Additional cover." "No," said Adelaide. "The Wasp fighters might not be willing to fire if they risk hitting the nest ship. They couldn't do much damage to it, but maybe it would be like a human stabbing himself. They might not be able to make themselves do it." "Hell," said Cameron. "Makes sense. Guess we're about to find out if you're right or not. Resume formation. Let's get the Tiger to that nest ship." March continued the flight towards the nest ship, the remaining fighters of Red Squadron falling in place around the Tiger. Twice more they were attacked by groups of interceptors, and twice more they fought their way through. Red 4 was destroyed before the crew had a chance to eject, overwhelmed by the impact of 3 missiles, and Red 8 managed to eject after a missile hit disabled the Phalanx's reactor. But then less than 1,000 kilometers separated the Tiger and the remaining 12 Phalanxes of Red Squadron from the nest ship. As they drew closer, the ship reminded March of a colossal tumor, a tumor that had somehow fused with an insect and perhaps an octopus. Something about it looked wrong, made an instinctive part of his mind recoil with rage and fear. He knew that was a common human reaction to encountering alien life, and that sometimes that instinctive reaction was wrong. Some of the alien races most hideous to human eyes had absolutely no interest in humans whatsoever, and kept to their own affairs. But given what the Wasps had done to the Fourth Empire, and what they would do to Vesper's world, March knew that his reaction was justified. "Almost there," said Cameron as the remaining kilometers counted down. "Tiger, when we get within 100 kilometers, I suggest we stay 50 kilometers above the ship's surface. That will give us an altitude floor for any evasive maneuvers." "Agreed," said March. "And stay away from any of those glowing domes on the nest ship's hull," said Adelaide. "I think those are nerve clusters or command centers or something, and they're surrounded by growths that look a lot like the plasma emitters on the fighters we just fought." "Good advice," said Cameron. "Red Squadron, stay away from any domed structures on the surface of that ship. Try to keep to flat areas." March watched the sensors, waiting for any sign of a response or hostile activity coming from the nest ship. So far none had occurred. A light fighter screen had surrounded the nest ship, but nothing more. Perhaps the Wasps had scanned them and decided that they posed no serious threat. Or maybe the scout ships were getting ready to hyperjump and defend the nest ship. Or maybe the humanity had something else planned. They passed the 100-kilometer mark. They were so close that if he had wanted, March could have cut the Tiger's drive and let the nest ship's gravity pull them to a crash landing on the surface. "We're here," said Cameron. "Head for an altitude of 50 kilometers and start orbiting this place. Stay away from the dome things, whatever the hell they are, and keep your eyes open. Admiral said we only need to hold here for 3 to 5 minutes." The sensor displays flashed, detecting multiple surges of dark energy from the surface of the nest ship. "Shit," said Red 3. "Are those missile launches?" "No," said Adelaide. "Those fighter sacks we saw earlier? I think they just hatched." The radar detected multiple inbound contacts rising from the surface of the nest ship, accelerating as they pushed away from the ship. "More interceptors looks like," said March. "Then let's welcome them to the party," said Cameron. "Red Squadron, attack pattern 9 Alpha 2. Missiles first and guns. Tiger, if you can shoot down any of their missiles, I'd be much obliged. Go." The phalanxes took a new formation, plunging towards the hull of the nest ship. March had the Tiger keep pace behind them. Once again, he switched the laser turrets to point defense, and Adelaide started feeding firing calculations to his console. The phalanxes and the Wasp interceptors released their missiles at the same time, and then both formations of starfighters went evasive. This time, 2 of the interceptors targeted the Tiger, and March had to join the evasive pattern, firing out a cloud of flak and setting the lasers to target the incoming 4 missiles. Fortunately, 2 of the missiles struck the flak cloud, and the lasers disabled the other 2. March set the turrets back to automated point defense and drove the Tiger into the fray. He locked onto the nearest interceptor as Adelaide fed him a firing solution. Plasma bolts and a round from the railgun made short work of the Wasp interceptor. 2 more of the interceptors pursued Major Cameron's phalanx, the big fighter dodging and weaving as the gunners sent volleys of plasma bolts from the rear turret. March shot down one of the interceptors. The second Wasp interceptor banked to avoid a railgun round, which put in right at the path of Cameron's rear turret. The next volley of plasma bolts ripped apart the interceptor. "Thanks for the assist, Tiger," said Cameron. "Glad to be of help," said March, sending the Tiger in pursuit of another interceptor. He risked a glance at the chronometer. About 90 seconds had passed since they had come within 100 kilometers of the nest ship, and that meant they had to wait another 90 to 200 seconds for Stormreel's plan to work. Whatever the hell the plan was. And assuming the Admiral really did know what he was doing. Another interceptor moved in pursuit of Red Leader, and March dropped behind the starfighter, firing with the plasma cannons. The interceptor weaved and dodged, and Adelaide sent him another firing solution. March's next volley ripped the interceptor apart. He slowed the Tiger, preparing to bring the ship around in a tight turn. And then the Tiger just stopped. The inertial absorbers and the internal gravitics absorbed most of the shock. If they hadn't, March and Adelaide would have been killed when the sudden deceleration turned their bodies to bloody paste. As it was, March was flung back into his seat with terrific force, the smart foam of the chair molding itself to his body. He heard Adelaide let out a startled gasp of pain, and red warning lights flashed across his displays as an alarm blared. Something was holding the Tiger in place, but the engines and the ion thrusters were still going at full blast. If he didn't dial them back, they would tear the ship apart. March growled and pulled himself forward, slapping at the switches on the board. The engines throttled back with a whine, and March sat up straighter, trying to figure out what had happened. "Gravitics," croaked Adelaide. "The nest ship." "Tiger, what the hell just happened?" said Cameron. "It's like we're stuck. We can't move." March looked at the sensor display. "The nest ship. It's generating a local gravitic distortion, and it's holding us in place." "Is that even possible?" said Cameron. "Hell if I know," said March, "but looks like it is. And we're changing position." He felt a chill. "The gravitic distortion is pulling us towards the nest ship." "They grabbed us," said Cameron. "They grabbed us, and they're pulling us in." "Looks that way," said March. "Why bother doing that? Why not simply grow more fighters and swamp them, or summon the scout ships to deal with them?" The Wasps didn't know about Stormreel's plan, or so March hoped. The communication panel began pinging. "They're calling us," said Adelaide, stunned. "That's a tight beam transmission from the nest ship. I don't think the humanity ever tried to talk to anyone during their war with the Fourth and Fifth Empires." "Why the hell would they want to talk to you?" said Cameron. I don't know, said March, but that was a lie. A cold certainty had settled over him. The wasps knew about the relics in the strong room. I'll talk to them, said March. The longer I can keep them talking, hell, maybe I can eat up the rest of the 5 minutes. He didn't wait for an answer, but switched the communication channel to the Wasp transmission. If they wanted to talk about relics, he didn't want Cameron to overhear it. This is the tiger, said March. There was a hiss of static, and then a voice spat a single word. Apes. It was a chorus of voices, all of them twisted and inhuman and speaking in perfect harmony. It sounded as if billions of them were speaking at once. The strange chorus made the hair on the back of March's neck stand up. Perhaps he was projecting human emotions onto the wasps, but he heard hunger and hatred and malevolence in that chorus. You are apes, said the chorus. We are the hive. We are ancient. We are older than your race, older than your civilization. We have moved from star to star, and galaxy to galaxy, consuming all who stand in our way. Yet on your vessel, we sense the presence of the relics of the ancient masters of old. Where did you obtain them? March shared a startled look with Adelaide. The ancient masters. Then you served the great elder ones, said March. We are the hive, thundered the chorus. The ancient masters wrought us and gave us the hunger. We have moved from star to star, and galaxy to galaxy, and we had devoured civilizations beyond your ability to comprehend. We shall devour all life and consume the cosmos itself. But you have the relics of the ancient masters. Where did you obtain them? Where do you think we obtained them? Said March, taking a glance at the chronometer. The apes have changed themselves since last we fought you, said the wasps. Those you call the final consciousness have mutilated themselves, joined their flesh to the technology of the great masters. We shall destroy your civilization, and then we shall destroy the final consciousness. We shall gather the technology of the great masters, and open the door for their return. Then every star shall be quenched, and the galaxy shall go dark, and the hive shall be the only life in the cosmos. Sure of that, said March. You might be in for an unpleasant surprise. Your defiance is the result of physiological responses and not logic, said the wasps. We shall take your vessel and secure the relics. The answers will be harvested from your neurological system. The tiger shuddered again, and March saw the distance dwindling to the nest ship. They're pulling us in, said Adelaide. March took a deep breath and cut the transmission. More than 5 minutes had passed. Either Stormreel's plan was running late, or it wasn't going to work at all. There was only one thing left to do. He reached for the reactor controls, preparing to set the fusion reactor to go critical and destroy the ship. You're going to blow up the ship, aren't you? Said Adelaide. Yes, said March. It's the only way left. If they take us alive, they'll pull everything we know from our minds. If they get the relics, that's bad enough. We both have heads full of secrets. The wasps can't have those. Adelaide closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Yes, you're right. Her eyes opened. And considering they'll cut us apart to get those secrets, at least this way will be quicker. I'm sorry, said March. No, don't be, said Adelaide. I'm so glad I met you, Jack. I don't regret any of it, even this. I had forgotten. She swallowed. I had forgotten what it was like to care so much about someone. I just wish that there had been more time. The words tangled in March's throat. What could he tell her? That while he regretted bringing her to her death, he didn't regret meeting her? That her kiss was like fire and made his nerves sing? That she was smart and brave and could actually make him laugh? He squeezed her fingers with his right hand. I don't regret any of it either. She took a deep breath. Then we'll finish it together. March nodded, still holding her hand, and reached for the reactor controls with his left hand. There were worse ways to die, he supposed. The sensors trilled, and so did the communications panel. Cameron was calling, and... "What the hell?" said Adelaide, frowning at her own displays. The sensors had just detected a huge surge of dark energy right on top of them. Had the nest ship called the scout ships to its aid? Why bother? The Tiger and the phalanxes were trapped in the gravitic distortion, and the dark energy spiked, and the terminus points of 9 hyperspace tunnels appeared less than 5 kilometers from the Tiger and the phalanxes. The Ronsvals and her escorts shot back into normal space. "What the hell?" said Adelaide, as shocked as he had ever heard her. "That's not possible." "That's..." The Ronsvals, the 2 cruisers, the 2 destroyers, and the 4 corvettes fired every single one of their missiles in unison. They were far faster than the anti-fighter missiles carried by the phalanxes, and could carry a much larger warhead. And every single one of the hundreds of missiles was armed with a high-yield neutron warhead. The missiles spread out in a cone and slammed into the side of the nest ship, their impacts dispersed evenly across the side of the huge ship. Hundreds of fireballs bloomed along the nest ship's flank, the nuclear detonations blasting huge craters into the hull, debris jetting into space. It was an impressive and terrifying spectacle of destruction, and March remembered the ruin of Martel's world, remembered the machinists firing their nukes into the planet's atmosphere. But the explosions were nothing compared to the colossal wave of deadly radiation unleashed by the bombs. The Tiger's radiation shield drained by 40% as the radiation pulse washed over the ship, and static filled every single communication channel. The effect on the nest ship was far more dramatic. The nest ship heaved, writhing like a wounded animal. Huge black blisters erupted across the entire ship, and March realized they were tumors, created by the DNA damaged in the neutron blasts. The bombs had turned the Wasp's mastery of biological technology against them. They could grow new starfighters within moments, and their DNA was shared among the entire swarm like a mesh network. But if the DNA was corrupted by radiation, the errors were replicated across the swarm in an instant. More and more black tumors erupted across the nest ship, and as the tumors exploded, the huge starship started to rip itself apart, disintegrating like a leaf caught in a fire. March looked at the dark energy sensor display and saw the energy readings from the scout ship scattered across the system fluctuating. They too were being torn apart. "How?" said Adelaide. "How could they possibly do that? A hyperspace jump of that accuracy is impossible." It wasn't. March knew exactly what had happened, and in hindsight Stormreel's plan was obvious. He had known that a navigator's macrobe could sense the quantum beacon from any distance. So, he had arranged for the quantum beacon to be taken in utter secrecy to the Vesper system. He had made sure that Caird's macrobe had seen and sensed the beacon, and he had sent the device aboard the Tiger to the Vesper system. And the plan had worked. The nest ship ripped itself apart in front of the Tiger, its own organic technology devouring itself. "No one can calculate a jump like that," said March, "but Caird can. That's why the navigators are such a closely guarded secret." He saw the comprehension go over Adelaide's face. She might not know the truth of the navigator's nature, but she wasn't stupid. "That was the entire point of that damned beacon, wasn't it?" she said. "Caird had to see it so he could, I don't know, home in on it somehow so he could calculate the jump. That was how he was able to do it, and I shouldn't ever tell anyone about this, should I?" "I really wouldn't," said March. "And I wouldn't tell anyone about our little chat with the Wasps, except for Censor himself." "Agreed," said Adelaide. "Speaking of that, I think we should answer some calls." March nodded, took a deep breath to steady himself, and connected to Cameron's fighter. "Red Leader, you there?" said March. "Can you move?" "We can," said Cameron. "The gravitic distortion just went away." "What the hell just happened?" Classified, said March. Right, said Cameron. He heard the grimace in the Major's voice. Speaking of that, it looks like the Lord Admiral wants to talk to you. Acknowledged, said March, and he switched channels. Admiral. Congratulations, Captain March, Dr. Terran, said Stormreel. You have performed excellently. I am pleased that my assessment of you at our initial meeting was correct. The contagion of radiation-damaged DNA has spread through the entire Wasp force. A danger of networking biological-based technology, I expect. The ships and the individual humanity are dying as we speak. And our cargo, said March. You may continue to your original delivery, said Stormreel. I expect my small addition to your strong room will not provide undue trouble. Land on the Ronsfals. I want to have a brief word with you before you depart. 10. Teamwork. As it turned out, it was 3 hours before March and Adelaide landed and spoke to Stormreel again. Cameron pressed the Tiger into service as a search and rescue shuttle, and they located the ejector pods from the phalanxes that had been destroyed. Once the pilots and the crews had been rescued, March flew them back to the Ronsfals. He received clearance to land at the previous pad he had used earlier, and once the medical teams hustled the pilots and crews out of the cargo hold, March and Adelaide found themselves sitting in the empty ready room again. He sat next to Adelaide at the table, drinking coffee. Hell of a day, said Adelaide in a quiet voice. I know I keep saying that, but it's true. It is, said March. Let's not do that again. She laughed and rested her head on his left shoulder. I'm not going to argue. That can't be comfortable, said March. My left shoulder is half metal. He saw her smile. Both your shoulders are kind of hard, Jack. Suppose so, said March. He rested his left arm across her as gently as he could, and she leaned against him with a sigh. This was pleasant. It was such a simple thing, touching a woman. He had forgotten how pleasant it could be. We make a good team, don't we? Said Adelaide. We do. We just saved 15 million people. We did, said March. And we do make a good team. The door hissed open, and Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel strode alone into the ready room. Adelaide straightened up. I do hope my timing isn't inconvenient, said Stormreel in a dry voice. March snorted. Admiral, you've been nothing but inconvenient since I've met you. Stormreel blinked, and then let out a quiet laugh. I shall not argue with that. But it was worth the inconvenience, was it not? The Wasps killed thousands aboard Vesper Station, and they would have killed 15 million more on Vesper's world, and God only knows how many in the resultant war. And all those lives were saved, all those potential wars stopped, because of what we did here today. I'm not going to argue, said March. We won. Yes, said Stormreel. The path to victory. Do you understand now, Captain March? The tactics, the strategies, even the most powerful weapons, they are but tools. It is the men who wield them who matter. He inclined his head at Adelaide. And the women as well. She smiled. But not in the Royal Kalaskaran Navy. No, said Stormreel. But in the Silent Order, yes, for wars are fought in many different kinds of battles. You have my gratitude, both of you, and if necessary, you can call upon me for aid. He offered a thin smile. Needless to say, everything that happened here is classified at the highest level, and you will not discuss it with anyone save Censor himself. Of course not, said March. You are clear to leave, said Stormreel. Good travels, both of you. He gestured to the door, and March and Adelaide left the ready room. It took the Tiger 10 days and 46 hyperspace jumps to make the long journey from Vesper's world to Kalaskar. The trip settled into the pleasant routine they had enjoyed during the trip from Rust Belt Station to the Vesper system. March spent the days piloting or performing maintenance on the ship's various systems. There was a great deal of maintenance to be done. The Tiger had taken only minimal battle damage, but there had been a lot of wear and tear on the weapons, the shields, and the engines. Once they reached Kalaskar Station, March would have to spend some money on replacement parts and upgrades. Adelaide, as before, spent her mornings exercising and then writing. Sometimes in the afternoons, she helped him with the work or took over at the co-pilot station, while March repaired one of the ship's systems. Their nights, of course, they spent together in Adelaide's cabin. It was as pleasant and as happy of a time as March had ever known. It was almost enough to make him forget what Stormreel and Caird had said. Because they were right, he knew. An emotional attachment was a liability for an alpha operative of the Silent Order. For that matter, trying to maintain a relationship with Adelaide would not be fair to her. How often could March come to Kalaskar? 1 month out of every 3, perhaps. Would she want to live like that, waiting on him as he disappeared for weeks at a time? Perhaps it would be better to end the relationship swiftly. He tried not to brood on the matter as they traveled deeper into the heart of the kingdom of Kalaskar, but as they drew closer to their destination, he could not push it from his mind. 10 days after leaving the Vesper system, their final hyperspace jump deposited them at the Kalaskar system, a few 100,000 kilometers from Kalaskar Station itself. The station was huge, the largest space installation in Kalaskaran space, with 9 arrays of docking rings encircling a massive cylindrical central core. 2 destroyers patrolled the station's perimeter, along with a squadron of starfighters, and hundreds of freighters ranging from blockade runners to massive container ships moved back and forth, delivering and picking up cargo and passengers. No starships were allowed to land on Kalaskar itself, and so all ships docked at Kalaskar Station and then rode a cargo shuttle down to the surface. March had not been here for years. His work had always taken him to the kingdom's outer colonies and stations. But Adelaide's life was on Kalaskar. He thought on that as he spoke with station control, received a docking port, and maneuvered the Tiger towards it. An encrypted message came through as he finished the docking procedure. "Looks like I'm supposed to call Sensor as soon as possible," said March. It must have been urgent. Usually, Sensor called him. "Not surprised," said Adelaide. "I think we sort of made a mess out there. Or cleaned one up." "There's a restaurant with private booths not far from here," said March as he put the ship's systems on standby. "I'll make the call quick, and then we'll decide what to do next." "Sounds good," said Adelaide, giving him a sunny smile. Together they left the ship and walked through the bustling cargo corridors of Kalaskar Station. From there, they made their way to one of the commercial concourses of the station. It was clean and well lit, 2 levels of balconies lined with shops and businesses. Screens hung on the walls at regular intervals, and they usually displayed documentaries about the history of Kalaskar, informational videos, or religious programs. Today, though, they showed news. "Guess word got here before we did," said Adelaide. "Total victory in Vesper system," said the screens, and March stopped with Adelaide to watch some of the reports. According to the official news, the humanity had launched an invasion of Vesper's world. An advance element of the 7th Fleet, under the command of Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel, had surprised and destroyed the humanity invasion force, despite being outnumbered nearly 6 to 1. The report showed images of the catastrophic destruction the humanity had brought to the 4th Terran Empire. The king had ordered services of thanksgiving to be held in every church in the kingdom. "Suppose it's true enough," said Adelaide. "Better that no one knows the truth," said March, thinking of the relics locked on the ship. "Maybe." His phone chimed. So did Adelaide's. Adelaide frowned and slid out her phone, and her eyes went wide. "Jack," she said, "I think you should check your phone." March did as she said and looked at his phone screen. It had connected to the local network on Kalaskar Station, which meant he could get messages forwarded through the planetary network. A message from Lord Admiral Stormreel had just come in. It was only 3 words long. With my gratitude. Accompanying the message was a bank transfer for 250,000 credits. Adelaide looked at him, eyes wide. March glanced at her phone and saw that she had gotten an identical message and bank transfer. Guess it's good to save a Lord Admiral's life, said Adelaide. And he's a Stormreel. The family's loaded. That's going to pay for a lot of repairs on the Tiger, said March. And you'll have enough left after to buy me a nice dinner, said Adelaide. Yes, said March, thinking of the hard thing he was going to have to do. Better to get it over with sooner rather than later. After he called Censor, he decided. They walked the rest of the way to the restaurant. Adelaide's phone kept buzzing with new messages. She had been gone from Kalaskar for months, and so the mail had piled up. March was amused to see that twice she was recognized by viewers of her videos, and she stopped long enough to shake hands. She had a full life before she met him. That would help her to move on. The restaurant was crowded, so Adelaide waited on a bench outside while March paid for a private booth. He went alone into the booth, activated the sound suppressor set into the wall, pulled out his phone, and called Censor. 30 seconds later, the call connected, routed through the Tiger's communications equipment and the planetary network. Captain March, said the familiar dry voice of the head of the Silent Order. Sir, said March. You have been, said Censor, really rather busy, haven't you? I think that might be an understatement, sir, said March. I am very eager to hear the details, said Censor. For the next half hour, March talked and told Censor about Rust Belt Station, the Firestone, the death of Simon Laurie, the Quantum Beacon, and the victory at Vesper's World. His throat started to hurt about 20 minutes in, and he wished he had thought to order some water or coffee. Captain March, said Censor once he had finished. I do not often say this to anyone, but I extend to you my unqualified congratulations. Laurie has long been a thorn in our side, and his death alone is victory enough. Denying the machinists the use of 20 additional quantum inducers is an even larger victory, as was preserving Adelaide Tarrant's life. But Vesper's World was a tremendous success. I thought it possible that you would need to work with the Lord Admiral when I gave him that blanket order, but I did not think it likely. I have already read the Lord Admiral's report, and he had nothing but praise for you and Dr. Tarrant. You have exceeded our expectations in every respect, and not only did you help preserve the lives of the 15 million colonists on Vesper's World, but you also saved the lives of millions more who would have died in the resultant war with the humanity. Thank you, sir, said March. What about the relics? They can't stay on the Tiger. No, they cannot, said Censor. A team from the Ministry of Defense will be arriving at the Tiger in 3 hours. Meet them there and hand over the relics, and they will convey the devices to the Project Exorcism facility. The dry voice got even drier. Since the Lord Admiral saw fit to inform you of its existence. I'll be there, said March. Frankly, I'll be glad to get rid of the damn things. I imagine so, said Censor. I will have a new assignment for you soon enough, so I suggest you remain on Kalaskar Station for the next few days. Likely your ship needs maintenance and repair anyway. It does, sir, said March. Sir, I. He hesitated, unsure of what to say next. Hesitation is unlike you, Captain March, said Censor. I've initiated a romantic relationship with Dr. Tarrant, said March. There was a long pause. That was unlike Censor. March waited for the rebuke, for the lecture that a personal entanglement was a liability for an operative of the Silent Order. He expected a dressing down. Very well, said Censor. I expect to have your next assignment in the next 7 to 10 days. Do as you see fit until then. "Sir," said March. "Have I been unclear, Captain March?" said the dry voice. "No, sir," said March, confused. "Excellent," said Censor. "Once again, my congratulations on a stunningly successful operation, Captain. Make sure you are at the Tiger in 3 hours." The call ended. March blinked at his phone a few times. Then he stood and went to break up with Adelaide Tarrant. She sat on a bench near the balcony railing overlooking the crowds on the concourse below, thumbing through the messages on her phone. Her head came up as he approached, and she grinned. "Hey, guess what?" she said. "I got a message from the Ministry of Defense. They want me to make a documentary about the battle." "Really?" said March. "You'll have to edit it a bit." "A lot," said Adelaide, "but I can make sure the crew of Vesper Station and the fighter pilots who were killed get the recognition they deserve." "Did our mutual employer say what we need to do next?" "Yeah," said March. He sat next to her on the bench, trying to put his thoughts in order, trying to decide how to tell her what he had to tell her. "What is it?" said Adelaide. "Adelaide," said March. He saw her get it. Her face seemed to crumple just a little, and some of the vitality drained out of her eyes. She closed her eyes and bit her lip, and then nodded to herself, as if bracing herself for a blow. "Jack," she whispered, opening her eyes. "Oh, Jack." She swallowed. March took a deep breath, Stormreel's and Caird's logic grim in his mind. They were right. The words evaporated on his tongue, and suddenly he felt like a monstrous fool. To hell with it all. He had taken so many risks in his life. Why not one more? "Let's go camping," said March. Adelaide blinked. "What?" "Back on Rust Belt Station," said March. "You said if we lived through this, you would take me camping in the Malborix woods. Well, we lived through it all. Wasn't expecting it, to be honest, but we did." "Seriously," said Adelaide, smiling. "Yeah," said March. "I'll have another job in a week, and I'll have to go. But if you want to wait for me, I'll come back for you." He took her left hand with his right. "If you wait for me, I'll always come back." Adelaide grinned, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him hard. That drew a few startled looks from people walking past. Public displays of affection were not very Calaskran, but right now March didn't care, and he doubted Adelaide did either. "Okay," said Adelaide when they broke apart. "The university can wait a few days. Let's go camping." A day later, March found himself in a cabin in the Malborix woods on Kalaskar. It looked suitably rustic. It had 3 rooms, a living room with a large fireplace, a bedroom, and a small bathroom. There was a rug spread on the plank floor, and Adelaide went to the fireplace at once, stacking the wood and starting the fire. "Running water but no electricity," said March. Based on Adelaide's stories of her childhood, he had expected to spend the next week sleeping in a tent. "That's the point," said Adelaide, holding her hands before the flames as the fire caught. "Get away from it all for a few days." "Makes sense," said March. He didn't see the point of camping, but he was glad to spend time with her. "Cold in here, so it's good to have a fire. I'll put the suitcases away." He walked into the bedroom, put the suitcases at the foot of the bed, and stopped long enough to use the bathroom. The running water did work, he was pleased to see. March walked back into the living room and froze. Adelaide lay naked on her left side in front of the fireplace, her back to the flames. Her head was propped up on her left hand, and her clothes rested in a neat stack next to the carpet. The firelight danced across the smooth skin of her legs and hip, and she grinned at him, her eyes glinting. "Bet it will be warmer over here," Adelaide said. She was right. An hour later, March still didn't understand camping, but he was beginning to see the appeal. The end.